Not at all.
You know what? No, I actually push back on
I
that.
I disagree with that.
If you as the content creator not correcting the chat for taking something wrong or saying something that is incorrect, right? And you
can't monitor every chat.
No, you can't. But when you see it or when it comes across you can call it out. Is what I'm saying. Like if somebody
you know what I mean, Glenn. Fresh and Fit can't call out all the bullshit that goes through their chat.
Absolutely, because it's flooded, and that's
different. So there's two ways to look at this. There is something to be said to say judge the master by the student, right? But there's also the understanding that there is going to be a lot of hecklers in these situations, a lot of haters, people that are going to deliberately say things that are either from being frustrated and hurt, or that once again we can't moderate everything. And we used to actually be able to do a pretty good job, but when they got pretty big, because that's how I started out with Fresh and Fit, is I was just being a moderator in chat. I just happened to have the skill they needed to fix their internet problem. So that, yeah, he's right. You can't moderate all the toxic viewpoints that some guys have because they haven't learned yet. Like I said, that red pill rage thing is a real thing. We fully acknowledge that. But there is an element to that. And some guys never get out of that. It's sad, like I said before. But most guys, I would say, do, especially if they're listening to guys like the guys I listen to, including Myron and Fresh, that actually helped me immensely. Fresh helped me with understanding networking better. Myron helped me understanding fitness and being more assertive in my relationship along, because I originally saw him when he was on Donovan Sharp's channel. Donovan Sharp channel helped me understand why a lot of the stuff that my dad did was actually good despite his alcoholism. Right? See, that was where I got screwed up. My dad was an alcoholic, so my dad did a lot of the stuff that is actually good as a masculine, good man should, a good Christian man should, but it was tainted by the alcohol and his giving into his, he was damaged goods basically. But he tried to do better, and he tried to put all the best into me and none of the bad, right? But at the end of the day, he failed to, get out of the bottle. And I had to be confused because of that. That was the consequence. So like I said, the leaders in the space actually do have good advice in terms of accountability. Like I said, that was literally the point of the Fresh Fit podcast in the first place, is Myron and Fresh getting on talking about how guys could do better. And if they actually wanted to actually go out and date women and understand what women were actually about, you actually had to go talk to them with the intent to, even if you didn't fuck, to actually do that. Right. To have that intent going into it, is that you were trying to turn it into an actual relationship, but without the outcome dependence of like, well, any woman I say don't go on a date with is going to be my wife. Right. That's delusional expectations. I would assume, right? We would agree on that. So them saying that just ended up leading, they ended up having girls on the show one night and it popped off. Right. A lot of guys were going like, oh, so this is what it's like to actually have a date in this studio. And, oh, these women are saying a lot of the same stuff, so this probably isn't going to work out. Right. And once again, the rest is more or less, as they would say, history. And people now focus more on the Jerry Springer side of things that happen as a result of that, rather than the practical advice that is the majority of the content going, hey, guys, if you don't want to have to deal with girls like this for the rest of your life, you are going to want to fucking learn and take some fucking accountability for your, as MLD John always says, money, muscles, game, frame. You need to have financial health, physical health. You need to understand women so that way you don't fucking hate them and they actually want to be around you.
It's manning up is what I hate to say it like that, but some need to man up. If they want to be a leader and they want to lead their woman, they need to man up and start acting right. Like, that's what I meant about the chats. When I'm in chat, not on panel, when I'm in chat, interacting with the chat, it's fucking crazy sometimes, some of the things I see. Because my issue is they're going to bring that attitude in with their new relationship. And then their new woman is going to pay for his ex's mistakes. And that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm trying to say. So
Well, and
they need taught
that's a
to
tale as old as
overcome it.
time, right? You know,
Huh?
there's women. That's a tale as old as time, right? A lot of people
Mhm.
make the mistake of not getting whole themselves before going into
Mhm.
another relationship, and they end up taking that baggage into the next relationship. Men and women have
Right.
done this, and this is something that, you know, because my mom used to counsel battered women, right, as part of the church, and the
Hey,
outreach that she used to do.
real quick, I need to give a shout out to Kieran with the $10 super chat. He says the chat always wins. And let me go ahead and take this time to welcome Vincent to the stage, as well as Josie.
Yeah,
Hello,
that's a
hello.
fresh and fit reference.
What's up, Lindsay? Or what's up, Josie? Sorry. Lindsay just messaged in the chat. Hey, guys. How you been?
The chat is undefeated.
Chat is undefeated.
Mhm.
But no, I agree. But I wish the men would and women. You're right. So I wish they would take that into consideration and see what they're doing. Like look at that situation from an outsider looking in, and just learn from it. Don't do that because you're going to fuck up your next relationship. You know, and that's what keeps happening.
Well, you gotta like when if you notice like, oh, this is what they did. He did this, so I'm gonna look out for this behavior. Again, go back to like, what did you do to allow or to let her to think that this behavior would be acceptable? That's the first red flag you got to look at, is the red flag in yourself before you start addressing every red flag you think you see a woman. Oh, she has tattoos, she's for the streets. Oh, she has a nose piercing, she's for the streets. It's not always that. There's more nuance to it than that, you guys, because it's funny
Well, it's
when they
more or
just try
less
to go.
if you see stuff like that, you got to pay attention. Like if you saw tattoos, piercings, and rainbow colored hair, Glenn, are you gonna honestly tell me that's not gonna be a big red flag?
Be somewhat realistic about it, man.
No, actually, I would probably think that was my wife, because my wife had red hair, tattoos, and a piercing. Because
Maybe that's
that's just me.
But being from California,
speaking, that's not going to be the case.
But this again,
and you also are a leader. You are a leader.
One
so a lot of
man's
these
red
girls are going to act
flag.
different, but most guys aren't going to be able to do what you do, Glenn. Remember that.
That's what I'm saying.
Look
Like
at
one man's
firewood.
red flag, one man's red flag could be another man's green flag. Is all I'm saying. There's no hard and fast rule in this stuff.
And I agree with that. But once again, what are we talking about? Balance of probabilities.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of the girls that have these tattoos, and I know this because I've had these girls talk to me. I know when they get their tattoos, they are a graveyard to their body count. You understand? Like almost like that. That is the thing and literally it's a graveyard. Sometimes it's memory of like people that they've lost along the way, lovers, family members and stuff like that. But then a lot of them, like the ones that they won't talk about, if you ever get the girls to talk about those ones, oh, this is because of that relationship or that relationship or that relationship. And part of their trying to heal from the trauma is getting a painful tattoo that always reminds them of that situation. It's weird, but like I said, I've had girls confess this to me over and over and over again. And
Real
this
quick,
is why
hold on.
tattoos are a red flag.
For some. Real quick, shout out to Chrono here with the $10 super chat. It goes, Glenn, why are you telling about beating cheeks tramp stamp for the street? Chrono, the only reason why that you know about beating cheeks is tramp stamp, that's the part that scares me, is because you must have had him in a position that
he paid for the booty pics.
Doggy comes to mind.
That's question. Cheeks and Chrono, you have a lot of explaining to do. I'm kind of concerned right now. I heard you shave your beard, and I know Cheeks doesn't like a beardy face near. Okay, never mind. Don't ask, don't tell. Moving on.
I've got a comment on something you said earlier, Glenn, if you don't mind, man.
Yeah.
You said specifically that there are issues obviously between men and women, especially in relationships, and when you come into a red pill setting and certain things. Men try to call themselves high value men, and then all of a sudden they're bringing in women saying I'm a high value man, expecting their woman to kind of just deal with it, right?
No, I was talking about one specific.
Well, you're one specific thing, and I'm not telling men to do that in any way, shape, or fashion. That's just one way to destroy your relationship. But something that I've noticed in this setting is, besides communication being a factor, honesty is one of the big things that I've noticed. And when I say that, I want to be very precise. I want to be very specific about what I'm saying. Men have to be as honest as they possibly can, and women have to understand specifically that if they want their man to be honest, they have to be ready to handle the honesty. So if you can't,
I
handle
would
your
stop
man,
you right
tell him
there, Vincent. Women don't want you to be honest.
I understand that. That's where I was going. Okay, women don't want men to tell them the truth. They want them to lie to them because when men do tell them the truth, they get upset about it. Okay, case in point, men look at other women all the time. It's very hard not to. We find your bodies absolutely amazing. We want to look at all the curves.
I thought you had only eyes for her.
It's part of the human nature. That's
It's part of our
course.
human nature, part of
Yeah.
our biology. We want. I'm not saying we want to run around with our dicks hard, screwing everything that walks.
Right.
But I
You just
am
appreciate
saying-
the right.
Exactly. We're gonna look. But when a woman asks her man, she's setting herself up for a bear trap. If he thought another woman was beautiful and he specifically says, "Oh well, yeah, of course, she's very pretty," don't get mad at your man because he tells you the truth. He's
Right.
literally telling you what you asked him to tell you. Okay.
And if she really likes you, she won't get mad.
Real quick,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Bear Wolf, you need to hit me up. I got some more work I need to get done. We need to set something up here, buddy. I need some more ink.
Shout out to our We Not Men beating chicks is a brokey. He can't even clap back. No pun intended.
Is it?
But,
Don't think you guys got to be nice to Cheeks. He's just getting his cheeks clapped at the moment. All right,
hey, it's
be nice
okay.
to him.
But
Lordy
so-
day.
but whenever
Goddamn.
I'm giving,
good.
Christian channel, folks.
we got another one from Chrono. It specifically talking about Fresh and Fit. I agree with Viking on this. You know, whenever I first started watching them, I didn't like, you know, some of the things that Fresh was or that Fit was saying.
Oh yeah.
About the body counts for men. You know, hey, sleep with 50 women. He did bring
Real quick, Vincent. Sorry to interrupt, but shout out to Kodo for the $10 super chat. Glenn, if you question how I would know, we would have to question things about the first DGen story time. Chrono, what did I tell you about that? We ain't going down. Stop bringing up old shit, Chrono. You need to stop bringing up old shit. That's in the past. We're talking about you now. Don't be bringing me into this. We're talking about you.
Yeah, I gotta go ahead.
Oh, robot
Crazy
crazy
mama.
mama.
Yep.
But I
It's
think she
either
said she had
mo-
to go. I think she said she had to go though. So
Okay,
hold
is
on.
that
Let's
better?
see. Yes, ma'am. Much better.
Like one of the biggest keys.
Hold on,
for
Vincent.
Fresh-
Like
Oh, sorry.
Crazy Mama was saying something with when she was roboting.
I just said
Well,
I was going to bed.
Oh.
Okay.
Good night and
Well,
I'm
sweet
going to bed. Thanks
have a good
for
night,
having
Crazy
me
Mama.
up.
Thank
Talk
you for
to y'all
coming
next
up
time.
and camming up. Thank you.
No makeup too, damn it.
I know. Look at you, just confident, strong
Lock
woman
it,
you
bro.
are.
I just didn't give a shit tonight. All right, I'll see y'all next time.
Have a good one, Crazy Mama. Bye bye. All right, what were you saying, Vincent?
One of the biggest things that Fresh and Fit preach still to this day, if I'm not mistaken, is a man has to lead. He has to, in a relationship, in his family. He has to be the head of the family. And if you take that role away from him, he'll be lost in the relationship, and the relationship is more than likely doomed to fail. So when a woman tries to take over the masculine roles in a relationship, specifically if she starts talking down to him in front of his children, or she starts talking down to him in front of his friends, or makes fun of him in front of his friends, does it pull him to the side to have a very important discussion, decides to have a very important discussion in front of family and friends, that's going to emasculate him in front of people. And I'm not telling men to be bitches about it. I'm not telling men to whine and cry about it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if she doesn't allow him to take that masculine role in a relationship, then the relationship's probably not going to be successful. It's definitely not going to
Well,
be
if he's waiting for she to allow him to do anything, then he's not in the position to be leading to begin with. So he should. That's not even a relationship that he should entertain. Period.
This is
I got,
one
I,
of the
got,
things-
I got a good suggestion for that.
if you're having a woman tell you what to do, then you've already lost, pretty much.
No, you looking a little rosé. Your cheeks are very blushed out and all that. I just wanted to talk to the brother Lawrence real quick. Yo, bro, I'm really ready. I'm trying to go against what my sister says. I'm going to the BMW dealership and I'm getting an RS 1000 tomorrow. I'm not getting the carbon fiber wheels. I'm trying to look for one cheap, maybe used. If you got one, let me know. But yeah, I think I miss doing wheelies and endos, bro.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. So what do you think about that? Like, should I do it? Do you think I'm
Well, I think right now, that's a conversation for another time because we're talking about something else.
Yeah, no, I interrupted. My bad. My bad.
Vincent, good resource on that is actually Ryan Stone. He talks about how to navigate that in Dread very well. Also, he has good examples on his show of like when your woman does chastise you in public, how to handle it properly. Ryan goes over that very well.
Hey, yo, what's going on, guys?
Shout out to hold on, you guys. Shout out to Being Cheeks for the $5 super chat. He goes, if you're not upfront upon meeting a woman you're interested in, boundaries and all, she'll run all over you and won't respect you. So honesty up front always. Shout out to Being Cheeks for dropping some jewels up in here, dropping some gems.
Yeah.
And AJ, I mean, one of the things that I love about Myron is he leads by example when he talks to the women on the show. Like if a woman starts to try to scream or yell or act like a fool on the show, he shuts that shit down. Fast in a hurry. He's just like, hey, look, this is my show. You will shut the fuck up or you will get the fuck out. It's real simple.
Yeah, that's why a lot of those down bad guys come into the chat and the red pill masturbation is because they would never have the balls to do that with a woman.
Yo, but Vincent, let me ask you a question, dog.
Shoot up.
Yeah. All due respect about, love the conversation, love the, how we rock. But let me ask you a question. Why do you feel so fixated on everybody else's opinion?
Huh?
Really?
What?
You heard me.
What do you mean?
He didn't say that.
You sound like you're so fixated on everybody else's opinion.
No, he doesn't sound like that.
No.
Well, he's rose.
I never asked for anyone else's opinion.
Hey man, look, I'm not trying
Some
to come
dude,
at
respectfully,
you
I think that's a you thing.
Yeah,
no, it's not a
like
me thing. I'm just look, sweetheart. This is between men. You need to back out of this.
Glenn? Why is he even back on here? He threatened to break the law before.
What do you mean? I didn't break no law.
Regardless if it's a sweetheart between men, facts are facts.
I'm sorry. Damn.
I mean,
some
dude,
you guys are so
with all due
pretentious.
respect, dude, I don't know.
Get the fuck
No,
out of here, bro.
this is a TOS thing. Like you broke the rules of the YouTube platform really badly.
What do you mean?
How?
How? I'm not a creator. How did I break rules? Please explain.
I don't know. I would much rather you explain.
Yeah, you can't even explain it. So how?
I mean,
he threatened to DDoS somebody.
Yeah, I hate the I means. I hate the shoulda, coulda, wouldas too. The shoulda, coulda, wouldas. I hate that.
I hate that.
So can you please explain? I mean, no, y'all brought it here, so let's go here. Let's get it out the way. What happened?
Viking put in private chats what he did.
Okay. See, got y'all against the ropes. That was easy.
No, he might just be worried about how to say it.
No, that was a little easy.
Threatened.
I got y'all.
Base Speed Racer. He said he was looking for his IP. Said he was going to DDoS him with the botnet that he created.
What? I didn't look, bro. I didn't even say that. That was past tense.
Yeah, that's actually very TOS.
We're talking about now.
Yeah, you shouldn't be
now.
back.
Not then. This is now. Not then. Okay. Y'all get it? That was then. I might have been bugged out. I get it.
I mean,
I'm
no
sorry.
It sounds like you're trying to create drama on the panel. So if you've got
no, I'm not. You guys are just being a little.
Hold on, you guys. I'm back. Look, dude, if you're not going to be participating in the conversation that we're currently having, then you can't be on. And also, you did violate a TOS concern by talking about, but although you said past tense, you said you were capable of doing this thing, and that is a huge concern.
Lawrence,
that's considered a threat.
Well, I will call it a defense mechanism.
Well, then that would be a trigger issue. Wouldn't that be
I get it. All right, you're right.
So I can understand why these guys. I mean, you've never done that before.
Fraud, and then you made something that should be always considered a credible threat. So you're trying to prove that you're not fake or something, and then so either you prove that you are fake, or you by making an empty threat, or you're somebody that shouldn't be dealing with it right now.
See, and
your logic does not follow.
See, when you call me fake, and then
I didn't.
I'll pull your.
You reacted to somebody else.
And how
doing
did you
it.
call that the
Making
other
it funny.
day,
Then
Mitch?
then I'm the bad guy when you call me fake and I pull your skirt up.
I didn't make a threat.
Yes, you just did it.
Or you. Or
Okay,
I didn't-
so
I
right
didn't- I
now,
didn't call you
guy-
fake. No,
some
somebody
dude-
else
some
called you
dude-
fake, and you just said you were bugging.
Some
You
dude
said I
right
may
now,
have
this
been bugging.
whole this whole
Yeah.
thing is like derailing what we were talking about.
Yeah, we were having
Yeah.
a conversation.
So-
You came in and
Bad.
derailed
All
it,
right,
bro.
let's
So-
get back to subject matter A. How you doing, guys?
No, back to okay. One, I don't. Okay, here we go. Somebody
You're
decided to come up.
misogynist, misogyny.
Casper. Casper.
Yeah, you might be having an issue.
Sorry, I'm sorry. It was muted.
Casper!
I'm gonna leave, Barry. Like, I just want to say one thing to catch
No,
up
you
the people.
stay. You stay.
Relax. There was the last 2 days, the typical Guardians were in here. AJ wasn't here. The fucking Norwegian motherfucker wasn't here. Like, there wasn't that many people here who are regulars, right? And then we had a whole Ben Thorpe fucking episode. And
Oh, fuck, Ben Thorpe.
let me land my helicopter. So Glenn has said, and I'm going to reiterate this every time, and I'm a fucking firecracker. If you guys want to do domestic shit, there's like domestic rooms for that shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
And you-
but you did it though, dude. Like, this is nothing against you. I'm just catching
No,
everyone
bro,
up.
I came here.
No,
yo,
I'm not doing that. We are not having arguments here. We're here to help men.
No,
Like,
this
that's
is
it.
not
That's
an
it.
argument.
Bro, what does buying a car have to do with anything? Like,
Motorcycle, but
I'm being honest, man. We're all fucking like. This is another thing that I've noticed. Okay, so you guys, here's a top. Josie, shut the fuck up, because I'll burn you too. Okay,
Really?
like everyone can get domestic. Not you.
Really?
Why do you Americans take everything personal? Half the reason why you're
I
so
came
fucked
to ask,
is because if somebody says
if I
something
should-
that you,
bro.
who cares about the Beamer, bro? My
I just
fucking
wanted
car
to-
outside had flat tires, and I was like, I'm gonna pump him up, and then I'm like, oh, I can turn the wheel easier now.
I just wanted to buy a bike, and I asked you guys a question.
Send him a message, motherfucker. We're trying to save the world here.
See, your voice went up and
I'm gonna ask a
octave.
question.
Do you want me to speak like
Vincent was
do you
talking
want
about
me to speak-
Myron Gaines on the Fresh and Fit podcast, and you came in talking about
He's
how
right.
you're
I
gonna
hate
buy a
Fresh and
bike.
Fit.
All right, my bad.
He's right. Yeah, okay, cool.
sorry.
Hey, hey,
The
hey.
reason- the
Sorry, I'm
reason for
sorry.
this-
I just
Yeah,
like I
all
was
good, all
asking
good.
Clint. I was asking Lawrence,
yeah.
like, yo, should I go to the dealer?
Yeah, we heard you. And
Guys,
a thousand
this is
people that will
perfect.
listen to this shit will know that you're buying a
Shameless
car.
plug for my upcoming book on emotional durability. I think everyone on the panel needs it, including myself.
I was
Fuck.
just like, should I
Shameless
go to
plug.
the dealer and get this bike
There we go.
tomorrow.
But here's the thing that happens in these spaces as somebody who's observed these
cut it
spaces.
out.
And here's the thing for him. Okay, so here was an old.
No, if you're gonna interrupt, if people are gonna interrupt, that's what I'm gonna start doing. I'm start throwing you in the back chat if you're gonna interrupt. All right, let people land their plane, say what they gotta say, and then or get pulled back.
I like
Yeah,
the
and-
2-minute thing. You said yesterday the 2-minute thing sounds good.
Vincent, you're interrupting.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
You see,
no.
yo, I feel this is racial.
You don't have to go baited. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, like, if you got, because Glenn, I'm pretty sure is gonna put up some rules eventually. I'm not telling him to do it. I remember him saying it is a good idea. If you guys don't want this to evolve into a blood sports shit, let's just not do blood sports.
Hey yo, Lawrence, I was
Okay.
really
And
like,
dude,
uh,
you here's the thing, okay? Like, if don't even like men are under a microscope, as another creator have said.
all right, I get
Just
it.
let me land my plane. Like, I try so hard not to threaten people online but sometimes you have to jar them. And when you tell some fucking creator you're gonna DDoS them, Destiny made the best fucking how to stop yourself from getting DDoS video walkthrough ever.
Wait a
Like, it's-
minute.
DDoS is like me saying, the equivalent would be like me saying I'm going to destroy all your makeup and you can't get any fucking guys anymore. Like, that's how a chick would feel. Okay, I'm done. I'm not, yeah, but not, I'm gonna come up here and be a fucking cunt every time somebody starts a domestic violence case online, okay? We gotta, bye.
Man.
Wise words from Angry Casper. All right. I appreciate you, Casper.
Here, I got you,
appreciate-
Casper.
I wanted to just buy a bike today.
Well, if you were smart, you would read the room and realize that we're talking about something else, and that
Yeah, my bad, bro.
if you wanted to talk about a bike, then you should wait. Either message
It's all
me.
good.
Man,
Vincent was
But-
cooking about the red pill
Lawrence,
helping
I'm
people, and Glenn
attacked,
brought
bro.
some dude back to derail everything. Got it.
Hey,
Yeah,
back to my
thanks,
favorite
Glenn.
saying lately. What the fuck does this have to do with the price of tea in China?
No, I'm
Nothing.
buying
W reference.
Marco.
Continue, angry Vincent, where you're at.
I mean, that was like 5 minutes ago, but I'll try to bring it back.
Bro, that was funny as
Um,
fuck.
It was a
Oh,
good combo, man.
It was a good combo. All right, so I was saying specifically, one of the really good things that Myron does is he maintains as much peace and as much authority on his podcast as he can. He tries to lead by example as best he can. He takes notes. He tries to remember everything that everyone says, and he puts the women in their place when they try to act out. And I'm not advocating for violence towards women, for the people that are going to call me a misogynist or a sexist. I'm simply saying that if you're in a relationship, misogyny. All right, if you're in a relationship with a female, okay, I'm excluding gay men and lesbians here, so just bear with me. But if you're in a heterosexual relationship with a female, the man has to lead, and he has to lead by example. And I've said this several times on podcasts. It goes God, husband, wife, children. Okay.
Well, he has to lead in order for it to be successful.
Yes.
He doesn't have to lead.
Well, yes,
That's what we're seeing. We're seeing the you could be in a relationship and not lead. We've already seen that.
Though, right? I mean, we want the relationship to be successful. So
You're interrupting me, Vincent. I'm trying to talk.
My bad.
We see what happens when men don't lead relationships, but you could be in a relationship and not lead. It just may not have the outcome that you desire the relationship to have. Now, if you desire for the relationship to have a fucked up outcome and you asked out in the end, well then that's your problem.
Yeah.
What do you mean, XR? Your hand is up. You have a hand up?
Where to Josie?
You said in parentheses, I don't advocate for violence against women. What does that have to do with the point that you just made?
Because we were discussing about Ben talking about how certain women have to have certain things happen to them in order for you to be the lead.
You're talking about like that was like yesterday.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
That's like we're talking about
I want to
Myron
make
Gaines.
sure. I want to make sure that we're not.
Well, yeah, I would be confused too because you mentioned Myron, and then I'm glad she brought that up for clarification.
Yeah, there's
Thank you,
no
thank you.
violence against women with Myron. Like, I don't think he needs to get that far.
he doesn't.
Yeah, Myron always says that if you can't walk away from a woman, you're a bitch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's like ultimatums and violence are a sign of powerlessness in the relationship, anyways.
Yeah, and something else too, like that I agree with the angry mama that was on here. I mean,
Crazy mama, don't get it twisted. That's crazy
sorry,
mama.
sorry, crazy mama.
She can get angry though.
And again, I'm just meeting some of you guys for the first time, so please, forgive me for not remembering your names and not knowing who you are. But we can't, as men, we can't complain. We can't blame other people for our problems. If we have shortcomings, we have to work on our shortcomings. If we fall short in something, we can't, just blame it on another person and just walk away from it. We have to deal with the fact that we fuck up. We have to deal with the fact that we make mistakes. We can't whine and complain to the world about how hard the world is and woe is me, and embrace this bullshit victimhood mentality. We're men. Specifically, we are supposed to deal with problems, adapt, and overcome. That's our job. That's what we're supposed to do. So, and I'll be
that's exactly what I was saying as what was the problem with yesterday, like when you were bringing those things up, because that's how people take it. It sounds like you're whining and complaining about the women, what the women aren't doing. Women initiate 70% of divorces. Well, then don't become a statistic and get divorced. There's ways that you could do it. You can mitigate the problems.
Yep. And you said it too. You said pick better women, and I say the same thing to women, pick better men.
Or I mean, see, I hate when we say, well, just pick better women, because that's not the solution. You could pick great women and still have that outcome because you are not measuring up.
Yeah.
You are not fulfilling your job. You could be.
If you don't lead her, you'll ruin her.
You could have the best
yeah, good
woman.
point.
You could have the best Proverbs 31 woman ever, and you could fuck it up by not being the guy that you're supposed to be.
I did for
Hands
10 years.
down.
I know. I
Go ahead, Joseph.
I did it. Guilty. 10 years.
I raised my hand. That's my turn. Thank you.
She has the
Okay.
talking stick now.
What is the whole women have to pick better men, but when we hold off waiting or looking for better men, we're being told, not me personally, of course, but in general, the main talking point is, well, no, you need to lower your standard because you're aging like milk, so you need to pick a not as good as you're expecting man because your expectations are too high. But then if it's not high enough, the pick better man.
Well, I think what it is like, okay, let's say a woman is, unattractive. She's overweight, right? And I'm not talking obese or anything. Let's just say she's just a little overweight.
BMI 26.
She's not like presenting out herself to be in her best image. And she's like, oh, I ain't going to settle down until I get a guy that's doing this, this, and this. But she's not projecting any of the feminine qualities that men are attractive. And she's like, well, I'm waiting. Well, I want a guy that has the X, Y, and Z. Well, you're not really you could want that. That's fine. You can hold out for that. But look who the guys that are getting with, or look at the women that are getting picked by the guys that have the things that you want. What are they going for? What do those women have, and what are those women displaying that you're not? And how about you fix that?
Yeah, I'm just sitting for the chat here. I do have a man. It's just a good talking point that I heard.
No, yeah,
from
yeah.
A discussion.
Yeah. Well, here's
And
the
I
catch.
thought that's
though.
a good point. I thought that's a good point because we always tell women, well, pick better men. But then if they're waiting or looking for a better man, we're telling them, no, you should lower your standards. You're delusional. So I mean,
It's like if you
there's
want-
kind of a
If you want this specific type of man, well then look at the group of that type of man and what kind of women are they picking? What are the common qualities that those women have that you don't have? And how about you
Ooh,
acquire
spit
that?
on that thing.
The Hawk Tua works. The Hawk Tua does work just to get them in bed. May not keep them, but it definitely will get them in bed.
It does keep him. I can confirm.
I mean,
Okay, sorry.
But really, ladies need to see what these other women are doing or what these other women have as in qualities and characteristics that they don't have or they are not projecting or showing. And maybe if they actually looked at themselves and instead of looking at men and be like, why aren't these men? Look at yourself first. What makes you not marketable for those guys?
Ooh. If they looked at themselves subjectively like they did dudes, they would be better off.
thank you, AJ.
Yeah, they're taught to think of themselves highly in all regards, though, no matter what, even if they're wrong.
Well, that's why all women think they're a 10 on whatever, right?
Yeah, and that's the catch-22 because the problem becomes where women will only listen to the men they love, admire, and respect. But if they're taught that they can't love, admire, and respect a man if he doesn't meet a delusional standard,
Yep.
That's where it's a catch-22, Josie, right? Where they're damned if they do, damned if they don't, and that's what you see on the after hours all the time. Is that they're stuck in a state of cognitive dissonance, where
Well-
they won't listen to the people telling them what they need to hear because they're reinforced to basically just go along with the program. And that's where the cat ladies come from. And the girls at the end of the conversation will just say, I guess I'm just going to die alone then.
And it's
Yeah,
like, well,
I
I
did
mean, you could die
notice-
alone all you want. I mean, that's your choice. It's not nobody's choice but yours.
You're taught to basically follow a leader that doesn't exist, more or less a false god.
Mm-hmm. And the sad thing is, women can come up with some ridiculous expectations, and it's not that their expectations are ridiculous. Their expectations are ridiculous for our current culture and our current state of time that we're in now in society. You want a guy that could afford this type of lifestyle. Okay, well, that's like 5% of the population. Are you anywhere near 5% of the population? Are you in networking in those circles? If you're not networking in those circles, then don't be mad when you're getting guys that are not in that area attracted to you. Yes, Josie?
Yeah, I do have a personal anecdote. So I've noticed that every time that, you know, there's something like, oh, how come you don't have a car that has a range that's higher than like 150 miles? And I'd be like,
Are you talking like a
because
car
that's
that's
what I-
value? A car value?
no, like the mileage, because I drive electric, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And they say, well, why don't your man buy you another one? Or like, why don't your man, why wouldn't your man do that for you? Like, you deserve that. Like, what's up with that? And I'm just like, motherfucker, you buy it for me. How about that if you're that good? You know? But most women, like, imagine, like, girls get gaslit not only by women, but by other guys all the fucking time. Like,
You got
oh, no,
a point
you
there,
deserve
Josie.
more than that.
You got a point
Yeah.
there. I think a lot of it is also that social media sells the lifestyle that they make.
No, I'm talking
the very
IRL. I'm talking IRL. That's not even social media here.
what I'm trying to get at is for the girls in IRL, they think that lavish lifestyle that you see on like Instagram and shit, they think it's very abundant and it's not as rare as it is. And when I went up to Canada for that week, it made me realize like my life as like the blue collar suburbia, I enjoy it way better than that fucking glam lifestyle of going to the club every freaking night, partying all the time. So
Don't think
Real
that's-
quick, Angel Casper came in with a $5 super chat. Goes, no hate to anyone. Good show thus far. Thank you. Wrenched. Women's failure rate forces attrition to men's success. Sorry for probably yelling. No, you were fine, Casper. We enjoy you coming in and spurging every once in a while and letting these motherfuckers know that you're gonna come out here and lay the wood on them if they're gonna, be a dumbass.
Right. I've got a comment on what AJ and Josie were saying. If you guys are okay with me jumping in.
yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying before you go ahead, $50 to kick me, okay? Like,
I mean, I'm not. What does someone want to kick you?
No,
Probably.
don't worry about it. Vincent, go ahead, Vincent. Nobody's gonna kick anybody unless they pay for it.
I mean, okay. I think Josie's adding to the panel, so I don't think she should be kicked. But
oh, you'd be surprised.
I'm just saying.
Waiting for
but
that to go to bed. So
one of the things that I do notice, and I would love to hear everybody's thoughts on this too, is and I don't solely put the blame on the females that come in and consider themselves to be 9s and 10s when of course they're not. But one of the things that I have noticed is that because of things like Instagram, which is 70% female last time that I looked, they're getting messages from guys. I mean, some of them are getting 200 messages a day from 200 different guys. Some very popular, Instagram models. But when you're being told, let's just say you're being told 10 times a day from 10 different men, oh my God, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. And that happens every day. Okay. Again, I'm not completely excusing them. I'm not saying that they shouldn't wake up and realize what reality is, but you're told that every day, or you're told, 15, 20 times a week, you're eventually going to believe a part of it. You're eventually going to believe you're this special, unique female because you have all of these different guys coming into your DMs telling you that you're that special, unique female.
I just have a question.
Yes, please.
How would you know?
How would I know which part?
That's a good question.
How would you know that females are getting all that? Like, are you a woman with an Instagram account? Like,
Well, I think he's like basing his decision or his comment off of what women are saying.
Yeah, I mean,
like how much
or
they're,
what,
how
or
many
what
guys.
podcasts are saying.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Like a lot of the, and from the women that
No,
I've
you
spoken
didn't
to
answer
as
the
well,
question.
From the women that I've spoken to, granted,
Okay.
it's anecdotal. Okay, it's anecdotal. That's why I don't like using it as a complete pure science. But from the women that I've spoken to, because I've done the experiments with the dating sites, I've done the experiment or the questionnaires with women about how they get responses on Instagram, and I don't have a large pool yet, but I do want to have a much larger one. Random everyday average women are getting, what was it? They're getting about 10 times the response, 9 times the response of the average guy. So if you have an average looking guy on Instagram.
Are you talking about on Instagram or on dating apps?
Instagram, dating apps, whatever. Just pick your poison. The average woman is getting 9 to 10 times more response from the average guy. They're getting.
Are you talking about like on a post or in like their DMs?
Just like in their DMs, like they're coming. Hey, how you doing? Oh my God, you're so cute. They did. I forget which dating app it was. Well, let me finish. I'll let you object a second. They did. I forget which was. And Myron mentioned this too. They did an experiment on one of the dating sites, and they put like an obese woman in a bathing suit. They created her an Instagram account, and then they took like a picture of a guy that was a model from the UK. All right, and they gave it like a 24 or 72 hour period. Okay, and the obese woman had 4 times the amount of DMs and attention than the guy that was a professional model. And
yeah, but those men aren't options. That's what you guys need to understand. Like the fucking incel morons, diplods that slide in the DMs with the creepy ass simpy shit. They're not options. They're dusties. They're rats. We don't even look at them nor consider them. You guys consider every single DMs you get.
Yeah. You're talking about quantity.
It's probably you guys probably have more actual options than we do.
Yeah, you're talking about quantity over quality.
There are a lot more average fuckable women than there are high value men out there.
I mean, I'm not arguing against that.
But no, I think
if we're comparing options to options, even if you hit up my DMs, like some random dude without a profile picture hits up my DMs, it's irrelevant to me. He's not an option to me.
Okay, but
he's a fucking dumb.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Like what she's saying.
You got to be on the.
What she's saying is like there's quality versus quantity. Sure, they may have a greater quantity of guys flooding them. Right,
sure. Yeah,
but
sure,
the quality level of the men that are flooding them are not even guys that they would even talk to or even be interested in to begin with, versus guys who if a woman does go into a guy's DM, it's probably she's more likely a higher quality than the guys that she could get, because guys have lower standards. So since the guys have lower standards, the quality, the way that the guy's viewing the quality is different than the woman.
Okay, and this is to Josie specifically. Okay, I want to ask Josie this question. All right, so I mean, let's just look at it from a basic standpoint. If you're getting, let's say you are getting 200. I know that's an extreme example. Let's say you are getting 200 DMs a day from 200 different guys. Isn't it logical to say that yes, there are going to be a certain number of them. They're going to be creeps. They're going to be weirdos, and I'm not saying they're not. They're going to be slipping you D-pics and God knows what else into your DMs. I understand that. But in that smorgasbord of crap, there are going to be sprinkled in good guys that are really trying to talk to you, guys that are really trying to have a conversation with you. So when those good guys are messaging, you're probably going to ignore them too, because you're going to associate them with the other guys that are sending you the DPs. They're the creeps that you mentioned. They're going to be in there. I'm not saying they're not. And what I think is happening, this is just an opinion, I can't prove this, but what I do think is happening is the good guys are falling to the wayside because the women are seeing these creeps, they're seeing the assholes, and they just kind of associate all men together in those DMs. That's just what I personally think is happening. And like I said, I can't prove this shit. I'm trying to actually create a number and actually do enough interviews with people to try to actually give us numbers based off of this. But I do think that's what is happening. I'm not saying there's not good women out there, and I'm not saying there's not good men. I'm just saying it's becoming much more difficult for them to meet, especially in those spaces. That's my only point.
Okay, there's Kieran Markin that's saying, what the fuck would Josie know about men's experience for $2? Thank you for donating to Glenn's. Australian, which is not even a real country, by the way.
Take care, TJ.
What the fuck would Josie know about men's experience? Well, what the fuck would Vincent know about women's experience? That goes both ways. All right, so here's your answer, whatever he answered. And how would I?
Shout out to Kieran for the $2 super chat.
I do not know.
Just 50
However,
more.
I can tell you about the female experience, and just from what I know about statistics and a lot from anecdotes that you guys brought up on here, that okay, it looks like men's standards seem to be slightly lower than women's.
I wouldn't say
You know,
slightly.
when it
Joseph.
comes to smashing only, you guys sometimes, I swear, all it takes
yeah.
is a drink or two, and you just come to the conclusion that hey, yo, sometimes you just
Well,
gotta take the bus home.
That's because we have a lower arousal floor than women do typically.
Yeah.
And that's just part of our design.
Biologic,
yeah, our biological
you would
design.
you would consider more
But we
DMs
want to
from
spread the
female to
seed.
be options, right?
Yeah,
By
because
logic.
because we care more biologically and subconsciously about spreading the seed overall than having
So
a
here's your answer.
guys have a lower threshold for arousal. It's just the way
So
we're built.
by logic, it would mean that more of the people who hit you up, you actually would consider options. That's all.
In theory, yes.
If any.
Yeah.
That's all.
But I think I know where Vincent's going with this. He's going where Glenn's gone multiple times, which is laying the blame on dudes as well.
Yeah, it's on both sides. It's definitely not on one side. It's. I mean, and I stated it earlier. I mean, there are a lot of cases where men need just to man the fuck up and stop bitching and moaning about how they can't get laid or how they can't get into a relationship. They don't need to be blaming everything on everyone else. That's not productive. It's not good for you mentally. If you're constantly thinking that it's everyone else's fault at every turn, you're eventually just going to think that you're this massively huge victim, and that's just not the case.
Yeah.
It's just not. That's just not the way it is.
And
Yeah,
any
that's
guy
just-
who acts like any guy who acts like the victim, like y'all really need to stop. Like y'all just sound so fucking like gay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like that's exactly what I was saying about yesterday, Vincent.
Mhm.
You know, as soon as you start bringing up stuff that we know those stats are true. We get it. That's the information that's out there.
Yeah.
Women don't care about it. Women don't care. They just want to play the game. Can you play the game or can you not play the game? That's simple as that. You know,
here's some free game for the guys that are listening that are still single. You want to stand out in the Tinder, Bumble, whatever, or DMs? Send a fucking GIF. Don't open up with a hi. Just send a GIF. I'm telling you, I got 80% of the time I will get a response if I send a GIF.
exactly. Lindsay, you came back up to share with us. You said you had some tips.
Well, just a little bit of contention with something you said, which was something akin to, if you're a 6, don't expect to get a 9 kind of thing for both.
Oh yeah,
genders
that's
or
obvious.
whatever.
Yep.
And I was going to say, and then you were saying, or somebody was saying that all women think they're 9s and 10s. Totally disagree with that completely. I had beautiful friends before, knock out gorgeous. They're always getting asked out, those kind of friends. And they think they're POS. They don't think they're pretty at all. They're looking at, I got to fix this, I got to fix that, or make my boobs bigger, or, my eyes are small. How do I do this? We grow up, women, little girls, mostly getting these commercials thrown at us and messages from all around that you're not good enough, you stink, you're ugly, your hair is not this or that or whatever. Just little messages all over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, girls are
just,
mean.
Just like the programming. It's in media, it's other girls, it's other guys. We used to have no fat chicks written on the wall at our beach that we'd go to. Anyway, I would say, if you can, take advantage of, and I guess that would be a form of manipulation to take advantage of, but isn't that what dating is all about? Capitalizing on assets. Take advantage of the fact that women have a lower sense of self-esteem than you actually think. I've seen many more men who are just average looking, fine, handsome, but not like, wow, not getting asked out all the time. And they think a woman is too good for them, or too pretty, or too this, or too that. I encourage you to really try and don't, psych yourself out on that, because there are plenty of couples I've seen where the woman thinks she's, even kind of a dog compared to the man. And women, I mean, I know you think that they don't like certain people. They only like the alpha man or the man that makes 6 digits and above, et cetera, et cetera. Women love mechanics. Women love blue collar workers. Women love men who are just self-assured, confident, and also assure the woman, because we are insecure, whether I, like it to admit it or not. Most of us are. Even Josie, probably over there. This is a very beautiful woman. Look at her eyes. There's absolutely nothing wrong with her looks. Any guy would hit on her.
Bombastic side eye. Criminal offensive side eye.
And you know what? She probably, wouldn't take somebody with 6 or 7 figures necessarily. She would probably go with the guy that made her feel the best, you can correct me, made her laugh, turned her on in some way, intellectually or otherwise, but it doesn't have to be a 10 out of 10, correct or not?
Well, I have a 10 out of 10 who makes me laugh and makes way over 6 figures, so...
Okay, she's got it all.
I win!
How old is he?
As old as the woman he dates. That's what he
Okay.
says.
Is he a lot older?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you don't count.
He doesn't look older.
You do count, but okay. So she's not that kind of girl. I guess, maybe you go for her. My point is that a woman
We
like
didn't
that.
know. We were friends. We were friends for like a long time. We didn't even know we had such an age gap. Like I knew he was like obviously like older, but like not like by that much. And honestly, nobody knows that there's such an age gap because he does look young. So for us, it's like in spite of the age gap, not because of the age gap.
Yeah.
But hey,
He
if
still
the
probably had
red
to
pill,
work on you.
if the red pill is going to like advocate and like be in favor of that, I mean, hey.
If he thought he had such a
Sure.
great high chance, he probably would have asked you out within the first week of knowing you.
No, because I was married back then.
Okay.
And so
I
like,
can't use you for an example.
So, Lindsay,
So
can I give you a little bit of pushback on what you said? I agree with what you said in the back half, but
I'm just saying a girl that looks like Josie, cute,
Aw.
pretty in every way,
You're
is
so sweet.
completely obtainable by someone who thinks he's like a 5. Not always, but it's not something that's out of possibility.
I think if you're healthy, I think you're right, Lindsay. I think as long as I would say the main problem for most dudes is that not only that you have like your very like left brain, very logical and more introverted, but is that y'all like have extra pounds on, and it's like, dude, you just like you don't make like, yeah, you're a good dude and everything, but you don't make enough money to like be this fat, dude. Like you need to be
Okay,
in
so she's
shape.
money first.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really.
No,
know where
but
that
it's
was
just
going.
that like some dude, like the richer you are, of course, like you're gonna get away with it more. Like it's
Yeah,
more
but-
likely that you'll get away with it.
Yeah,
this
it's
is
just the
why
odds.
the one thing that the actual majority of the manosphere, air quotes, agrees on is hit the gym, bro.
Yeah.
Like that's the out of all the
But-
quote prescriptions that we could give, that is the number one prescription
it's the
because it's
number
good
one.
for your
Well,
physical
well,
health and your mental health.
Yeah, followed by don't lead with your wallet.
Yeah,
Trigger
don't really
warning, it's not trigger warning, it's not that money can buy you delusion, is that you're just more likely statistically, logically to get away with it. You're still gonna get women who are gonna want you because you have more women who want you if you make 7 figures over making 6. Okay, that's just
Well,
that's
yeah,
just
but,
doing
those,
the
but once
math
again,
here.
those
It's
those
not
aren't the
that
women
deep.
that you're gonna really
Yeah.
want,
You're gonna filter
especially
them
if
out.
you're
Let's-
looking
let's
for a
go back to
wife
the
rather than a lay.
I mean,
Well, at the same time, let's scale back to the average dude. Average dude is not even making half of 6 figures half the time.
yeah,
Yeah, and you guys are still kind of fat-ish. You guys still kind of
Yeah,
fat-ish.
Josie, I'm from the Midwest, and the thing is that
Brutal.
Myron always talks shit about like women from like rural areas and stuff like that. But the thing is, there's a lot more fat dudes that I see walking around
Oh, yeah.
than fat women, honestly. Like I
That's
see
so
plenty
true.
of young, fit women walking around still, especially because I frequent areas like, parks and hiking and stuff like that. So you're
Jesus.
going to see more of that because I'm not going to the malls in the city and shit like that, where all the fat people tend to congregate.
Oh, dude,
But
I
even
mean,
in the mall,
I
there's people that aren't fat. So
see it in
I
Fort
have
Worth.
definitely seen some heffalumps walking around
I've
LA.
seen a few of them.
No, it's
but,
not
where
a
I'm-
few.
where
There's
I'm at.
quite a few.
I know, and I hear it's
More
real bad in
than-
the cities. I hear
more
it's real
than
bad in the
I
cities.
would, more than should be
And
allowed. I
The
think
more
literally.
blue they
Depends
are,
on
the
your
more there are.
priorities.
Yeah.
Depends
Well,
on
it's
your
like-
use these as
Okay, but there's-
filters.
But there's also a huge thing that Josie's kind of, she's tagging on, but she's also kind of excluding the other half, though. There's no, I mean, you can't body shame a female. You can, technically body shame.
Oh,
but
you'll
it's
get in
just
You
not
trouble.
totally
accepted.
can. Who told you
But
that you couldn't?
I'm
Who told
talking,
you that you
Josie.
couldn't?
Josie, I'll let you speak. Let me talk. All right. So,
Well, it is a good
yes,
question, though.
Yes, you can body shame a woman. That's true. But whenever a man body shames a woman, he's going to get major pushback.
Okay, so
By
this
who?
is
like Lizzo specifically.
stop.
I'm not
This is the
advocating
problem. Let's not do the with this and this. This well, they could do it, but then there's consequence. Let's not do that because that goes back to the whole, women should feel sorry for guys not being able to body shame women like they.
I'm not saying
No, I know you're not saying it, but that is the emotion or the feeling that people automatically assume. That's all I'm saying. That they automatically will conclude that. I just
Okay,
don't like. That's
I
not
just
worried
said
about.
exactly what she said. It's just I was saying it and she was saying the same thing, but she was saying it for men. I'm just saying it for women.
No.
I
mean,
You guys
I
feel the
literally
same?
said the exact same thing she said. I just said it as about women. She said it about men. So
No.
You're missing. You're missing.
You said there were fat men. I'm saying they're fat women.
Okay,
The
why,
difference
AJ, explain.
that's not
Please help
necessarily
explain
the-
what I'm saying here. AJ, will explain it. AJ, what am I saying? Like, why? What's the point of bringing that up? Like, well, women could do it.
I understand your point. Glenn.
It's a
I'm just
cope.
saying that
You're-
I got
it-
the pushback,
Coping
you
and
know?
seething.
It's
You
you trying to
just
use a
can't
double standard to
forget
justify
what
stuff.
you
Accept that it's a
see.
double standard and move on. That's really
Okay, so we
the end
just
of
have
the
to
story.
accept the double standard and move on, basically.
Well, yes,
men
because
have
there's
lower
plenty of
standards
double
than
standards.
women. Like, get
No,
mad at
no.
men.
That's part of the problem, Vincent, is that we don't just accept the double standards. We have to. There are double standards. You know what's a double standard? It's a double standard that men could go bang a bunch of women and we get pats on the back from our boys. A woman go out there banging a bunch of dudes. She's for the streets. That's a double standard. It is what it is. Women should just accept it, and men need to accept it because that's what it is.
Because
So,
men
yes,
and women are different, therefore they're held to different standards, right?
I'm not saying that like the double standard is a good thing.
Mm.
I'm just saying it is.
Because that
it's
wasn't
a
a good
thing.
thing, right? We can agree on that, right?
Well,
Like,
we can
you're-
say I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying, but that's what it is in society. It's all I'm stating. I'm pointing out the obvious.
Yeah,
that-
it's the standards there are.
I'm not
at that
putting
point
I'm not
immoral.
putting a moral value on it at all. I'm just saying it is. That's what it is.
Yeah,
it's
they're
not-
I want to be
very
able to
immoral.
make my
it's not a
make
good
my
hill to
point
fight on
better.
or die on, basically. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'm just saying like when you throw out double standards, it's like exactly it's like we kick ourselves in the nuts in a way.
Yeah. Okay. I see your point. Okay. So, all right. Well, then, and Josie, I do agree with you. I mean, that was the one thing you said that I didn't agree with. That was the only thing that I wanted to push back on.
Well, what didn't you
and-
agree with?
No, that part, the part about saying, the guys that have the 37 to 50,000 income, they're still kind of fat. It's like, and again, I do understand what you're saying because you are correct. Okay, you're absolutely 100% correct. And I forget what the stats are. Apparently, stats are important, but I do
You're
know
just
that a
pointing out an
majority of
irony.
Americans are. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and a
Yeah,
majority of
lots of-
Americans actually are overweight. I mean, that
Yeah,
is an
but
actual
it
true
doesn't.
fact.
It
Here's the
doesn't.
thing,
It
like,
it
the
doesn't
guys
make it
that-
untrue.
The guys that are worried about not saying things, like they're worried about getting ridiculed for calling women fat.
Mitch.
Yeah, like why do you care?
Mitch.
Yeah, well,
Mitch,
it doesn't
Mitch.
matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I think one of
It's
the
like
number
who
one
is
thing.
telling you that you can make fun of them? I make fun of them all day. Like
Well, you're a woman, so you're.
Yeah, you're a women. It's
So?
different. Remember, men and
I
women
mean,
are
I call out fat dudes
I'm
just like I
giving
call
you-
out
I'm
fat
giving you the
bitches.
women part,
Yeah, I
call
so
out-
that.
I mean, fat is fat. Fat is not gendered.
Yeah.
Gender
fat-
specific.
fat-
People make
fat
fun of
is-
That
those
was my
whales
point.
Fat
My
down
point
is
is
south.
unhealthy.
fat is not gendered. I mean, everyone can be.
But the individual that says that I can't make fun of fat women because any other reason is choosing to be subjected under any other reason. I'm saying, fuck what they say. I'm going to do what I say. And if I think fat women are disgusting, I'm calling fat women disgusting. End of story. If you don't like it, you could turn the channel. You don't have to listen to me. If I think fat dudes are disgusting, turn the channel if you don't like it. It's what it is.
What's the term to say you can get canceled or whatever the fuck it is? Like,
You know how you get canceled? You get canceled when you care about what other people say enough to let them dictate how you're going to say things.
Yeah.
It's called mental point of origin and amuse mastery.
Yep.
Yeah, and the basic truth about body fat is it is unhealthy to carry around excess body fat, and as a result, it makes you more vulnerable by a significant percentage. I don't want to pull numbers out of my ass, and I can't remember clearly, but a significant percentage of double-digit amounts of cancer. So a lot, and I know I had 2 family members die from pancreatic cancer recently, probably because of excess sugar and carbohydrates and overweightness, right? And then a combined, add drinking wine and stuff like that onto it so they can't heal. And what's the most likely outcome with what we know about human biology so far? I don't know about you guys. I've actually, I've had multiple family members, fight and lose the battle with cancer. So I've looked into this stuff extensively, as much as a, regular Joe Schmo can. And yeah, that's the big thing, is that the biggest catalyst for a lot of the really bad health conditions, that doesn't even include heart conditions and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the cancers, right? So that's not the insulin resistance and stuff as well, right? So it just, the list goes on, all the complications that come about from this. So the idea of healthy at any size is a lie that needs to be exposed, right? I think that's the biggest thing that the red pill preaches about, that a lot of people really don't understand how much good that's actually doing. That's literally saving lives. Not just the guys not offing themselves, but literally telling guys to get in the gym, go to the doctor, get your blood work done, and check your ticker and your butthole to see you're okay. It's just most guys aren't doing that stuff, and a lot of them are dying sooner because of that alone. And so I think that's one of those aspects that's really underestimated about this space, is just drawing attention to it's not that we're shaming people for being fat, it's that we're trying to push them to do something better for them that will make sure that they don't get sick and die early on in life in a very terrible way. That's the real red pill right there.
To go off what Vikings saying there, also, here's some more game for you guys. Every 30 pounds of fat you lose is an extra inch gained in your nether region.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you, AJ.
I was going to say something, but that's an excellent point that you made. Really great, especially at the end when you said, it's not so much about putting people down as it is being concerned about their health. But on the other hand, you're dealing, at the same time, everybody seems to have their own addictions and problems too. So it comes off as being just hypocritical. Like if you drink or you smoke or something and you're telling a fat person, hey, quit eating those Twinkies, how it can kind of look like you're not one to talk.
But then again, Andrew Wilson talked about that one time about the hypocrisy fallacy, right? It's like if somebody's giving you good advice and they're like my dad drinking and smoking and telling me not to drink and smoke, right? He's still giving me good advice. So am I going to drink and smoke because I'm calling him out for being a hypocrite? Like, oh well, I could just do it anyway. You're a hypocrite. That, like I said, that's the logical fallacy, because it's like 2 wrongs don't make a right, as my mom.
Well, it's do as I say, not do as I do. But when you're the parent or the authority, I guess you get to do that. And one more thing, really quick.
And it can be frustrating to be on the receiving end of that. But I said, I experienced that in my life, and my dad experienced it too. And ironically did it to me. And drinking and smoking, saying don't do that. It's just and he didn't do it shaking the cigarette in my face like he said his mom did, but he did more or less repeat the cycle, right? So, me breaking that cycle finally, me making that choice to not actually engage in those things, he gave me good advice, right? And I did, tempted at one point. I drank and smoked for a couple of years, but because of that being burned into my brain and realizing that hypocrisy fallacy, I'm like, yeah, if I have a kid, I can't tell him any of this.
What is not a fallacy?
It'll make me look bad. But once
Is-
again, the key thing that I want to point to, and I'll land the plane here, is that it's about like the actual advice given. What is the merit of the argument? Because if we focus on other things, that's how you engage in ad hominems and whatnot.
What is not a fallacy, though, is that if you're dealing with children, let's say 18 and under, even though you don't really feel like a child when you're 18, modeling is more important than what your parents or your authority figures and your people you respect in your life. Modeling their behavior is way more likely to happen than following or doing what they say is. It's been
Yep.
proven empirically in studies. So I don't know how much that fallacy, how much of that is a fallacy given that. And the last thing that I wanted to say, because I thought I was pretty inarticulate, the first thing I tried to say was, in essence, I think people are idiosyncratic. Everybody is. I know they are. You know they are. We're each incredibly individual. We each have priorities in terms of our own lives and how we live them. And in terms of if you seek a wife or a husband or a girlfriend, whatever, you're going to have priorities. For example, Josie said that, having a lot of money really matters to her. So because we're all, you said he makes 7 figures and you couldn't pass, and
I didn't
so
say
we were talking. Okay, Josie hates money. It doesn't matter to her at all.
No, I don't hate money. I'm fucking Jewish. I can't hate money. Fuck.
Okay, bad
Come
example
on.
because you don't agree. So I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Triggered. Watch out.
No,
But I don't think. I think that was a little unfair. You just try to assume.
I can't hate money. It's just not in my blood. Okay, like, come on.
Okay,
She's
I wanted
rich.
to use a
She
solid
loves the money.
solid example, and it failed. So let me say that with the idiosyncratic thing, when you filter out people, you're also going to filter in people, and you can do both. Be careful with the fake filters, such as, oh, this woman is so good looking, she'd never date me. That's a fake filter. I mean, I wouldn't put that in the category of, oh, she's a smoker and I hate smoking, or he is extremely poor, so I won't date him. Watch out for false fakes, because it might be something that you're actually wrong about. You know what I mean?
Well, there's usually a reason why poor people are poor and why they stay poor, Lindsay.
What are those reasons?
Bad life choices that I, for some reason, don't want to be a part of most of the time.
I would argue that it's part of a priority system of the person, because what you focus on most intently or intensely is going to be what you prioritize, meaning it's going to be most important in your life, whether it's simply just
is that what you've prioritized before?
Isn't that a bad choice though? Like, wouldn't that be a bad life choice when they prioritize something that they probably shouldn't prioritize?
You could judge it as that way if you're judging them, but
well, if they're looking at it as like, I'm poor and I hate being poor and whatever the case is, then it's like, well, you didn't prioritize the things that you should have prioritized, which is
that's up
bad
to each
life
individual
choice.
though, not to Glenn. I mean, I would be taking good advice if you said that. If my
Do
first,
you make your own money? You make your own money now, I suppose, no?
I do, yeah, but what does
So
this
you
have to-
probably have your priorities set to different places. You know what I mean? Because you can already like feel that you're already independent. For you, it's not an issue, so you can.
I think it's
accept the
more
guy
like
who
what the
makes
money
more than you.
represents. What the money represents is the ability to acquire resources. We
I'm
end
trying-
up purchasing things with money, unfortunately.
Security.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
I mean, everything since the fucking beginning of time.
I mean, and
I'm
also
trying
too-
to say that. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I think we need to I want to let Lindsay finish her thought, please.
Yeah, Lindsay, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Everybody's going to have a different set of priorities, and I would think as somebody searching for somebody else, if you are, you would consider their priorities, or at least try to identify them when you get to know them, so that you can see if you're a match. For example, if she smokes and you automatically are turned off, that's filtering somebody and saying, no, I don't want to date a smoker. Likewise, there's things they do and things they don't do that you need that are your priorities. So if you're the one choosing, even if it's as shallow as something like this guy's got to be rich. I don't care what he looks like. I just want him to make 7 figures or whatever it is. Even if that's your thing, and it's
Okay,
not,
but there's a middle ground. Like,
Of
can
course,
you want?
of
Can you
course.
want? Okay, can you want a successful man who also has a great personality and isn't
This
shaved
is
and you have
just
stuff in common and
an
you
example.
can want anything else. You can want everything else that you name, but also want him to be successful. Why does it have to be one or the other?
Real quick, Karen came with a $10 super chat. Josie, why are you poor?
Karen, why do you live in a country that's not even a real country?
I guess she answered that question with the question.
Make me richer.
I was trying to
Alright.
give specific examples of my point.
Yeah, go
but
ahead.
I must be doing a shitty job because no one's understanding me. All I'm saying is try to use the filters that are there and that aren't there as the positives and the negatives, right? Wouldn't you? In searching.
Yeah,
or
but you
looking
said
for
it. You
somebody.
said it yourself. You said filters, which to me is a problem. Why is it even
It
filters?
could be a
Why
filter
can't you just
for
like meet
anything.
somebody
Can I
organically?
help out and translate
a-
the womanese? I'm trained by a professional. His name is Donovan Sharp. I can translate the womanese.
It's just a hypothetical. It's not anybody specific.
What Lindsay's trying to say is don't be afraid to approach a attractive slender woman like herself. Okay, that's what she's trying to say, but she's not trying to draw attention to herself because she is modest and polite and sweet. So
Thank you
once
for that,
again,
but
that's
no,
what
I'm not
womanese.
trying to say that. I'm not trying to say point anything at myself or anything like that.
I know that's what I'm saying. You're telling guys, don't think girls are out of your league. And don't be filtering in foolish ways like that because you might be deluding yourself. That's a fair.
Basically, she's saying don't say she's out of your league.
Yes. Yes.
Have
don't
her
sell
prove to
yourself
you
short.
that. Go find out if she's out of your league. Don't just
right,
assume.
If you think that
a lot of women have low self-esteem, lower, I would estimate, than men. I know we all have insecurities.
But
that's something
Lindsay,
that we
why
talk
would
about
you
all the
want to
time.
be with somebody with a low self-esteem? That's like Mitch behavior from the start.
most-
If he thinks you're
I
too
didn't
good
say
for
anybody
him,
would want to be with somebody with low self-esteem. He may. Yeah, I'm just trying to create examples. You're being kind of pedantic here, and I know you're not meaning to.
well, no. I just think that you're trying to get to a point by taking by speaking womanese or something. Like
Well, she's
I don't
trying to
know
give
what
us
you're
a
trying to
red
get to.
pill, and unfortunately, Lindsay, the issue is that we already know this about women. It's talked about in the red pill all the time, at least in like the fresh and fit areas and stuff like that where I'm around. Is that
Then why
we
was
know
Glenn-
most women will say they're 10s, but almost none of them actually believe that shit.
I don't know anyone who thinks she's a 10. Maybe Josie does. I don't know if you
Watch
know your
one
pretty.
whatever podcast.
I don't know.
Yeah, because you'll be honest
Why
with
did
each other.
you
You're
jump
not
to that
honest with men
conclusion?
typically, though. If a man challenges you,
I don't
typically
know.
a lot
I'm
of
just
these
trying to
women
guess.
nowadays will say, "No, I'm a 10," or they'll usually do what Kevin Samuels always made off limits is they'll do the safe 7, right?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
they'll be a little more modest and be like a 6, but always above average.
Which actuality, most people are probably between the 5 and 6 range, generally speaking. So
Yeah, I think
Most people are average at best.
yeah,
4,
average
5,
at best,
6.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
68% of the
Special
population falls in there.
Yeah, I mean, which is crazy because when you watch shows like the Whatever podcast, it just seems that none of the majority of the population of women seem to come on that show. It's absolutely insane.
Well, because again,
well,
you
apparently
get
he has
the
to
type of
pay
women
them.
that-
So
you get the women that you that they want to be on that show. You get the women that want to be on that show. Period.
Yeah,
not
and,
even the crazy ones. He has to pay them because that's how rare they are.
and Vincent, it's also like the city that the shows are in. Like that's a
Yeah, I
good
was gonna
microcosm of
comment
Santa
on that
Barbara.
too.
Like the chicks on
Santa Barbara is
It-
not like that though. That's a funny thing because Santa Barbara is an uppity city. It's very very deep money
Yeah.
in there. You
Well,
know,
like-
if you live in Santa Barbara, you're making very good
No.
money.
There's
and,
a lot of
like,
people that don't.
I mean,
Well, no, I know that there's a lot of people there, but I'm just saying, like, I know a lot of
people.
people that work in Santa Barbara, but they can't afford Santa Barbara, so they go live in
Yeah.
Lompoc. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
or Ventura,
Or they
yeah.
go live in like Ventura, right? But because they
Yeah.
can't afford living in Santa Barbara because Santa Barbara is expensive to live in.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's like there's even a difference like in the metro I live in. I live in DFW, so I have Dallas and Fort Worth. There's a big difference of the Dallas women versus the Fort Worth women in general.
Yeah,
What?
AJ, we,
exactly.
AJ, we both live in DFW, brother. So
You mean the
Okay.
quality?
represent.
What?
Quality.
No, I think that, well, I mean, quality is going to be by the culture, the type, like what is the culture in that city, right? What are they like? And I think, yeah, that could have some play in it as some factors, but it doesn't, it determines everything.
I just assumed it was a mixture of Hispanic, Caucasian, and Black.
Where
Just
every city?
Lindsay, I'm just curious. Why
Oh.
do you assume I would rate myself a 10?
Well, what I think we're misunderstanding here is because you're the only other woman on panel, so I've kind of relied on you for an example. So I think you've taken it the way that I'm like picking on you, or I don't mean to.
Lindsay, you forgot Josie's autistic.
What?
Things.
I thought she was.
No, that's a medical
No,
fact.
That's factual.
You didn't pick up on the social
Okay.
cue that she put out. She was trying to get you to do the Sisterhood Uber Alice thing, and you didn't notice it.
I didn't even know
Me
that
or-
Josie was autistic. I didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't know either.
Oh.
I think I called you.
I unfortunately knew it's just the way that Nuke came across.
Well, because I don't-
Viking
I don't-
came across.
My bad.
don't
I'm
announce
not gonna be the guy to
people's-
point it out. I'm sorry.
Are we
I
talking
don't
about
announce-
the spectrum here? Are you on the spectrum, or-
I actually appreciate it.
I let people, I'm sorry, that might have been me, but my bad. I let people just, explain themselves. I don't let them, I don't out what they if I know that they have autism or something. That's not my place to. So, but
Okay, well that
not
actually
saying, not
did
saying
help.
it was, not saying Viking was wrong. And I'm just saying,
No, but
I
he's
probably
right.
should.
Josie's talked about this openly. That's the only reason why.
He's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're right.
I wouldn't have.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. That's just not my thing. So I could have probably cleared it up a long time ago.
Is it
What is it?
Asperger's by chance?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, it just seemed apparent to me, and it didn't seem like anybody else was going to call it out, and it was making things kind of derail. So it's like I said, the same thing with me translating the womanese. This is what I do in the Fresh and Fit Discord for fucking years.
No,
Like
no,
people
but
have
that's true.
heated conversations over
I
simple
appreci-
things, and I come in, I'm like, clarity.
I appreciate it, actually. Thank you.
Yeah,
That
me
was-
too.
You
It
brought
totally
you-
makes
you-
sense
you-
now.
That was that you brought it up, right? I mean, I didn't take
So-
offense to that. I don't see why I would take offense to that.
Yeah,
She
so
doesn't-
that's
she doesn't
what I
seem-
do.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's
I
move on.
didn't notice it. I mean,
I'm just confused.
Hold on. We haven't heard from Fatty at all this whole time.
Yeah,
he's
he's
been
been
the
quiet
most
the
Yeah, he's
patient.
squatting over there. He's
quiet
scheming over there
person.
like Birdman.
he's like doing this.
But he's
No, it's like-
fat.
I think this is the quietest I've seen Fatty whenever he come on a panel, and it's my
But
bad
he's
because I didn't
fat, so
interrupt
that's why
anybody
he's-
to
he's not
announce
ready to
him.
cook.
So, excuse me. Good morning, Fatty. Welcome to the panel.
Good morning, friends. This is very sad. You fat shaming people that can do nothing about their constraints.
No,
I'm
you
very
can.
dis-
That's a fucking cope. You are
I'm very
coping,
disappointed.
coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're
Josie, let him
seeing. You
talk.
are
If
coping.
you are autistic, I am artistic and acoustic. I can get slim. I was born like
Pianist,
this.
cyclist. Yeah, all of that. Yeah.
So my mama didn't give me milk since I was born. I truly,
I think she gave you too much milk, buddy.
Yes.
A little too much. That's why you gotta get your pants made special because you don't fit the Walmart sizes. Yeah.
Yes, but at least I don't put the helmet on when I ride the bus. So now that we got that out of the way, okay, I think you guys are having a great conversation, and I think people that should do what's best for their health, actually.
At
Like
least
somebody-
I fit a helmet.
Yes, at least I don't need one. So now that...
Yeah,
I
because you
should-
don't fucking move.
Josie, can we...
Okay. Can we?
Fuck off, fatty. You're fucking fat.
All right. Let's stop talking
Calm
over
down.
each other and let's be polite
Just
and
get the
let
fuck out of
individuals
here.
talk.
Josie, chill out. Fatty,
Yes,
No,
I
Fatty,
am.
if you understand the health risks and choose to do it, I will absolutely not fault you for that. Like I
Yes,
said,
I
as
was-
long as you understand the truth, that's all I care
Freeloader.
about. I want if people want to do drugs or drink alcohol in their free time, smoke cigarettes, be overweight. I used to be overweight. I used to be that dude. 253 pounds. So I got rid of that,
doesn't
and
sound
I
like a
can
lot.
I have a thyroid issue and all that stuff. I'm type 1 diabetic. I have all the excuses in the book, but I still was able to do it because I made that choice because I wanted to be healthier because I got a kid, right? You're not under any of those sort of constraints or anything like that or responsibilities. So, you can take that risk, and yeah, you could lose the weight if you wanted to, but it is your choice at the end of the day. I'm not going to sit there and waste time shaming somebody for a decision they've already fucking made.
Yeah,
They know the truth.
it's
Real quick, hold on. Let me get the super chat. Noodles, thank you for the $5 super chat. Josie, are you single? My name is Dave. I'll let her answer that.
Glenn is not single.
No, Josie, he's talking about you.
Well, he sent you the $5, so you can send the $5 to me, and I'll answer that.
Fair enough.
As long as it's to you, I think it was addressed to you. So.
I'm not gay. That's my answer.
You're not.
And I'm not gay, and I'm not single. So there's my answer.
Well, shit.
I've met Coco. She's cool.
So you are right, Viking, and I apologize. I got discovered. They found out I was fat, even though my name is fat. I just like somebody said before. Somebody said before, just because you are doing something.
Okay, no, I can't do this.
Oh shit!
Please. So, in the case you've missed it, this is not a blood sports channel. So the reason why I don't want to be on. In the case you've missed the fucking TPS report, okay, I'll give you a quick summary. This is not a blood sports channel. That's why I'm going to leave, because if I stay here, me and you're going to have a blood sports episode. You can go do that somewhere else, okay? So this is your one warning, and if you don't leave, I'm going to butt fuck you in the chat, okay? I would not come up here if you didn't start arguing with her, because everyone saw this coming. Like, people will... Next time I'm going to take
for like 30 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna leave.
No, don't leave. You know what? If you really hate me, you spend $50 to kick me out.
Okay.
If you really hate me, you spend $50. No, Glenn, it's fine. I don't know if you left. If you really hate me, prove it. Send $50 and kick me off the panel. I guarantee you are broke. You spent all the money on that fake accent. You guys got this.
That's not a fake accent.
Josie, it's David. Are you single?
Where's my $5?
You gotta earn it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you think about that, Josie?
Dude, that makes no fucking sense. You sent $5 before, then you asked it, then you say you gotta earn it. No, fucker, you already sent it. You make no fucking sense. Now, just send me
Noodles. It just kind of sounds like trying to come off as prostitution.
Yeah, I know.
Not a good look for you, bud.
Oh, all right. Well, I don't
He
know.
wants you now, so go figure.
What? No.
Well, that was prostitution to you in the first place.
I'm not interested
he gave me
anymore.
the money. He gave me the money to ask you the question. He wants
That's
the
prostitution, Glenn. Shame
No,
on you,
no,
304. 304, Glenn. Glenn, you're a whore.
I will take all your monies if you throw them in the chat. There you go.
Sorry, Glenn, you're the best. Thank you. I can't take this anymore.
No problem, Noodles. All right. What up, Kieran?
Hello, sir. How you going?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing very. Noodles fucked off. I knew he would. That's why I came on.
Kieran, you got robot voice, bro.
Yeah, Kieran,
sorry,
you have a robot voice right now, sir.
Okay, I'll back out and I'll rejoin.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Angry Cats from the chat. Try the 6 hours and going. We can do a Christmas special.
Christmas special. Patty, you were saying before everybody was getting in there. You were saying that the conversation was good. Did you want to add anything to the conversation before they start? They started down that road of
I just think that nobody is above reproach, and like people should be able to correct you, even if they are not doing exactly what they need. Like somebody said, like a person that smokes can advise you not to smoke, as long as he's not judgmental. I think a lot of times we just lose like the advice on the condescending part. I'm better than you, and this is what you should do, and go ahead and stop eating like a pig when you are drinking like a whatever, or you're smoking like a whatever. So As long as actually people know, like Viking said, know what happens to them if they get to some kind of like health issue.
Like they're able to know the risk. If they assess the risk, they know the risk and they do it.
And especially if they don't put other people in risk. I'm kind of let people be people. If you want to smoke, smoke. If you want to be a ho-ho. If you want to drink, drink. As long as you're not putting other people in danger or you're getting in a car and running over somebody, I don't have a problem with that. So go ahead and do whatever you need to do. It is what it is.
Yeah, fuck you, Noodles.
Sorry, well, I muted myself. Damn it. Thank you, Glenn. Sometimes I wish I was gay. Women like Josie makes life difficult.
Yep, that's all kinds of fucked up. That's why I came here. I turned up for 2 seconds and the cunt fucked off because he knew why I was here.
Am I roboting? I think I'm roboting.
No, you're good, man.
All right.
Is my audio okay?
You're roboting, Kieran. Kieran, you're still a robot.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, bro. Sorry, bro.
No worries. Just get your audio fixed and you know.
I'll try.
You might have to do the old turn it off and turn it back on again thing.
Yeah, I just did. Shit. Hang on.
Oh, Kieran, I think your friend's here.
Wait, what's the problem? What's
Noodles, how you going, motherfucker?
what's wrong with you?
Bring me my money.
What's the problem?
With you?
Yeah, what's wrong?
Yeah, you're a fucking troll. That's the problem.
Dude, leave me alone. What did I do to you?
It's not what you do to me, it's what you do to the world.
What do I do to the world? What do I do to the world? Go ahead.
You come in, you try to find attention by doing the most retarded shit on the internet.
So what? That's what I... Dude, listen, Glenn knows what I do. Glenn knows I have a comedy show. I just gave the guy $10 fucking, right? You're complaining because you're not getting any of it. I would never donate to you because you're a fucking miserable prick. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
keep
Leave me
talking.
alone.
Yeah, keep talking. Keep talking, bro.
Dude, you're a fucking bitch. Leave me alone.
No, you're doing great. You're doing great. Keep talking. Go on. Keep talking.
Pay me.
$10. You gave Glenn $10 and I didn't get anything. What the fuck are you talking about, dickhead?
Well, then why the hell? Why would you be complaining about me? What's your problem? I don't go back to your stupid show, right? I told you I wouldn't. I asked you guys if it was okay if I did that, and now you're friggin' complaining about it. I knew you were gonna bring this up, dude. I knew it.
Of course you knew, because you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
So far I've said fuck all and you said everything.
Well, what do you think I was gonna deny it? Glenn knows. I already told Glenn. I asked him if it was okay.
Yeah, you're doing a good job. Keep going.
Who cares? People think it's funny. Why? What is your problem? Who the fuck are you? You're like the serious police.
Yeah, keep talking. It's good, man. It's good. So far, I've said nothing, and you've been talking and talking and talking. It's like I'm just here, bro.
All right. Well, all right. What's the problem? We'll make your life easier if I do something. All right. That's gonna you're gonna demand something from me, right?
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is, on a different channel, I'm not going to spruik somebody else's channel, but on a different channel, you come on and were a complete retard.
No, you just didn't like what you didn't like what I was saying. Everything was fine up until. I didn't know she was your wife. You didn't tell me that. I didn't say anything. The only thing I said was like, you know what? Good luck with your channel. I'll never be back, and that was it. So stop.
You're still talking shit. You're still talking shit.
I'm not talking shit. I never talk about that channel, right? I might have promoted it once, and that was it. That was it. I didn't do anything to your friggin' channel. I don't do that. I went up there. I go up there as Noodles, and that's it. All right? Chill out. You out of everyone here are the biggest fucking bitch.
That's fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious.
It's fucking hilarious. You mean you make me feel bad for friggin' for donating and trying to be funny. Shut up.
Oh, you're $10. You're $10.
Oh, what do you? I don't have as much money as you. I'm sorry. I can't donate like you. I don't know.
It's not the point. I never brought up money. You did, brother. I never brought it up.
It seems like you're mad that I'm donating to Glenn. You want me to donate to your wife? I'll donate to your wife. Dude, sometimes I don't have enough money.
You see, that's what you do. That's what you do.
Donate?
Can you hear?
Yeah, I try to donate to channels that I like. And you know, I liked your wife's channel, but you guys didn't want me there, so I told you I want to come back.
Right now would be a good time to plug my book that I'm working on, currently 160 something pages, 170 pages, in the RP Thor series of the masculine presence. And it's going to be on psychology, emotional durability, how to develop it, how to build it, how to use it, so you don't end up in these kind of arguments going online.
Yeah, Noodles, buy his book.
Why don't you buy it for me, dude? You seem like your daddy Warbucks. You buy it for me. Stop giving it to your wife. How about that?
There you go again, you see. There you go again. You make it personal. We're having
Just for the record, guys, this is what this is over. This is what this whole thing is over.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I give you guys the opportunity to hash it out like men.
Yeah, thank you. Me and Noodles have
was
beef.
hashed out.
Yeah. Yeah, we have beef. We shouldn't do it here on your channel. Sorry, bro.
Okay. So if you guys have beef, then you guys need to find some time to either address it privately, but when you're on a mute, like a channel you both on, unless there's a beef with what's being talked about right then and there, then keep your outside beef outside, keep your inside beef here. Beef here with your beefs here.
Yes, sir.
Shout out Cam the King. Is this a duel to the death to figure out who gets to bottom?
It's a holy channel. This is holy ground.
Glenn, if I'm doing something wrong here, you know, I told you what was up.
I don't know. I know you do a comedy show. I know you come up with the comedy skits, or you come in here and you just try to do some jokes and then you leave. Not a biggie. I don't have an issue with that. And also, you had that one kid that we're helping out, you know, the other day. Like, I don't have a problem with that. I don't know what Kieran and you went down on another channel. I'm not privy to that. So if he has an issue with that, that's something that you guys got to discuss, you know, but unless Kieran has a problem with what you said here on this channel, then that's fine. And then you guys could hash out whatever was done here. But if it's something that was done elsewhere, I don't know of it. Yes, sir.
That's a fair call. That's a fair call. I had beef with him on a different channel. I won't mention the channel because I don't want to spruik somebody else's channel on your space. Yes, we have beef. I think he's a troll, and I will back off and respect your space. Thank you.
Well, I mean, if you guys could all be polite, I mean, unless he gives you a reason on here to beef with them, you know, let's just keep the other beef elsewhere, you know.
Fair call, brother. Fair call.
Good. Now, I don't even know where we were. Cam King, let's repurpose your channel for duels to the death. We can. No duels to the death. We're not doing none of that. Enough of that. Oh, Vincent's back. Where you at? Oh, there you are. Good. I don't even know where we were. That was quite a derailment. Honestly, I forgot where we were.
I completely missed it, so I don't even know what the derailment was.
Oh, don't worry. You have no idea.
No idea, bro. No impact, no
Well,
idea.
I think Fatty was like right at the end of a point, and
I thought so too,
and then shit like, yeah.
I think Fatty probably even forgot what Fatty was saying, but you know,
I remember
Fatty,
what
if
I
you
was
haven't
saying.
forgot,
No, I remember. I said that Angry Casper is broke and he doesn't have $50 to drop me. That's what I was saying.
okay, that was what you were saying.
Didn't say that.
$25. Let's say $25. I don't think he has $25 to drop me. I really don't. So we should talk
You know
about
what,
financial
Cam? You know,
literacy.
Cam, if it was like not against like YouTube TOS, I would so be down for like a YouTube gladiator show. You know, do you remember like American Gladiators? Remember that
Yes.
show, that TV show back in the day?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
I would be so down to have something like that. That would be funny.
We should do like a what is it, battle royale, where we all just get like in a giant ring. That'd be nice.
Glenn, you just give me an idea. If you do end up deciding to actually come out here and move here, Texas is one
Yes.
of the 2 states with mutual combat law.
Oh, I know. Yep, mutual combat state.
Other one is Washington, surprisingly.
Yep, which is weird because I think they just like to see bitches slap each other.
Yeah, probably.
We could do it.
Man in Texas,
Like
ladies and gents.
those boffer setups where you get the sticks with the pads on them. And you
Oh
get
yeah, like the Marines
pillars.
do.
Yeah, like I did that. This rich kid invited us over, you know, to a birthday party one time, and they had one set up, and I loved that shit. I was beating the shit out of all the kids, you know, off those.
Shout out to Jess White for the $2 super chat. She asked, "Do you think Kieran is my husband?" I do not. No, I do not. I know that Kieran is not your husband, but I also know that you are the woman that's bringing back bowing to the patriarchy as a good thing. You know, she started her own movement. This one right here.
It's all about bowing to the patriarchy. Everyone must bow to the patriarchy. How every nation bow to the patriarchy. How every woman bow to the patriarchy.
To the patriarchy and men. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the bow.
Song about bowing to the patriarchy. Everyone must bow to the patriarchy. How every nation bow to the patriarchy. How every woman will bow to the patriarchy.
Here we go. The bow to the patriarchy. There's the one.
And now what's the two? Song about bowing to the patriarchy. Everyone must bow to the patriarchy. How every nation bow to the patriarchy. How every woman will bow to the patriarchy. Song about bowing to the patriarchy. Everyone must bow to the patriarchy. How every nation bow to the patriarchy. How every woman bow to the patriarchy.
Double bow.
That's royal. That was royal.
Let's give her some love. Everybody put it up in the chat for Jess.
I would suggest doing some research.
So that's the woman that we're arguing over here.
And she
So
had kids.
That's Jess White. Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably fine as fuck, by the
yeah,
way.
I told her I wouldn't be back to the channel. I don't know what this guy's problem is. You know, I never went back there. I'm still sub to her. I never took my sub back. I don't know why you're mad at me, dude.
I think he left, so I think that's conversation for another day and another time.
All right, well, I'm sorry, man. You know, like
no worries. No worries. You came up here trying to figure out what the issue was, and I try to give these guys some time to hash it out. And you know, for some reason, it was not very resourceful or very useful.
I think we should send him an email and get to the bottom of this. It is very important.
Do you want to write a letter to the congressman?
Yes, I think the FBI should be on this one. I think it's above our pay grade. It's above our pay grade.
Well,
right
there
now.
you go. Thank you, Fatty, for bringing the FBI into this.
Sorry.
He is referring me as his wife by the sounds of it. I have my own man. Kieran has a show on my channel, but he is not my man.
I think there you go, Noodles. Jess White just came in with a $5 super chat. Says no Noodles. He's referring to me as his wife. By the sounds of it, I have my own man. Kieran has a show on my channel, but he is not my man. So I think that kind of just clears it up.
Yeah, I apologize, and I apologize to her. And I just don't. I don't know. Like, am I supposed to just shut up when some guy is calling me out, being a whatever? I mean, I've been very extremely honest to you about everything and told you what was up and all this crap. I don't know why that. Like, if this guy doesn't want me around, man, I'll come by. I'll shut my mouth. I don't. I get he's like kind of like a big deal or something like that.
No, he's just a normal panel member like everybody else. I mean, he comes on just as much as you come on. I let people on if they want to engage in the conversation and have a good faith conversation. I have no problem with that. So nobody is more important than anybody else. You're adding value to the conversation, then you're more than welcome to be here.
I still don't know how I'm going to live with this cliffhanger, whether or not Josie's got a boyfriend or not.
Yeah, no, that's why I thought that would be interesting. I thought that would be really interesting, and then I get like, I'm like,
my money.
Sorry. Well, I only give it to dudes.
Play the clip that
I don't ever trust women with money.
Time to bring me my money.
Okay. So AJ wants me to play a clip here. Hold on, AJ.
Oh, it's perfect for right now.
What clip?
Oh, you'll get it.
Oh,
I got a bunch of money too.
I like money. Yeah, I like money.
I like
money too.
That's Josie right now. I like money.
That's me right there. That's me. That's my spirit animal.
Whoa, Jess. Thank you for the $2 super chat. She goes, no issue. Just stop being a Mitch, all of you. I wasn't Mitching. I was letting them handle their issues. So you got to be careful who we throwing that Mitch term around to.
Ooh,
Yeah, all the rest of them?
for the ad.
For the rest of them, I agree with you, Jess. They were all Mitches. No, I'm kidding.
That's a great idea for when I actually get ready to do the publishing and push the ad for the book. Don't be a Mitch. Buy AJ's book.
I will do a commercial for you. Look, are you suffering from Mitchiness? Do you find yourself dealing with Mitch syndrome? Do you bitch like a woman? Well, buy AJ's book. He will help you to stop being a Mitch and get your feelings in check. Don't be a Mitch. Fuck a bitch. There you go.
You defeated the purpose of using the word Mitch when you said bitch at the end.
I said fuck a bitch because
yeah, but that's the point. Isn't Mitch bitch? Like, why?
Mitch is male bitch. Bitch is female bitch.
Oh, okay. I thought he was a replacement, like maggots.
No. $5 comes in from Kieran. He goes, Noodles came onto a channel I moderated and waved around a sex toy. We have beef. End of story. Oh.
Okay.
Well, Noodles, I could definitely see why he would have beef with you, sir.
We were talking about something. My girlfriend had sent me something in the mail. It wasn't a dildo. It wasn't like anything like, whatever. It looks like a coffee grinder. I don't know what, I pushed the button on it and it was funny. I don't know why the hell the guy's got a problem.
Well, if you don't know him and if you're not familiar with him been on any of his program on Just a Show, then that probably wasn't the smartest thing to do. You probably want to make sure that something like that is okay with the creator or the person that's running the channel in the first place.
Well, again, there was this interaction. It didn't go over well. I told him I would never be back. I apologized and I said good luck. That was it. And now this guy is still going. I don't know, man.
Well, apparently this is going to be the stream that we're just hashing out things. Apparently Siege has words for AJ now.
Hey there, guys. What's up? I hope you don't mind here. I just need to stop by here and ask AJ why he messed up my name on the dragon ship. Like, of all the people, I expected you to be able to remember it, man. Instead, you got to call me Surge D instead of Siege D, man. What the heck?
My apologies, my friend.
Jeez, man, totally not cool. Like, of all the people, man, I thought we was cool. I thought you would remember that. You and I are fellow Leos, man. Both on August, man, I tell you.
Hey, man, I'll make it up to you next time, next Saturday. When you do submit a super chat, I'll read it and I'll say it right that time.
I mean, I even send a super chat next time, man. Jeez, after being called Surge D instead of Siege D. Sheesh. Oh, boy.
Okay, calm down, Surge.
Yeah,
Hey,
Surge.
Siege,
Just relax, Surge.
Siege, I'll give you a free copy of my book as well.
Let me ask you something. Good. Now you're talking, AJ. I still can't believe, like, Paul, he got his book out already. It's like 400 pages. So definitely gotta be looking into that.
So it was that was the story. You put a fake pussy on there, Doodles?
No, it was all right. It looks like a coffee grinder. All right,
it was a fleshlight. It was a fleshlight.
No, it was like it's like Glenn. No joke. It's like the size of like it's big. It looks like something you grind coffee in. It doesn't. There's no like. It's not. It doesn't have dicks on it. It doesn't have anything like that. There's nothing. It's very whatever. And I showed them, and they were like, "Oh, I don't know what they're." You know, they were talking about shooting kids on their channel. I don't know what's worse. Me pulling out this thing that my girlfriend got me, or talking about that.
Well, I mean, I mean, you obviously didn't engage in the conversation if you're trying to change the conversation with something else, right?
We were. I mean, stuff like that is, we were talking about relationships and,
I think better next time. I would say I'll just practice better reading the room better.
Yeah, I know, but Glenn, this isn't going away with this guy. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what to do.
I'm just telling you for future references. Just read the room.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree.
And now we'll move on from this. The whole debacle. It has nothing to do with this channel.
By the way, Glenn, before you read the super shot, I wasn't expecting Siege to sound like voices on Josie's head. So that was quite a surprise.
Okay. I did, Fatty.
He was very.
That wasn't warranted at all.
It sounded like the voices on Josie's head. I wasn't
surprised. You didn't have to be rude. You didn't have to be rude.
No, I'm not being rude. Siege is actually pretty nice to me. Like, he's the nicest person to me, actually.
No, that was rude towards Josie. You know that. You weren't being rude.
She said she was she said she was artistic and acoustic.
Autistic doesn't mean they have voices in their head.
She is artistic. She is acoustic. She hears things.
The irony of this is that what's the irony of all this is Glenn just got done talking about reading the room, and then he made the fucking comment like that.
It's the day of
Sweet
the Lord.
Auntie comes in with a $5 super chat.
I apologize.
Sweet Auntie, okay. Sweet Auntie comes in with a $5 super chat. She's like, I got no beef, only a twitchy hand, and I'm about ready to Mitch slap some Mitches up in here. Shout out to Sweet Auntie. And then Jess comes back with another $5 super chat. She was very respectable, showing off a fake pussy that you play with in your spare time. We all saw it. Stop lying. Okay.
You want to respond to that or no?
Just say you're sorry and move on and don't do it again.
All right, Jess, I'm sorry, but to be honest with you, you don't know if I've used it, right? And you're still not over it. I don't know how that can cause so much trauma. I never thought it would, and I apologize for real. I'm still sub to your channel. I don't bother you. I don't come up here and talk about it. You're bringing it up. Please drop it. All right.
When
you want me to give you money, Jess? You want me to give you money?
Hey, on the
Josie. Great job, Noodles. You scared away Josie.
Hey, Noodles, on the real though, bro. I mean, I'm not even commenting on the fleshlight situation. Dude, massive size balls here, but I would never recommend doing what you did in the private chat ever. Like ever.
Why?
On any platform. Because man, it's just you never know, man. Like just
trust me. People have tried to kill me. You have no idea.
Got you. I understand. I
Yeah.
said got balls the size of fucking Michigan, bro. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Oh yeah, I don't play anymore.
Yeah,
People have actually tried to kill me. I don't care.
I mean, wouldn't it
And
be-
again, this is
Michigan is
why
not that big of a state. I mean, I would say all the size of like Texas or something.
yeah. But my point, I do this IRL stuff, right? I get threatened all the time. People friggin' swing at me. People do all this crap, and now someone's complaining about me showing something that
Well, I mean, again, you obviously didn't read the room really well. You know, that is, you know. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, we got more.
Okay, so Jess comes in with a $5 super chat. Says Noodles was saying all sorts of creepy shit. Like, I don't give a fuck. I have no issue, but I'm not gonna let you sit there and lie. You said you had used it.
I can say anything I want. That doesn't make it true. It's YouTube.
So Noodles, the issue here though is that was this channel monetized?
Yeah.
So
TOS.
that is not only a TOS violation, it is definitely a monetization violation. So by you even showing a toy, you can't even simulate humping under the TOS and the monetization contract. Do you realize that? Like, so if you do anything like that on camera on the channel, you are actually putting it. So they technically are obligated to punish you with a full ban. Otherwise, they risk losing possibly, like, if they're doing that as like their income source or a income source, or maybe even their main income source, that could actually threaten their livelihood. So it's not just you like saying words and making a joke; you're actually causing damage to them.
Jess, tell me how much I owe you, Jess. Tell me how much I owe you. I do a full fucking live stream on that thing. I don't get my channel going taken down. I make more money than ever. I don't know what to tell you. Jess, how much do I owe you?
You're still missing the point.
Yeah.
The point is you're acting like they shouldn't be upset, and I'm informing you now that they had a valid reason to be upset, and now you're going like, "Oh, how much do I owe you? Let me pay it to go
I don't know.
away."
What do you want me to do?
You already did what you need to do. Admit you're wrong. Like, you shouldn't have done that, and understand that if you do that again, other people will have the same reaction. So Glenn's trying to tell you, just read the room. You already accepted the L, so I don't even know why you're even upset now at this point.
Because they keep bringing it up. They keep bringing it up.
Because
It's
you're
like,
trying to sugarcoat it and act like you didn't do that.
wait, did her channel get taken down?
Oh, because they censored you.
No, they
Right? They kicked you off.
No, they didn't. They kept me up there for a long time.
Did they eventually get rid of you?
They confronted you
No,
about it, though?
no, that bald headed guy came up and like scolded me, and I was like, dude, all right, I'm leaving. No one kicked me off.
Which bald guy? We have a lot of
Okay,
guys.
well,
guys who are bald in this space.
The ugly
like I said, they might not have even
Australian
known how
one.
much of a risk it was for the
Kieran.
channel. Maybe I just gave them some more info. Maybe they didn't even know that, but still, it is something that is going to be over the bounds. Like I said, I get where you're coming from. You're a comedian, but whenever you're trying to be in these YouTube streets with anything sexual, it's not going to be looked well upon, right? Because it's not supposed to be a platform for doing stuff like that. So at the very least, it would be a faux pas, right? But at the worst, it's actually a threat to, income and whatnot, and possibly the ability for the channel to get new viewers and traffic. So like I said, it's a kind of a complex thing that you stumbled into. And Glenn, you're hosting, we're hashing it out. And what am I doing here? I'm trying to make peace with people. I don't even know what the fuck's going on. What is happening?
I know. I know.
It's 6:45 a.m. and I'm on the goddamn internet trying to resolve an issue where some comedian
It's not even
showed
your
a
own
sex
beef.
toy on
Not
stream.
even- Not even your own
we're
beef.
sitting here talking about it for I don't even know how long. This is wild, man.
All right, moving on. No more. Let's just rule of thumb: only use sex toys on sex toy channels unless you know that the individual is cool with the sex toy being brought on his channel. And there we go. There we go. So Fatty had to leave. Dang it, we didn't even get to finish Fatty's conversation.
Of course,
but he does say in the message, he goes later or lunchtime. See you later, friends. Not you, Casper. Fuck you. All
right then.
And this whole sex toy thing just derailed.
Yeah.
Josie left. She got tired of the sex toy conversation. Apparently,
Did you hear what she said right when she got off? The last little quip she had.
no, I did not.
She said, "When you guys will stop being bitches, I'll come back." I was like,
Well,
wow, okay.
I get that. I get that. Makes sense.
Makes sense.
It makes sense.
If you haven't been to the Glenn
wrong
Lawrence,
Glenn.
Wrong one.
Anyways,
Hey, AJ, can I ask you a question, bro? AJ?
there you go. Good topic.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So we're both Texas boys. Are you originally from DFW, or do you have other backgrounds?
I grew up in Vermont, lived in Washington for 10 years, and then moved to Texas back 5 years ago.
What do you think, man?
I'll stay here until I retire.
Right?
Is this a speed date? Do I need to drop this down to a speed date, you guys?
No. There won't be any non-cis male activity going on here.
Real quick, Jess White comes in with a $2 super chat. She goes, "Such a BS talker." Oh, okay, Jess, I totally get it. Understood, ma'am.
The reason why I asked, I didn't recognize any accent, but have you? Well, I mean, look, I'm a big on cooking and whatnot here in Texas. I love doing the barbecue type thing. Have you had our barbecue yet?
Yeah.
He's been there for quite some time already.
It's
Like I said, 5 years. Yeah.
5 years. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had barbecue.
What do you think of that?
I prefer the brisket.
This whole thing about like sex toys just reminds me of a spoof video I did. I'm gonna share it with you guys.
Bitter Bachelor. Maybe Glenn is actually now taken as the next on the list. So hopefully we can come back and do this again. Right now, I need to run and I need to figure out what's going on with them.
Are you tired of getting told no? Does every girl reject you? Did you fail at being a passport bro? And are you so lazy that listening to Michael Sartain's motivational speaking gets you exhausted and you just rather just quit before you even start?
Hey, Michael, I want to get rid of my ex-girlfriend. Get in the gym and date more women. Hey, Michael, I want to get better at going on dates. Get in the gym and date more women.
And is this guy your new favorite content creator? And do you find it hard going your own way when you're horny and you just end up simping to some bitch on OnlyFans? Well, let me help you solve your sexless problem. Go to tblocks.com and order your robotic fuck doll today. That's right, robotic fuck doll. They come in all shapes and sizes, like these itty bitty titty betties. It kind of reminds you of the girl next door that never waves at you, but that you always wave at. Or you could get the big titty betties. Look at these big old titties. Don't they look real? You wouldn't know because you've never touched a boob. And for you real kinky fuckers, you could get one of these guys. Yeah, I said guys, all right. I don't care if it has boobs, it's still guy. Any hoosers, solve your sexless problem today. Go to www.tblocks.com and get your robotic fuck doll. And to save yourself a little money, make sure you use my hashtag #BitterBachelor. That's right, BitterBachelor24.
I slipped into sin. I slipped.
I just noticed that you kept the gear changer word off unblurred in that ad.
The what?
The gear changer word that I can't say because it's a violation of TOS if I say the word.
Because I said that's a dude. I don't care what anybody's talking about.
No. The on the ad when you're blurring out Bitter Bachelor's crap, and you left the word for T.
Yeah.
Unblurred. I just noticed that.
Yeah. I did.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting ad, and I know that Michael Sartain bit right there was a shot at me back when I was following him back in the day.
It wasn't a shot at anybody. It was actually really was not trying to send a shot at anybody.
Your trigger warning is asking if you ever tried one, Glenn.
No, my name is not the Bitter Bachelor. I'm all about guys getting into relationships with women. I'm not that kind of MGTOW thingy.
Oh yeah. Shout out to TFM.
I think men going their own way should be men deciding how they want to do relationships rather than what people tell them they should do relationships.
Yeah, good.
So
Yeah, but oh wait, let me see. Sorry, just had to let Orbit in. Let's see. All right, well, I'm gonna get heading out, you guys. I was just kind of like goofing around with AJ there about the whole Surge D stuff. But I just wanted to let you know, all right, Caleb.
I know you weren't mad at me.
I know.
Some good kayfabe.
Oh yeah.
Real quick, Kellum says, $5 super chat. How are you going to tell men to do better than whine about your failure to be good enough to not be defeated by a sex toy? Only chumps obey TOS. I never said I would. What? I'm confused. Probably went over my head, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Does anyone understand that? Because I've read it 3 times and I still.
I think because I wasn't trying to say the T word.
Oh. Gotcha.
Okay. All right.
And well, one, this isn't my channel, so I'm gonna respect Glenn and keep.
He's saying better men violate TOS all the time without consequence. You better losers.
Caleb, what's going on?
You know,
here?
I choose to not have my channel taken down. So and I don't want to end up like Fresh and Fit and be demonetized. So
yep.
Hey Glenn, I got a question, man. I saw a preview yesterday. I wanted to know if you'd seen it based off of what your little spoof little video you just did. Did you see the new Megan Fox preview movie or preview to her new movie?
no.
She's like a sex bot, like a AI fully automated. I mean, and in the preview you see like almost complete full frontal. She's got like a whole 6-pack rocking and shit. Yeah, and she apparently is like a fully functional in the movie AI awakened sex bot, legit. So I ran into it yesterday. And I was going to talk to you about it today, anyways. But since you played that clip, might want to check it out. The movie looks pretty good too, believe it or not.
The last movie that she was in was horrible. That I saw, which was
a majority of her movies are. So
actually I don't think she's ever done a good movie.
What was the one where she was like not a vampire? She was like an undead serial killer because they killed her. Amy's Body. Is that what it's called?
I don't know.
I think that's the only one that I actually kind of halfway enjoyed that she was in because I didn't like Transformers, but it was like she.
Fuck
she
Megan
went around-
Fox.
Yeah, that was the only one I really. But this one actually looks pretty good. I forget the name of it, but it actually looks pretty good.
Real quick, Jess White sends a $5 super chat. She says, putting my kids to bed. I'll come up on panel. Behave yourself, noodles. And Chrono comes in with a $5 super chat. He goes, when does CHD's supermarket sweep start? We're bringing back 80s and 90s TV.
Yeah, let's see. I'm actually get started at around like the afternoon. I do the closing shift, so it's like 1:30 to 10:30 p.m. But I also want to come up here just give like some good news because we're all about like Christianity here. Finally, I got into go to confession after 6 freaking years, man. And I intend on going over to Sunday mass today as well. So that's what I'm gonna be working
Good
on.
for you.
Yeah, I feel a lot better, Glenn. I tell you, it wouldn't have been I haven't into my religion for a while ever since like discovering the red pill, just because I've been so down in the dumps, like realizing how kind of like messed up the system is. Just seeing how my dad, who was Catholic, it kind of like ran through the ringer with his divorce. He's doing well, thankfully, but I was just so discouraged for a while. It wasn't until I finding your channel and figuring out that there is such thing as being Christian and red pill at the same time that I can be able to do that again. So again, just want to give credit is due, and I'm much appreciated, Glenn. Just wanted to let you know about that and give you an update on that.
Well, awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm really happy for you for going to confession.
Yeah, feel a lot better for sure. Like a huge weight off my shoulders. I think the reason why I was like so weird lately is because I was like thinking in my mind, oh, what do I need to confess about? And it's like a lot of stuff was coming up for me, so that's probably why I was acting all weird lately. Anyways, that's what I'm up to, and yeah, I'll get let you guys get back to your chill stream. AJ, we're all cool, man. Don't worry.
Real quick, man. Yeah, you're on X, right? Do you follow Governor Megatron at all?
No, I don't think. Siege, you're not on X, are you?
No, I'm not an X, but I know who the governor is.
Okay,
He's
yeah.
been on Post Zero.
Yeah. He's like the good, like Glenn in a way. He's RP and Christian at the same time.
Mhm.
Oh.
So he's a guy you might want to follow and like try to chat with. He's actually moving up from Houston area up to Dallas Fort Worth here shortly.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm familiar with the governor. He's a pretty cool guy. My favorite thing was that he was wearing a Short King shirt, even though he's like very tall.
Oh yeah. He's like 6'3", 6'4".
Too cool, man. But anyways, I'll give it like a little. I'll look into it for sure. All right, Noodles, Viking Paradigm, Vincent, Lost in Asia. Good to see you guys as well. Take care, AJ. Take care, Glenn. See you, chat.
Take it easy, Siege. Take it
Later, man.
easy. All right.
I wanted to ask him, is that, because I didn't want to be rude, but is that like his real voice, or does he do that voice for his channel?
Oh, what was that?
See, for Siege, I was going to ask him personally, but he got off too soon. Is that his real voice, the way he talks? Or is that like
Yeah,
something he does?
that's his real voice. That's his voice.
It's unique. It's very unique.
Real quick, $10 comes in from Kieran. He goes, Siege D's single mama stripper fund. Oh, that's right. We still have that going. You guys want to support Siege D's effort to save those single mommies off the pole? Just
$2. That's enough to make a difference. So please consider donating to my fundraiser. Type $2 in the chat. Support to Siege's Single Mommy Stripper fundraiser. Help me get those single mommy strippers off of the stripper poles and back into the kitchen where they belong. All right? Thank you.
She's got trees and gold, she's got fire. Her and the baby, she'll climb even higher.
all right. So, anybody else got a topic they want to discuss this morning?
I don't
I feel like if I bring one up, I'm gonna get in trouble.
Well, as long as it doesn't have to deal with sex toys or anything of that nasty nature, I think we'll be fine.
See, like, it's like the thing is, like, I've been talking about like abortion. I've been talking about like guns. I've been talking, and like everyone seems like it's like, don't talk about that. Don't talk about that. And
You can't
I
say
don't
the
know.
word, like that. Like you just said, like you can't say. You have to say something like abortion. You can't say the actual word because it's not allowed. It's TOS. Like it's just it's stuff like that. I mean, and again, I don't know you, Noodles. I'm just meeting you for the first time right now, but you have to be careful because we're on a channel right now that is monetized. And again, this is nothing against you. I'm not calling you out. I'm not even trying to do that. Okay, but you have to respect the space that you're on. And
Well, you know what? We got a topic from Angry Casper.
I've kind of been I like cooking. Long time ago, and I'm gonna have next time I come on, I'll have a story for Glenn in regards to this. There was I think I told Glenn you were from Tom Likas era, and I remember this kid long time ago comes up to me and goes, "Have you ever heard of Tom Likas?" And I'm like, "Huh? No," and he just kind of stepped away. And it bothered me. Like I remember things that like don't make sense. So kind of stored their name. And then much later, I'm like, "Ooh, Tom Likas, who's this?" Oh. And then I kind of thought of this concept of pinging. Like, so is it even appropriate? And if so, should you do it? Like, let's say you see somebody like Vincent, for example, you see somebody who you think is red pilled. Because I remember a long time ago, I think it was kind of a trendy topic on some spaces, but then it kind of disappeared. I guess it jumped out of rotation or whatever. But considering that now, as you can see, people kind of live streaming their successes and failures when they're trying to create those men on the street videos or whatever. So I don't know what the saturation rate is, but it's plausible that a lot of people kind of know, and it's like the invisible elephant in the room everywhere. So I was just curious, like, I got thoughts on it, but I'm curious what you guys think. So if you're stuck, I'm gonna jump in. So yeah, like, should you even talk to people in real life about this? Should you drop hints, like ask? I don't know. Have you seen a insert red pill movie here, or in pop reference, like, what do you think of Star Wars and the power of many? Like, is that's kind of a weird thing? Yeah, but like, I mean, you know, like, fuck, what example would Grid use?
I mean,
something about a race car.
Yeah, but like, how do you say, like, are you red pilled, motherfucker? But the guy doesn't even know you asked him that question unless he is red pill being a
I don't
container.
know if they seen the Barbie movie.
Yeah, that's a good one. Anyway, I'm gonna jump out because I don't want to. Yeah, there's heaps of people here, and but I thought that question might be interesting. Okay,
You
bye.
don't have to jump out, Casper. Stay on, man. Damn.
Would like to say good morning to sweet auntie. I think her hand has been itching a little too much, so she's come up here to be careful,
to the
guys.
left of me, Mitches to the right of me. The Mitches everywhere. I'm just kidding. Y'all doing a good job.
What is going to be the consequences of these Mitches for mitching around you, Miss Sweet Auntie?
They're gonna get a slap a hoe special.
Ooh, buy one get one free. Actually, she'll start giving them out. She'll start giving them out as charity.
Yeah. Mitch get my pimp hand, bitches get my ring hand. You know what I mean?
Oh damn!
Powder.
Damn, come on with it. Kind of like where is it at? This.
If you pimp, you broke pimps.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, guys.
All right. So, let's see here.
So let's go back to the Casper, the red pill. How do you ask someone if they're red pill without asking if they're red pill?
Yeah, I think that's what he was saying in a very long-winded verb. Yes.
Okay, that's what I got the gist of that. Just say, are you MGTOW? We should change the way it means of men getting their own wives.
No, it should just be like the best way to find out is like, do you believe in like a patriarchal, or are you egalitarian? Right there, just
There you
answers
go.
it. However they answered that, just kind of lets you already know how they.
Wow.
That must be Sweet Auntie.
Yeah. Where are you,
Oh.
Sweet Auntie? Are you at a racetrack?
Oh shit! Yeah, I'm near Grid 1 apparently. No, I'm in Florida. I'm hanging in Florida. That's why I've been a little missing. I'm on a business trip right now. I'm in DGen Lando.
Oh, that place is the DGen place.
Yeah, I'm in DGen Lando. That's why my Mitch hand is twitching.
Can I ask a specific question before I comment on how to find red pill people? Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. So
Wait a minute. Hold on, Vincent. You say you're not red pill. You didn't know anything about red pill. How are you gonna tell people how to find red pill people?
that's why I have the first question.
Okay.
Oh, he needs clarification first.
Yeah, like I one of the things, because you're basically teaching me all this stuff, and I'm trying to learn as fast as I can. And I know I'll probably sound very uneducated in this subject whenever I do talk about it. But is red pill like where everybody's trying to be, or is it a negative connotation? Is it an adaptation off of something else? I mean, can you maybe give me
all of the above?
Did you see the movie Matrix?
The movie The Matrix? Is that what you
Would
said?
you take the blue pill or the red pill?
Well, I mean, I would take the red pill in The Matrix. Yeah.
Ding, ding,
Do
ding,
you
ding,
think
ding.
you're not red pill? Do you think you're not red pill?
I mean, I've heard a lot of negative things about red pill, though. That's why I'm trying to clarify. And I can barely hear you,
there's,
by the
there's
way.
not negative things about it. I could tell you now, you're probably red pill.
Okay. Can you tell me what red pill is?
The truth.
That's
Red
just what it
pill.
is. Red pill is just I'm the truth. I'm
Reality.
focusing on reality. Okay. Because I mean, I've talked about the red pill, movies. I've talked about red pill segments, and apparently those aren't right.
Now there are negative red pill creators.
Okay. All right.
But I wouldn't say the red pill movement itself is negative, but I think it's turned negative by a lot of creators.
Okay, well then where do the terms like black pill, white pill, blue pill?
So black pill is basically
So
a nihilist.
I can help clarify this. So it started out with the original like SOSWAF forums and stuff like that. They would use the term after the Matrix movie came out in the earliest 2000s, like 2001, 2002 era, and they would call it unplugging, right? And then that became like waking up and whatnot, and it became you basically taking the red pill because that was the truth. That's where the metaphor comes from. Other people that didn't understand the metaphor and took it literally, kind of in a autistic fashion, they took it literally rather than metaphorically and ran with it. And that's why you've got black pill, white pill, and you literally have black pillars now claiming that the red pill ripped them off when they're rocking a derivative pill name.
Yeah.
Like, and once again, like it's just a metaphor, and people are taking it way too literally, like a lot of people do, rather than understanding what is the point.
I think there's a lot of that. I think there's a lot of that, but there are a lot of bad actors that have using this space to grift harshly. And like, if you want to do better with your women, if you want to save your relationship with your wife, buy my course and I'll teach you the ways of whatever. And then these guys do that. They spend all this money and they end up buying the course just to be fucking conned. So there has been some of that been going on in this space as well. And that's what makes the spot, a bad name in that space.
Yeah, but that's not kind of fair, Glenn, because it's the same thing as saying the financial industry or these financial gurus.
No, but when I say somebody is intentionally encouraging people to purchase their product that's supposed to work for them, and then they not get anything out of it.
Oh yes, but
that's what I'm talking about. There have been some of those.
I would ask the question I'm going to ask right away is who. That's what I want to know.
33 Secrets.
Yeah.
Grifting, con artist, lying son of a bitch. Like he was screwing guys over left and right.
Yeah.
Well, I
have no problem. Like Viking, you should know I don't have a problem saying someone's name.
But I'm saying I'm talking more to the audience. I know you know better, Glenn. But the point is that when guys are saying like who's doing this stuff, because that's the common thing that people say is those red pill guys. That's the finger gets pointed at Fresh and Fit and all these guys that have actually helped me be a better man with their advice that other people criticize. And I'm like, no, they're right. So and you're gonna try to gaslight me now?
Yeah, because that's my point. Like I didn't even know that you had to be like a red pill or a black pill, white pill, whatever it may be. And I've even heard clown pill too. So like I don't know. I didn't know before coming into these circles exactly what they were, but just like Viking just said, I did notice that there were certain people, certain podcasts that were specifically trying to help, and that there were other podcasts that weren't trying to help. The problem that we're having right now, the discussions that we do have, they're not really looking for positive output, and the people on those channels are not looking for positive reinforcement. So I guess my actual question is, red pill in the proper groups, in the true form of red pill, it is considered to be a positive reinforcement. Yes?
Well, it's a praxeology. It's just a study of human conduct interactions.
Okay.
What is the problem with exactly this channel not promoting a good message? What's the problem with that?
I'm not. I didn't say that. I didn't say there was a problem.
No. It's like you're separating. You're saying some are trying to help and some are not. Like, what is the like? Is it everybody supposed to help? Like, is that?
Well, no, I know what he's talking about, because there's like because there's the manosphere, right, where there's a lot of these black pill MGTOW channels, and they will have these more what you would call toxic takes, where they're going like it's all doom and gloom and bad, and there's no hope, and there's nothing you can do about it. Right?
Those are just looking for commiseration, not help.
And why are they wrong? Why can't they have the space too, and people will eat whatever they want to eat? I'm not a vegan, but I'm not against a vegan restaurant. I just go to the next restaurant and I go to Burger King. So like, what is the, I'm trying to figure out what is the problem with this place not being all positive, because there's nothing all positive in life. Even water, if you drink it too much, you die from water poisoning. So like, what is the problem with this place? They have positive, neutral, and negative people in the middle, and we judge them by the best they do instead of comparing and looking at the lowest common denominator. Sounds like a witch hunt, kind of, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, I think like,
it's
you know,
controlling people you can't control. Like it's trying to control others when you could just be doing a better job. You know, like whatever podcast did, right? You know, he took the same idea that Fresh and Fit did, really understood it, and ran with it. And it now has, and stayed in his own lane, didn't talk shit. Well, he's fucking killing it. And now he's got that success too. Why? Because he did the work the right way. And rather than sitting there criticizing other people and going like, I'm going to do better, he just did the same thing and got successful. Right? That's a good example of just, you know, going like, okay, so this is how things actually work. Let me try to replicate it rather than imitating it. Right? A lot of people just try to imitate, or they sit there and make excuses to not take action. And that's where you see what, you know, Vincent talked about smartly filtered that out. That making that distinction is key, because there's people that are giving bad prescription advice. I say it all the time. There's many ways to win, but there's far more many ways to lose.
And specifically to answer Fatty's question, like MGTOW, this is just my personal opinion. You guys can rip me apart if you disagree with me, but I don't think that the original purpose or what MGTOW stands for is positive for men at all. I don't think that that is something that we should be teaching men. Okay, and I would consider that to be a negative space. If you're surrounding yourself with men that are basically telling you, hey man, just let's fuck off half of the fucking world and you just go out about your own way and go do your own thing and forget about half the fucking planet. I don't think that's a very positive message. And to answer your question more precisely, what's wrong with giving a negative connotation besides the fact it's a negative connotation? If your purpose in life is not to make the world better before you die, then you're just a waste of space. Period.
You are wrong. Not everybody is like most of us will. Most of us like.
You are deriving just resources, and you're just demanding people to give you things without giving something.
That has nothing to do with MGTOW. All of these men are working hard, waking up at 4 a.m. in the morning and do their job like everybody doing, paying their taxes and doing their fair share. It's not about you making the world better.
Those men are doing what they're doing. I'm not talking about men that work every day, man.
My question is, why did you use it in succession? Are you associating MGTOW to people that don't contribute to the world, or you are separating both of them?
Ignore half of the world's population because you're a victim? Yeah.
Wait. There's nothing to do. Has nothing to do with ignore. Is don't cohabitate, don't put kids on them, and don't marry them. That's not ignore. No, I can be
not contributing to society.
That has nothing to do with it. I can lead it. So let me ask you this, right? If I don't engage in the like. Marrying, putting kids on woman and cohabitate with them, but I'm extra nice every time I talk with auntie. I'm a regular person. I talk with women regularly, all that, and I am let's say a football coach, a very good one. That every time I get like 50 kids in my roster, they're going to remember me in 10 days because I was that good, and I mold them in a way that they become better humans. Am I not contributing for society? Like putting kids on this planet or talking with women has nothing to do with contributing to society.
The reason is for not contributing, giving birth, or giving your seed to procreate. If you're saying, okay, I'm going to go out and I'm going to be nice to people. I'm going to be generally a good person. I'm going to be a great coach. I'm going to be a great coach. I'm going to teach kids how to be men. Then yeah, you're contributing to society in your own way. Now, I would ask that person, why do you not want to have children? Because throughout all of history, all right, and please correct me if I'm wrong, 40% of men don't procreate. Okay.
So then right there,
yeah,
you just actually makes hold on.
I know. I'm actually agreeing with him on a certain aspect. Okay, so yes, you don't necessarily have to procreate to be a benefit to society, but if you're going out of your way and saying, I do not want to have kids because of the X factor of I'm a victim and the world sucks, which is basically what MGTOW is saying. Women on
okay, hold on.
How is that being a victim?
Hold on. Stop.
See,
That's
Vincent, I
not
think you're
what.
referring to the overlap with Black Pill.
Yeah,
The thing is
that's
that in
not what
MGTOW, there's a
MGTOW
lot
is
of overlap.
saying.
So
MGTOW is saying
a
go
little
your own way,
quick
right?
history's lesson, because I watched this whole thing happen in real time as it was happening over the years, is that the MGTOW movement originally came out of the MRA movement.
That's
the
right.
failed men's rights activist movement. A lot of those guys switched over to now men are going to go their own way. And that's why, Rollo always reminds people the part they're leaving out is away from women, because that was the thing.
Everybody
stay away
that's
from
red
women
pill,
because the system's rigged.
Everybody that's red pill is MGTOW. They're men going their own way. They're men choosing to engage in relationships with women, but on their terms, not the woman's terms. Or
then I completely misunderstand what MGTOW is. Because
No, I don't think that's the mainstream level, Glenn. Like, even if you agree with that, Glenn, I don't think that's the mainstream level. The men going their own way is I will ride the motorcycle. I rather do that before I have a family and kids, because the system is against me and I don't want to engage with it.
That's kind of the way I see MGTOW. I see MGTOW.
leave motorcycle riders alone. Okay. Fuck you, fatty. Because I like my Harley, and I know AJ likes his motorcycle. And yeah,
cool,
don't hate on us motorcycle riders. If Bjorn was here, he would have been mad too. We love our motorcycles.
I like my bicycle too, with 4 wheels.
Glenn, as a Christian, who's supposed to be the example for all men?
Excuse me.
God.
Nikola Tesla.
Jesus Christ, right? He was the perfect human.
He was the perfect human, but if you want to, you can say Jesus Christ or God. I would say God throughout the whole Bible. It gives you exactly what a man's character is supposed to be like.
Jesus was MGTOW. Jesus was MGTOW. Jesus was the first MGTOW.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. So I know I study with these witnesses, and some of them refuse to get married and have children. And I've asked them why, and they say because they don't think that's an appropriate place to raise children, etc. Like, this isn't just like some group on YouTube that thinks like this or whatever. I mean, a lot of Christians are like this. I know that God also tells you to be fruitful and multiply, but I've met a lot of Christians that are very much against having kids. They want to wait until they're resurrected. But yeah, I wonder if is Jesus Christ MGTOW? I don't know. He was focused on something else.
I mean, I don't think most MGTOWs would be on board with the whole sacrificing for the sins of mankind type shit.
I don't.
Just saying.
That's kind of. And again, I could be misconstrued. I fully admitted that when I first started talking about this, I could be wrong, but the way that I've seen the representation of MGTOW is not a positive thing. Okay, and I'm not saying that there might not be good people inside of it, but I'm also saying that from what I've seen, it's like, okay, I'm just kind of going to do my own thing and ignore the rest of society, basically. And I'm going to do it without, procreation. I'm going to do it without even involving the opposite sex. And I'm
where are you picking that up? Where are you picking that up? That MGTOW
is
avoiding procreation. Where are you picking up?
They're literally not going to be involved with women. Yeah,
there are some that are. That's what I'm saying. I know what he's referring to, but once again, it's like the same thing in most spaces. There's all these little sub cliques and stuff like that.
And I could have just
that have different philosophies and coalesce in different areas because everybody agrees with each other. It's like the bubbles and the echo chambers, right? Sometimes some of us cross over and actually try to hear the other side. Some people stay in their own little group, and guys like me, I go over and poke my head in, and I'm like, hey, what are you guys doing? Oh, I'll just back out slowly and I'm going to go someplace else. Right. It's just like, there's a lot of those spaces, but once again, I go there and listen to the actual people so that way I can hear what the fuck's going on. So there is some of that. I think I think you might've been seeing more of it than you probably should have. Right. Because that shit gets very toxic. It drags you down mentally. Like I said, those people are extremely negative, and that's why they don't do anything. And misery loves company, so they're going to commiserate.
Yeah. And again, I'm not saying that you have to have children in order to be like this, perfect man or whatever we want to call it, whether you want to label it an alpha or whatever. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. But I am saying that if you play the victim card constantly, blame it on other people, and your purpose is not to make the world better before you die. Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm gonna say that you're probably not going to be in the best spaces. You're probably not going to have the best positive outlook on life. If that's what if you just want to kind of take from the system and don't want to give anything back, yeah, I'm sorry, but that's just not a good thing. Period.
But the thing is that a negative example is still a good example for anybody paying attention, right? I've had plenty of negative examples pay off for me, and yeah, it does kind of suck that that's the case, but you can't control those people, right? And you just got to understand that they're going to make their necessity a virtue. Right. That's the thing. Certain people, like some of the black pill guys, they'll be like, well, I lost the genetic lottery. It wouldn't be right for me to have kids and have them lose the genetic lottery too. Because like, oh, if I had a son, he's as ugly as me, right? That would be cursing him to a life of misery the same way as me, if I even could pull it off, where he's going to have to do the extra work. Right. So they just look at it. They're just like, well, it's heroic. I'm doing the right thing by not doing this. But in the reality, they are technically ending their genetic line. And they might view it as a good thing, right? That could be a matter of perspective. I'm in self-preservation mode. I guess you can call me selfish. Even if my genes were fucked up, I'm still probably going to try and procreate, right? Because I guess the genes are strong with me.
Excuse me, bro. If you don't make necessity a virtue, what's the actual virtue?
Well, I'm talking about when they have a negative circumstance and they make it a virtue. Like, I know, but rather than solving the problem, they glorify the problem.
I'm asking if you don't have to compensate for a negative virtue, what's the actual positive virtue? Like, what's a good life? What's a good life to you?
What's best in life?
Life I'm living?
No, what would be the ideal life?
The life that I'm living.
No, because you were coping before by making necessity a virtue.
I'm making changes to get what I want rather than accepting what I just have.
And what do you want?
To be able to help more people and be more successful, which I'm doing.
Beautiful.
I'm just on here because I have I'm fortunate enough to have the luxury where I can come on my friend Glenn's channel and just shoot the shit about random topics, listen to drunk people threaten to DDoS people and shit like that. It's like,
it's cool shit, isn't it? It's so fucking cool. It's so cool. What I'm asking is, like, what would be if you could if you didn't need to compensate for anything, what would be a good life? Like it's a hard question. It's a hard question.
It's a philosophical question.
But see, that's the thing. I'm not interested in the end goal. I'm interested in the journey. I have a plan, and I'm not gonna sit here and tell you my life story and my plan, because that would be kind of a waste of everybody's time, I believe. I may do it at some point in some of the content that I make. If you'd be interested, I would invite you to subscribe to me and maybe check it out, right? If you really want a true answer to what my vision is, which is what it sounds like you're really trying to get at, what is your life's vision? What's your goals? I have those, but like I said, it would be a little complex for me to articulate here.
Hey, Kieran, can I ask a question, brother?
Yeah, sure.
By the way, it's good to see you, man. By the way, I love it when you're on panel, man.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
Yeah. All right. Now, would it be a fair statement to say that most men have a different view of what would be a successful or, a great life? Is that a fair statement, that every man would be different in what they would believe to be, a successful life?
I don't think so. I think most men would have a different view from the current paradigm, but I think most men would probably converge on the same ideas.
Okay, fair enough. That's because I was curious about that, because I was wondering how many of us would agree what would be, a successful life as a man. So, and I want to, ladies, I don't mean to exclude you, but right now, I'm talking about men specifically. So,
sure.
If one man says, okay, what I consider to be a successful life is I have a yacht and I can have as many bitches as I want and I make lots of money. That's a successful life to me. And then another guy says, I want to go to China, join the monks, and learn all forms of kung fu, and that is my amazing life. I get to
Yeah.
see the beauty and philosophy in the world. And then you've got another guy that says, well, a family, as long as I have a wife that loves me and 2 kids that I raised to success, then that's a great life for me. I guess that's kind
That's
of
the
more
one.
my question.
That's the one. That's the one. We all agree on.
But it's not, because this was fulfillment. Is what makes you fulfilled. You can tell me once again that people like Nikola Tesla or people that go around and they have certain things that they do in this world that has nothing to do with kids and having family are not fulfilled in the end of the day. You do what you want to do. Like some people are miserable. Some
hang on a
people. Let me
second,
finish.
hang on
Let
a
me finish.
second.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Sure.
Some people are miserable having kids and family. You have to agree. And some people are terrible parents. They should never, ever, ever have kids in the first place. So why are we doing a one size fits all when you know for a fact there's like 60% of men never reproduce in their life, and I guarantee you there's probably like 20% that were very happy with their lives. Why are you doing that?
Okay, I've listened. Now listen to me. You have a Dragon Ball Z character. You're a grown man with a Dragon Ball Z character as your profile. So don't give me advice.
Wait, there's your point. There's your full point, or there's more?
That's my point. That's my point. You have a cartoon
There's
character.
your full point.
You have a child's cartoon character as your avatar. Don't give me advice.
So what will be a decade one, like Game of Thrones, like I don't know, Breaking Bad? What would be appropriate? Sensei?
Keep talking.
I think if you had the likeness of me as your profile picture, then he'll be fine with it.
Yeah, keep talking, Paddy. Keep talking. You have a cartoon character. Don't give me advice.
And what makes a cartoon character? By the way, Dragon Ball is an adult thing. There's a lot of violence in there.
Yeah,
There's
Dragon Ball Z is an adult thing. Well done. Keep talking.
Yeah. So now that we got it out of the way, why are you childish? Like, why, if you are this adult man and he's a grown up, why are you engaging in childish behavior?
Kieran,
Yeah, I'm childish.
I'm
childish, bro. I'm childish.
Like you are literally call me whatever, kid, immature, whatever, because I have an anime character,
Yeah, keep
but you
talking.
are engaging in childish behavior yourself. Why?
Yeah, keep talking. Keep talking.
I'm going to mute myself.
Of course.
I just want to know, why can't we all just get along?
Yeah, like I don't want you to mute yourself, fatty.
What's with the
It's the funny part is this is the 4th person today without no provocation, no nothing, that tries to get me upside, like it's me upside the head. I truly don't understand who hurt y'all. Like, respectfully, like, why can't I come here and just chill with like everybody else without having 4 people on my neck for absolutely no reason?
Well, maybe it's a you problem.
I gotta take. Let me push back against Vince.
Or your mother's problem.
Fatty.
Yeah,
Fatty,
Asia,
let me push back against Vince.
I want to hear you, Asia. Yeah,
Let me take it for a second.
You said something earlier. I wanted to hear you elaborate on, Asia. Please, man. I want to hear what you got to say.
No, I just had you guys are just saying family's the way to go, right?
No. I'm not saying that at all.
I'm strawmanning you guys' side. I'm strawmanning you guys' side here.
Okay.
Like,
Glenn,
family's the way to go.
you got beef with her or no?
What are you talking about? Who?
Grace.
I would beef with Grace.
Don't bet in the conversation. Come on.
So-
Let's let Asia talk. Let Asia talk.
Who was talking?
Asia.
So Vince and Kieran, you guys are saying family is the way to go, reproducing, procreation, and then Fatty saying that's basically not the way, right? Not so much. Like maybe that might not be the way.
That's not what I said. I said there's not one size fits all.
trying
For
to
a lot of people, yes.
Go ahead, Fatty. Finish your position.
What I
trying to
said
strong-
is there's not one size fits all. For some people, happiness is fixing their bike or their car and buy vintage cars and do other things that has nothing to do with kids. Family might be the way, but for a lot of people, it's not. That's all I said.
So I've seen a lot, and my question is to Vince and Kieran. I live out here in Asia, and I walk down the street a lot, and I see mother and fathers out on the street, broke, with kids. And I ask myself, yeah, maybe they should have thought twice about reproducing if they couldn't create the resources to keep themselves and their kids off the street.
Oh, dude, that's brutal. That's brutal. Yeah, tell me more. Tell me more. That's really brutal.
Vince, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. I when I'm in the Philippines, I go to the Philippines very often. I see exactly what you're talking about. Who'd we lose? We lost some money.
We lost in Asia.
No, he's right here. He's in the middle. Who'd we lose?
Oh, who did we lose?
Noodles.
Oh, we lost Noodles. Okay.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good. Good.
Shout out to Sarah. Hold on, real quick. Shout out to Sarah Selby. Seriously, Shelby, for the $10 gifted membership. Salute to you, my friend. Thank you for doing that. Hope those that received the membership enjoy what we have behind the membership wall. Let's see here.
I don't even know if I'm a member yet.
Okay, can I ask one question in good faith, right? One question in good faith. Fatty, how old are you? Just honest, good faith.
Can you respond to my comments first?
Yeah, we were.
I mean, I was gonna say everybody was talking about Lost in Asia.
I thought you were going to ask me, Kieran. Yeah, I was.
Vince and Kieran.
I was tagging on what Asia said.
That situation that I kind of told you about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Vince mentioned a little bit about Philippines.
Yeah, so like I go to the Philippines, and my significant other lives there, and I see exactly what you're talking about, and I know what you're talking about, and I haven't even said my position yet on what I consider to be a successful life. I don't think I've said that yet on this channel, but I know what you're talking about, and in those situations, what I've always thought personally is that if you don't have the capability of being a good parent, I don't think you should procreate. But at the same time, I don't think that should stop people from wanting to have a family either. You know, like you don't know if you're going to be a good parent until you have a good kid. Now, granted, there are exceptions to the rule. If you're a raving lunatic,
I think it should.
You know,
I think it
should. Real quick,
stop
shout out to Calum with the $5 super chat. Goes, can we get a round table to see which panelists have kids?
Be a parent.
I don't.
I think on the panel the only people that have kids is probably myself, Viking, and Kieran.
Yeah,
None that I'm aware of.
I've got 4.
Yeah, and I'm working on my first right now. So,
well done, sir. Keep going. Good luck.
So, you know, and I do. For me, it's one of those things I'm kind of on the fence on, man, because I don't want to tell people to not go out and have kids just because you can't afford them. But you are right. If you're destitute and don't see a light at the end of the tunnel, then you probably shouldn't be going out and having children either. You know, I don't think of myself as being wise enough to be able to answer that question. But kind of what Fatty is saying is, and Fatty, please, if I'm wrong, please correct me, okay? And I don't want you to jump off the panel, Fatty, and I don't want you to mute yourself, all right? Just because we don't agree with you on certain topics doesn't mean that you can't speak, brother. Okay?
No. It's not about not agreeing. It's about personal attacks, and I'm better at you at that. I don't want to do that today. It's the Lord's Day, so let's have the conversation. Stop insulting me, please.
Agreed. Okay, so
you crack me up. You know what?
Beautiful.
You crack me up.
Yeah,
beautiful. You crack me up, man.
Right. So now,
see, like, I don't even. I honestly also don't know why people were like throwing so much shade at Fatty either, because he's always been good faith when he's come on my panels.
Yeah.
Well, the avatar kind of say. Just gonna say. Sorry, bro.
No, you're right, man. Yeah.
Jack, don't tell me how to live my life.
Oh shit.
He's in the chat. Go to bed.
Yeah, go to bed.
Jack, don't tell me how to live my life.
So, Fatty, I'm going to still man you, backing off what Age just said. I'm going to still man, going off of his wisdom. So, from your perspective, what you're saying is, if I'm understanding this correctly, is that, we can be beneficial even if we don't follow certain societal standards, even if we don't follow certain societal norms. And you're saying not to put everybody in a box. Is that about right?
Well, success is not going to be measured. What I determine as success may not be the same thing as you determine as success.
Exactly. Yes, 100%. I agree with you. Yes.
Fulfillment is success, not the goal. Exactly, is what you do that actually brings you fulfillment. And you will be. It's like a person saying you are going to be. Remember when that guy, the Shave Your Arms guy, said that? Oh, $1 million and having a mansion and all to Andrew Wilson, and everybody was like, "That's stupid." why are you putting one size fits all in every man? Family is important, and this is important. It works in the reverse too. You preaching family and kids to people that might not see happiness or fulfillment in that is wrong because you are not the one that determines that shit.
And
let me
not every man is gonna have kids, and not every man's gonna get married. The Bible even says, like in Matthew, when Jesus talks about it in Matthew 19, I believe, he talks about like, hey, this is not for all people. Like for those that actually choose to take this on, that this is for them. He's like, some are born eunuchs, some will be made eunuchs, and like he's like basically saying like, hey, marriage is not for everybody.
And Glenn, to be even more a little bit aggressive, a lot of people, I think most people, have kids for selfish reasons.
Yeah,
they don't have kids
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Fatty?
I'm saying that a lot of people don't have kids because they want the next generation to fulfill. No, they want kids because they want to pass their lineage, because their biological clock is ticking. It has nothing to do with altruism. Actually, I will tell you this.
I wouldn't even say that was the reason. I would say like another reason. I think some of these women that want to have like they'll have kids. Like the guy that was on Sarah's channel about the guy that's like helping lesbians get pregnant and stuff.
The superhuman sperm donor.
Yeah, that guy. So I think like for those women are not wanting to have kids for like maybe the right reason. They want someone like for them, right? Because if they would want kids, then they would do it the right way and get married and have kids, right? Like there's the difference.
Some do it for benefits.
Yeah, like there's
yeah, but also, sorry, Glenn. Also, Fatty. So sometimes a guy loves a woman, right? You fall in love, you want to fuck her, and then there's babies. It's like really simple.
Sounds very selfish to me.
What the fuck are you talking about selfish?
We are looking at the dichotomy. We are putting people that don't want to have kids on the selfish side and people that want to have kids and family on the altruistic side. What I'm saying is that it's deeper than that, because a lot of people don't have altruistic motives to build families. And actually, if you add it up, let me finish. If you add it up, if you know you don't want to be a father or a mother and you decide to exclude yourself from the gene pool, I truly believe you are doing an altruistic act. Because you would be selfish if you put a kid on this planet knowing that you don't want to take care of him. So it's more complicated than that. There's more layers.
That's not the world. That's not the world. That's you.
Yeah, but Karen, there's enough people out there to say that that's a percentage of people, and to not acknowledge that that's the percent. There are a percentage of people like that would be like
5%.
No, they say
I don't know what the percentage is.
She's having a kid because she wants child support. She's having a kid because she wants Section 8. She's having a kid like this happens all the time.
Fatty, brother, you have issues, man. You have issues. Men want to fuck women. Women want to fuck men. We want to get married. We want to have children. You've got fucking issues.
No, Karen, you're trying to make that way too black and white. There's men that want to fuck women that don't want to have nothing to do with women afterwards. There's women that want to fuck men and marry men for the wrong reasons and have kids to get them on hook for child support or finances. There are people that do that abuse good things all the time, and they use it for nefarious reasons. Real quick, Angry Casper comes in with the $5 super chat. It goes, an individual's reproductive success is determined by the number of offsprings that live to reproduce themselves, not by the number of conceptions. And then on top of that, thank you, Casper, for that. And then Callum comes in with a $10 super chat. He goes, if those childless MGTOWs are so bad, why do you need their money to raise the kids? Why do you need their money to raise kids? Tax credits, regulations, and benefit parents, tax funding of schools. Maybe you don't need it. You take it anyways. Hero.
Sorry, bro. Yep.
No, I'm just saying they will complain about the guy that has no kids, but then they complain about the Pookie that has 6 kids.
I know, but have 6 kids. It's so much fun. It's so much fun, bro. Have a whole bunch of kids. It's great. and then argue.
I respect
then,
your opinion. I'm not going to argue out of your opinion. I'm just saying that that's not the opinion for everyone.
No,
What if I
like
said-
99% of people go and have
Money.
5 or 6 kids and come back. It's so much fun.
Kieran, what if I said, I want to fuck bitches, get money?
Fucking degen.
What's wrong with that?
Well,
You
go for it.
Bitches.
Go for it. See,
You even said
see
that.
how it works. Yeah, see how it works out.
You said that. What's wrong with the getting money part?
Money's fine. No problem with money.
You just told Fatty that sometimes men want to fuck a girl and girls want to fuck a guy. What's wrong with that?
No. I said a man wants to fuck his wife and a wife wants to fuck her husband and a baby is produced.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Asia,
fine.
Asia, can I ask one thing on what you said though? Like fuck bitches get money, right? Now is that the permanent goal for the rest of your life, or is that just for now? Then later on in life,
Sure. Why? I was just contradicting the Kieran side.
Okay.
I know, but you
sure.
did a really bad job of it. You did a bad job.
Oh, like
Sorry, Vincent. Sorry, Vincent.
wrong
Go
with
on.
that. You gotta tell me what's wrong with it. What's wrong with it?
I'll tell you what's wrong with it. It's a short-term goal that has no long-term outcome.
No, I can see where Kieran's coming from.
Chasing
on
money.
that aspect.
Chasing the goal. That's the money.
Yeah. Well, okay, money is the root of all evil. I mean, but
No, sorry, bro.
No, it's the love of money.
The love of money.
Smile on my
the love of money is the root of all evil. Fine. But what I think it is fair to say that if all you give a shit about is money and bitches, you're probably not going to have a very fulfilled life. I don't think that's too crazy of a statement to state.
No, see, here's the problem. Here's the problem.
There are some men that do get genuine fulfillment out of that. I know plenty of them.
Not make the rule.
No, it's not. See, this is the problem. You're assuming that's what the way that your worldview is the only worldview that will be satisfying to everybody.
I mean, that's a nihilistic way to view the world, though. It's just
no, it's not. No, I'm not. I'm saying that you know what? I acknowledge that.
Not you, I'm sorry, Glenn.
I'm saying, listen. You're gonna hear me out. You're assuming that everybody should want to be married and have kids.
I'm not assuming that.
No, but that's what you're saying. Like that's a good thing. Like that's what they ought to do. No, there's some guys who will be more fulfilled in life not having any kids and not, they don't even have to be fucking bitches. I hate how this is this false dichotomy where it's like you either are wanting to be super rich and fuck all these bad bitches and don't give a fuck about women and raising your kids or anything like that. You just want money, mansions, yachts, and then there's the guy that wants to be a father and be married to one wife. That's a false dichotomy, and that's really does this whole fucking conversation bad. There's a spectrum. There really is a spectrum, and that doesn't mean like it's either or, but there's a spectrum there.
I'm not arguing against that either. I'm really not.
No, but when you phrase it, it's like when you phrase it as there's the guy that wants the yacht and the bitches, and then there's the guy that wants to get married and have kids. That's a false dichotomy because you're saying that you're presenting that there's only two options, and I'm saying no, there's a spectrum of guys there. There's a spectrum of options and scenarios there that are in between the two streams.
I was responding to the assertion that someone that just wants to have sex with women rather than having children would be unfulfilled, and I said that's not true, and you're like, well, they're just outliers. It's just like, but the assertion was that would be unfulfilling, so I'm directly countering that. You could say it's anecdotal in that they're outliers, but the thing is, the assertion that you made was that you couldn't imagine being fulfilled just fucking bitches and getting money. Most guys, when they live that lifestyle, eventually they do end up wanting to settle down and have a family, but there's a few that don't.
And the thing is, you can literally replace that with a dog and a great group of friends, and I guarantee you that man will be extremely fulfilled. I guarantee
They're
you.
happy. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of these guys are happy.
It's not like he has a great group of friends, money in abundance, and he has a bunch of women, he has a loyal dog, and he has a nice house, a nice neighbors, a nice parents, and now he's crying on the pillow because he can't have kids. If he wanted, he would have them. Like there's literally like a next day solution. So I truly like. I think actually, Vincent, the line of questioning.
You're assuming.
Let me just do the line. Like, let me access to this real quick because I think this is the correct line of questioning. Like, do we acknowledge that our bad parents, like bad mothers and bad fathers?
Yeah. What? Sorry. Say again.
No. This is for Vincent. Yes. So the follow-up question will be: why do you want bad parents to have kids to raise the next generation? Why would you push, if you acknowledge there's going to be bad mothers and bad dads, why do you want bad mothers and bad dads to generate and educate and raise the next generation? That actually is counterproductive.
Yeah, but you're talking about like extremes. So let me ask a question.
How is that an extreme?
No, hang on, Fatty. Hang on. Guys, let me ask a question. On the panel, right, be honest. Who would like to have a loving wife and a few kids? You're right. You have a home, a loving wife who dotes over you, and you have 3 or 4 kids. Who
Can I have 2 or 3 side pieces too on that deal?
No, hang on. I'm just asking a question. On the panel, who would like to have a loving wife, a home, and a few kids? Would that be the worst thing in the world or a good thing?
I think that's something I would support. I definitely like that. Yes.
Yeah,
I already had my kids, so I'm good. I'm done.
Same. I've got 3 kids and 1 stepdaughter. Lost in Asia, what do you think?
I'm chasing generational wealth. Okay.
Oh my God.
You can't have the generations without the wealth first.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
You can. It's not necessarily wise because you get all these end up.
But you can be poor and happy. You can be poor and happy.
Yes, but but that's not
less money to invest in crypto.
It's not wise, but you can be pure. You
can be poor and happy, but you also could be poor and divorced with kids, and that's what does seem to be a thing. And I mean, let's not forget, like the Bible even tells us to leave an inheritance for our children's children. So it would be wise to acquire resources so you can leave behind for your generations.
Yeah, I get that. Which I agree. It's a great goal. But if you can't, what do? Right. So
it's not if you can't, it's you should.
Yeah, but circumstances sometimes don't go that way. So you have to work with what you got. And if what you've got is a loving wife and loving kids, hey?
You're coping.
Am I? Yeah, tell me how. Tell me how.
You can't. Sometimes you can't create resources. What are you going to do? You should still have kids.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying,
correct.
Right? You're coping.
Yeah, correct. Yes. How am I coping, brother? How am I coping?
You're coping with being a brokey. You're okay with being a brokey and still having kids.
Actually, what is your opinion about like safety nets that gives Section 8 to women with kids and like all the subsidies and all that? Like, are you okay with that? Are you okay with that?
You asking me?
Yes.
I'm not.
No, I'm not.
So if you are not, why are you telling a broke motherfucker to put kids on this planet if the kid is going to need the subsidies to actually live a quality life? That's hyper selfish, actually. So you are not against subsidies that help the kids that you put on this planet, but you are in favor of broke people put kids on this planet. How does that make sense?
Hey, Fatty.
I agree, Fatty.
Hey, hang on, Fatty. How old are you?
35.
Yeah, come back in fucking 20 years and talk to me.
What does that mean with what I like? What does
it
that
means
have to
you
do
don't
with what
know
I
shit.
said?
It means you don't know shit. Hey, Fatty, how many kids you got?
Ad hominem attacks.
Yeah, I'm going to mute myself.
It's not, Fatty. How many kids you got?
Respond to the argument.
No, it is the argument.
You are right, sir. I apologize for my ignorance. I'll come back in 20 years like you advised me. Let me mute myself.
You can't respond to one argument.
Yeah, I can. Pick one. Do it now. Pick one. I'll respond. You can't make one argument.
Every time someone gives you an argument, you just ask them a question. How old are you? How many kids do you have?
Well, make an argument. I'll respond. Do it now.
I just told you why is it okay to be a brokey and still put kids out in the street?
That's a loaded question. You can be a brokey and not put people on the street. You can be a brokey and make it work.
You're saying it's okay to still go do it, even if you're broke, right?
Yeah, it is.
So why is that okay? Why is that okay for society? Why is that not being a degen?
Well, you're combining being a brokey and putting kids on the street. What I'm saying is you can be a brokey and not put people on the street. You can be a brokey and bust your ass and make it work. But having kids is a good thing.
In fact, agreeing with you on that.
Real quick, you guys, Chrono comes in with the $2 super chat, says, get money, fuck species, only degrades society.
Yeah, Chrono, true.
You also
true.
have 5 kids, I think, acknowledge.
But that's not exactly what he's saying. He's saying that he's of the mind of trying to be a more responsible parent to make sure that he's not lacking for necessities.
That's exactly what Lost in Nation is not saying, that, get money, fuck bitches. And, he's like, he wants to make sure that before he starts a family, that he is financially in the position that it's not going to be a struggle bus for him, that he will have, resources to take care of his family, and he's not going to live paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah, that's the alpha dominant male view. Or you and your wife can get together and say, we have no idea what we're doing. Let's jump in and have babies and make it work. You can do that.
Or you know what? That's reckless. You know that I can hear you. I hear you when you say that. Hold on. I can hear you when you say that, and that's fine. You can make that choice, but the recklessness of that choice is also what contributes to the high divorce rate that we have now.
Oh, is it?
That's
is it really?
degen.
I don't think it is.
That's degen.
I think that can bond you together.
I might be an outlier.
When financial issues tend to be one of the the top 5 reasons for divorce, and if you do not have your financial self together, and you can barely survive and feed for yourself and house yourself, you would be foolish to think that you should start having a family then. So when you don't even know if you could take care of yourself correctly, so why would you want to add more to your plate by bringing another life that you have to be responsible for, and then not be able to provide for them? And then what? Now you're dependent on the government in order to house you?
Yeah, my son was not planned, and we're making it work, but I wouldn't recommend it. So
I know, right? I know. You wouldn't recommend, but would you undo it if you could go back?
No, but that's the thing. If I had the choice to put it off a little bit longer, because at the time that it happened, I was not in a good financial spot. Now I can look at all the silver linings and all the lessons I learned from all the mistakes that I made. Those were lessons I had to learn. That's good. But once again, am I going to recommend taking a path where I know there's going to be hardship for other people just because I got something out of it? I managed to pull myself together and make it work. And I know at Viking Paradigm, I'm an outlier in most things. I'm not a normal person. So I can't be trying to project what I'm capable of onto everybody else. Right?
I agree. Right?
Real quick, I got a $20 super chat from Seriously Shelby. He goes, Fatty, what can you do for a family? I know I can hunt. I can garden if anything hits the fan for a family. Okay.
I have enough money to pay for a gardener and to go to the supermarket. Thank you very much. And by the way, I might not have a family, but nobody under my umbrella is going to be homeless. Like, we usually throw birthday parties to people that are on our network that are not even content creators, and we get $400, $500 in like 2 hours. Do you think anybody under my network is going to be homeless ever? Or are they going to be some predicament and I can literally pull $500 out of my ass? This is what we actually talk about society. You can adapt and you can actually influence the world and do good things without having the kids and having the wife and all that shit. This is what we're talking about. Your network a lot of times is more important than whatever you can do for your immediate family.
Of course you
and
can.
once again, as long as you're not being, you see, I can respect that, because it's like, you know, that's a better, you know, you can affect societies in certain ways as an individual without having children, right? You can leave a legacy through your actions and influence, whatever that may be. But the thing is it can be positive and negative as well. So it doesn't sound like what you're doing is some evil sadist fucking bullshit. So I'm okay with it, right? You're actually doing something that's not hurting society. You're helping other people around you. Once again, if you choose not to have children, that's actually kind of an L, because a person with your kind of mindset that understands the bigger picture could be technically a loss for humanity in the long run. And I lament that the same way that Karen might. But the problem is that, once again, that would be me assuming that I'm going to influence your decision that you've already fucking made. I'm not so arrogant that I'm going to try and do that.
That's totally fair. But Mike, that's totally fair, right? But it's the butterfly effect. Will Beethoven be Beethoven if he had kids and wife, right? Would all these people that we know throughout history, Joanna d'Arc, whatever, you can actually pull off, there's hundreds of them that impacted history in such a larger scale. Like, would they be who they are if they had a kid in a family by 21? And the answer probably is no, because there's a very high cost.
Hold on, you guys. I'm trying to figure out what devil talk is going on here.
Be specific.
I saw that too.
I was kind of curious about that.
Glow is not.
He was saying he wasn't red pill. He said he wasn't red pill. So maybe he's saying that red pill is devil talk.
No, Glow is not all the way up there in the head, so you can ignore him.
So, Fatty, to kind of agree with you and argue at the same time, I believe it was either Freud or Jung or one of those guys that said all energy is sexual energy. So those guys who didn't have kids,
that's
the reason
bullshit.
why they made those masterpieces was to get sex.
That's bullshit. Complete bullshit. This narrative.
How is that bullshit?
This narrative that men only do things for sex, that's fucking retarded. Load of crap. Men are interested in. Yeah, go on.
You know what's funny, sir? I can tell you that a large percentage of people that get married only get married to get either in-house pussy or to make sure that other men don't get the pussy that they want to get in-house.
Yeah, okay, bro. Hold on. Hang on, Fatty. Fatty, are you married?
God damn it! I am single. I'm single by
choice. Then what the fuck would you know about being married? Then what the fuck would you know about being married?
There's not because there's not one of my life goals. If I do it once again, I will do it in a responsible way. Like, why
but you're giving me advice. You're giving me advice about being married. You know nothing about being married.
I'm giving my opinion. I don't give advice to nobody. I literally said when I came on this conversation, I am one of these people. Leave and go ahead and do. If you want to be a hoe, go be a hoe. If you want to smoke, go smoke. If you want to drink, go drink. As long as you don't violate other people's freedoms, you can do whatever you want.
Morality by consent. Morality by consent. That's an awful doctrine.
Oh my God. Okay, so I'm against marriage because I'm not telling you go ahead and get married. That's what you're saying.
No, basically, Fatty is like what we would call like a libertarian here in America.
Correct.
Yeah. So, Fatty, can I ask you a question? And this is a personal question. You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
Go ahead, you got this.
All right. Are you heterosexual?
Yes, I have a vasectomy. I have a vasectomy, which means that I either still fucking bitches or was fucking bitches. No homosexual has a vasectomy. Go ahead.
Okay. Just that's all.
I gotta take. AJ, I like the comment or the quote, all energy, sexual energy, and how it triggered Kieran. Kieran, I want you to
no, it's not.
I want you to understand this. Let me have my take. When men are chasing that generational wealth, women are just kind of absorbed along the way. Does that make sense?
It is, but I'm sick of this fucking narrative that says men do everything to get sex. They don't. Men work on motorbikes. When men build machines, men go to space because they fucking want to.
Men get access when they have that wealth. They get more access
I know it's a wrong narrative. If there was no women in the world, men would still go to space. Men would still.
No, there would be no men. Okay, end of story.
Oh my god. I'm going mute.
If there's no women in the world, there's no men.
I would say there's a caveat. It's not the only motivator, but it is the primary motivator because once again, the reproductive urge, right? Just like you're talking about have babies, you're literally a proof of it right now by telling us like, hey, yo, you don't want to have kids? Have kids, loser. Like, what are we doing here? You're contradicting yourself, man.
Well, Ka made a good point earlier. We didn't highlight it, but Ka did say something that was actually very profound. He said that he wouldn't want to, have people that didn't want to have kids to be forced to have kids. That's a very good statement of this, in my opinion. And that would be the only counter that I would make to Kieran. But and I do agree with a lot of things that Kieran's saying right now. But I also would fundamentally disagree on just the simple fact that not everybody's going to be able to have kids. And I got that. Not everybody's going to want to have kids. Not everybody's going to be able to afford to have kids. My only argument would be I would not shut myself off away from the world and say that for the rest of my life, I don't want to think that I'm ever going to have a kid or that I don't want to have a kid. That's just me, though. I'm just saying that from my perspective, that I don't want to ever lock or shut that door.
Well, you really don't, as long as you don't get a vasectomy.
Yeah.
You get a vasectomy, then you do that.
I have kids on the lab waiting for me.
Women are on the clock. Men can bust nuts till the day we die.
Yeah.
Not when you have a vasectomy. That's what I'm saying.
Not when you have a vasectomy. Yeah.
Correct.
Well, you can also get like 80% of vasectomies reversed nowadays. So there's that.
Not if you're smart and you do it the right way. Like me, I made sure that motherfuckers weren't growing back.
He was like, "You take those motherfuckers out."
Like I already have my kids. I am done. I came. I saw it conquered. I am done. No more diapers for me.
The reversal is not as easy as
I said
doing.
I said the next pair of diapers I'm seeing are going to be the ones that I wear.
No, same, brother. I had the vasectomy to end all vasectomies. There was no way that was going back.
But shout out Terry. I can see you in the building, my friend. Salute to you.
Shout out to the supreme. Shout out to the supreme lesbian.
The Timu Ellen DeGeneres.
So,
yeah.
but there's a few things I wanted to say here. One, not everybody. We always do this. We always think our way is the best way, the only way. Everybody should do things our way, and that is not true. Okay. That's why we have multiple religions. Everybody thinks their religion is the best religion, the only religion. It's if everybody didn't believe that their way or their religion was like the best thing, then there would only be one religion or one way to do things, right? So everybody thinks that. So
yeah, so Glenn, what's the best religion?
Kieran, you're not interrupting me, please.
Okay, cool.
So when the reality is there's multiple outcomes that people could be desiring for their life, which they will find satisfying. It's foolish of us to say my way is the only way that is satisfying for mankind. Now, if you're saying my way is satisfying, but also yet benefiting and giving back to society or to the world, that's a different thing, because I think that might be a little bit more rare. There might be fewer options to do there. But if you're talking about the individual wanting to satisfy their life, no, maybe a wife and 6 kids is not going to be what is satisfying to that individual's life. Maybe what's satisfying to that individual's life is a lab where they're studying and they're creating the next amazing whatever or scientific breakthrough. Maybe that's what's satisfying for that individual's life. And that kind of just goes back to go into the whole some men are going to be born eunuchs, some men are going to be made eunuchs, that kind of thing, to me. So it's not like everybody it's not a one size fits all type of thing. And I hate when everybody tries to give these one size fits all solutions.
Yeah, but can we go with averages like most people? What's best for most people?
Most people, again, for most people, they're gonna do the same old thing, and they're gonna make the same old mistakes. They're gonna find themselves in a mountain of debt, trying to make a relationship work while they're struggling. And we don't want people to be like most people. That's why we're trying to help people. We're trying to help men make sure that they are equipped with the knowledge and the tools that they can, so they go out there and conquer the world, so they're not struggling like most people. That's all I'm saying.
I'll have a take here. Generalization take, Kieran. Most women are fulfilled by having a family, kids with a man they love, admire, respect, right? Men are fulfilled by chasing and putting that dent in the universe. Does that make sense?
Wait a minute, I didn't hear that last. What was it again?
Men are fulfilled by chasing, chasing greatness and putting a dent in the universe, right? Women are fulfilled.
Again, I'm not making like arbitrary, like blanket statements.
Depends on a bit of a generalization, but if
Depends on
saying no, because I wouldn't agree to that, because most men are men that are just they live to be told what to do. You know, they just follow the last person in front of them. You know, oh, they did this, so I'm going to do this. I guess this is what we ought to do. They don't ever really think for themselves. They're like cattle.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's not the majority, fortunately, from the guys I've dealt with, but yes, there's a small minority of the individuals where if they come to me and they're like, Viking, how do I handle this situation? And I tell them what to do, and it's something they actually got to do, and they don't want to do it, right? Like, and they're like, but just tell me what to do, and I'll do it, but not that. It's like, okay. Well, I bet I wasted my own goddamn time there, apparently.
I mean, think about this. Most, like, what?
AJ, you're muted.
Paul who wrote, like, you know, a good majority of the New Testament, he never had kids. He wasn't married.
It's like, with what Viking was saying, a lot of guys come to this space and like come to like Glenn, myself, and Viking, and probably Lost in Asia, and they want the shortcuts without doing the work. And yeah, we're trying to provide them the shortcuts. And it's like, hey, here's the actual shortcut. You got to do this work to get it. They don't want to do it. Even then, they just want the free advice from the guys who learned it the hard way, and they just don't want to do the extra little bit of work that is required for that shortcut to work.
Yeah, they want to ride to the finish line. They don't want to drive the car themselves.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to tell her that has nothing to do with the conversation. Nope. Okay.
What was that? I didn't hear what you said.
I don't think. Oh, I wasn't looking at the screen. I thought it was Ellen. I don't think that. Some people don't want to put the work. Some people just want to live a stable life. They don't want to have luxury. They don't want to have 3 bitches and 7 kids. And no, they just want a regular life. And to be honest, you being regular is what most of us are going to be. Just like.
And there's really nothing wrong with being average or regular.
Most of us are going to be average people getting bossed around by other people, chasing the waves or the norms of society, and we're going to die, and our kids and our grandkids are going to do the same thing. And there's no problem with that, because most of humans being like that. I think as long as you leave this world without hurting what you, like you see what I'm saying, like you maintain at least a status quo, and you don't leave the next generation worse than they were before, you don't contribute with that, I think you did your job. Having kids, not having kids, having family, not having kids, being rich, not, as long as you left this place, like, you know, like you rent a room, you rent a house for 10 years, and then you leave it, but before you leave it, you clean everything and you left everything pristine like you found it so the next person can enjoy it. I think you did your job.
You got it. No one size fits all.
Thank you very much for considering that.
Now the difference is now if you're asking the question, what is better for society? What is, you know, better for this specific worldview? Well, unless everybody adopts the same worldview, no one can tell a person what's best for them if they don't hold the same worldview as you.
You know, it's funny, Glenn. What's best for society a lot of times is terrible for men overall. Like what's better for society usually puts a tremendous amount of hurt, pain on men, because usually men are the ones that are doing what's best for society. Women are doing what's best for them, and kids are kids. So, like, I can agree with you. What's best for society will be everybody has families and we're happy-go-lucky and have kids, but for the most part, that comes at the greatest cost when it comes to man happiness, man fulfilling, than men actually going and doing what they want to do. So this is, I think, what this place is about. The red pill, MGTOW, whatever the variant is put yourself first, because men are putting everybody first for a millennia. I don't know how many years. So be smart and put yourself first.
That's like part of the problem, though, right? It's like I think everybody is a little bit too selfish minded at times, and they're saying, "Oh, this world's going to hell in a handbasket." Okay, but are you adding to that hell? Are you helping it get there faster, or are you trying to, help change that?
That's fair, but you wouldn't tell nobody to go with a knife to a gunfight. And the reality is, if the social construct being literally broken by a woman don't want to do their part, I don't think men should oblige by the same social contract. You breach the deal. There's no deal anymore. Like, we are fresher. You are doing what's best for you. So I'll make sure I put myself first. Doesn't that mean that I don't put my family second, my kids third, my overall society fourth? You can have a priority list. But the important is, if you're putting yourself first, there's no contract. So I'm going to put myself first and protect myself.
Well, not to go like total philosophical here, but I mean, Aristotle even argued that most people don't lead fulfilled lives. So, I mean, and I'm not really arguing that point, but Fatty, if what you're saying is, and again, I think I've pretty much understood you the entire time you're talking, is you're just trying to present the aspect that, not every person is going to live the exact same life. Not every person is going to see success the same way.
Yes.
Right? And I'm not arguing specifically against that, but I think it's pretty safe to say that my view on it is it would be better if people did lead a specific style of life, if they did have a positive life.
It will be better if we
We're talking about odds. You're talking about odds.
It will be better if we all had the collectivist mindset, meaning let's do what's best for the clan, let's do what's best for the tribe, let's do what's best for the group. But unfortunately, that's not what happened.
I wouldn't even argue that. I would say if you do what's best for your family, you're probably inadvertently, even if you're not doing it on purpose, you're probably going to be helping society. If you just
absolutely not, because you can be a Rothschild or a Rockefeller or whatever, and what's doing best for your family is invading and creating another war on the other side of the world, and make sure that you get even more money than you already have and more power. Okay. So it depends from by the way, sorry for strawmanning you. I know. I was going to say that. That's kind of an extreme, but I'm just saying it depends with what you foster on your family. I'm just saying it depends what you foster.
But we're not discussing the Rothschilds. We're not discussing the.
No. It's fine. But let's go more on a ground level. And I'm sorry for interrupting you. And again, like, if you are a bully that is raising other bullies, so they can raise another bully. So
that's for your family. It's not good for your family to teach them to be bullies. We have to at least have some common sense here. It's not.
You are wrong.
Yes. No, I'm not wrong. It's not beneficial for your family to teach your children to be bullies. That's not going to end well for you.
No, it's actually beneficial for you. Bullying is actually the entry level. Is the families that are going to have best success are going to create the narcissists, the ruthless people, the psychopaths, the people that are not like the people that are Machiavellian, the people that have literally no kind of empathy. So those are the ones that are actually going to succeed. Those are the ones that are going to be the most successful hunters.
You're talking about the CEOs that are psychopaths, stuff like that.
No. I'm talking about in general. If you are going to raise a family of people that don't give a fuck about nobody, and empathy is the last thing that they care about, they are going to step on 1,000 people to make sure that they get to their place. And I'm talking about the wife of the CEO, the daughter, the son, and all that.
But that does not guarantee success. Being more aggressive does not necessarily guarantee success.
He actually does. He's like a survival mechanism. Absolutely.
That is not an absolute.
Okay, so let's do this. If I can literally go to your house, delete you and your family, and feel no remorse, empathy, or whatsoever, you are going to actually be in danger. And I'm thinking this to not an extreme, but like an extreme measure. But this will happen if we're fighting for a job position. This will happen if your kid and my kid are on the basketball team, and I'm trying to make sure my kid gets to the starting five. Like, if my kid is selfish, if my kid is actually going to.
For that, though. You could just teach them to
take the bully out of it. Take the bully. I'm talking about this
covert. You specifically said bully, and I responded to bully, so now you're switching the goalpost.
So let me correct it. Let me just correct it so you can assess my argument, right?
A negative assessment is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that a bully is overt. You can see it. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about all these people that have extremely negative traits that actually help them get in front of the line.
You teach them to be, what the term alpha is or whatever you want to call it, and they will be successful. But you don't have to teach them to be a fucking bully. You don't have to teach them to step on the throats of the people that they go over.
Are alphas altruistic or selfish?
They will still be successful.
Yeah, but are alpha altruistic or selfish? I would actually say that the betas, for the most part, are the ones that are community-based.
No, now you're making a baseless claim. You're saying that, okay, now alphas are automatically selfish and they're going to
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying, no, I didn't say that. But for example, a beta, a man that likes to be a yes man, that likes to coddle the people around him, that will put the people around him first before he puts him, the man that's going to see him for his wife and put all of his effort to work. Like, that man is actually, in my opinion, most men, he's the society-prone man.
What was my original statement, Fatty? What did I originally say? I said you do what's best for your family. Teaching your child to be a yes man is not what's best for your family. Also,
no, there's not.
Let me finish. Also, on the opposite side of that coin, teaching them to be an asshole or a bully is not also good for your family. Okay, you can meet in the middle and say, look, I want you to be confident, I want you to be assertive, I want you to be a decent human being, and you will probably go out and be successful. Is it a guarantee? No. Is it an absolute? No. But if that is what is best for your family, it's not something crazy to say that if you teach your, let's say you're just in the middle of Alabama and you're teaching, hey, I need you to grow up and be a racist. I need you to grow up and be a sexist. That's probably not a good thing. Okay. And that would be a negative connotation. But if you raise your children, say, okay, I want you to let people's actions speak for them. I want you to judge a person based off of what they do, not what you think. That is probably a much better philosophy than teaching them the latter.
You are talking about utopian world where everybody does what's right.
Utopian
world. No, it is because you are preaching. No, sir, I don't disagree. Let me just because you are not understanding my point. I agree with you in principle, right? Being righteous, being empathetic, make sure everybody's taken care of, not judging by who they are, but what they say. I agree with that in principle. That's how it's supposed to be. I will guarantee you on this world that where dog eats dog or whatever the saying is, and everybody from themselves, if you raise a person that is aware of those characteristics but acts in a selfish, narcissistic, and all those negative traits that you have, that person will be more successful than the other person, even though the other person is more moral, is actually beneficial for society. The person with the negative traits is going to outclass the person with the positive traits because they are willing to play dirty. They are willing to go everywhere and anywhere to get those results. Those people are usually the people that are in front of the line. Is the people that says, I don't care about the fucking line. I'm going to lie, cheat, and steal to get in front of it. Those are the people that are winning in 2024. Look at society around you.
I would say that's more of a pessimistic viewpoint than anything else. But who do you think it is that knocks those people off of their pegs? Let's just say, for the sake of argument, I agree with you. Let's just say that I am on board with you. Let's just say that, yes, okay, the negative people are the ones.
Let me answer.
Well, who is going to knock those guys off of those?
Other people with the same traits. For a lie,
there's just a bunch of bad people walking around knocking each other off the pedestal. That's not the way the world works, man.
No, it is. Most of us are.
But a
No.
majority of the people that get beaten that are a part of that
No,
negative
brother.
connotation, they're being beaten by people that believe in a better philosophy.
It's not
Don't
about that.
believe in the
Most of us are sheep, and we are going to be sheep. You know, a sheep, like a bunch of sheep, can take the lion out of his throne. You need another lion to actually drop him down. And if you actually look at society,
Let's say 85% of society is sheep.
if you no.
Right? Let's say
Let me just finish. Let me just finish the point. If you look at, let me just finish. No, let me just finish the point. If you look at society, the way that it's structured, bad people are dethroning bad people. People that are psychopaths are dethroning other psychopaths. People that are selfish and narcissists are the ones that are literally deposing the other people that are, because they're going to do whatever it takes to get the spot. It's not the nice people that are doing that shit. It's not. I think actually it never was like that. It was the people that literally want to literally take the person out of the spot. I don't want this lion here because I want it for myself, that usually go ahead and do those things. There's not nice people that do that.
I mean, again, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. I'm just saying that that's not a normality. Okay, yes, you are going to have psychopaths going against psychopaths. I mean, I'm not saying that doesn't happen. But generally speaking, it is not psychopaths that are dethroning psychopaths. It is not the sheep either. Okay, if you're going to have a reaction, you're going to have an equal and opposite reaction. So for every freaking piece of shit asshole that exists in the world, there's going to be a person that's virtuous and righteous. Okay, and typically speaking, a righteous and virtuous person notices a psychopath or a person with negative connotations the same exact way that a psychopath and a person with negative connotations notices a person that is righteous and good. And they typically meet in the middle and they have a conflict, and one of them will be the victor. Okay, but now I'll let you talk. Give me 30 more seconds. Okay, now I do agree with you on the fundamental point that if you are more aggressive and evil in this situation and you don't give a shit about stepping on people's throats, you're going to have a certain advantage in certain things. Yes, I do agree with you in that. But the other side of that coin is also going to have an advantage. They're going to have just as much as an advantage because they're going to be just as smart, just as strong, just as fast. They're going to believe in a certain ideology that's going to make them better than the sheep. Just like the people that are psychopaths and narcissistic are going to believe in their beliefs, and they're going to be better than the average sheep. So in that situation, they're going to come together, meet in the middle, and they're going to fight, and one is going to win and one is going to lose.
I think, do you see the movie King Kong versus Godzilla, whatever the shit is? I think for you to beat a monster, you have to be a monster. I think
I agree.
What you're saying is kind of ideal. Like
we actually talked about that. Yeah,
is ideal that it might happen, but on the balance of probabilities, the people that actually get in front of the line are the people that are selfish and they're all about themselves, like the Michael Jordans, the Kobe Bryants, or whatever. Like, it's very nice that you are this happy, nice person, altruistic and all that, and you get in front of the line. The psychopaths get there first and they replace themselves every time, all the time. But I understand your point. I'm just saying we are debating, in my opinion, not yours. Yeah, reality versus like
saying that evil is going to win, dude. That's not how it works.
No, actually, no, it's not even that. I think, you know what's funny? I think I'm being red pilled now. He's acknowledging society for what it is, which is monster. The monsters are going to win, and if a monster is going to be attacked, is by another monster.
Too. You know that, right?
Real quick, you guys. Callum sends a $10 super chat. Goes, must be easy to be a moral person if morality is getting other people to enforce the rules you want. It is not virtue to have other people enforce your rules if you would not enforce them first. Facts.
I would like you to look at this society. No matter who do you think that actually in power, if they're replaced, they're not going to be replaced by a virtuous person and a moral person. They're going to be replaced by another one. There's no chance.
Hey, Terry,
even on this place, if you look about it.
The concept of being a monster. That's what he was talking about. Sorry, Fatty, go ahead.
No, you got this. I'm sorry.
No, and I. Again,
here's the thing: you're not always going to be everybody's hero.
Yeah.
You're not going to be a hero in everybody's story. So you know, if the way that you want to do things, right? If the way I want to do things is, and I'm trying to control society or get society to follow my way, I might be Fatty's villain because my way might be contradictory to his way. And he doesn't want me to, you know, to get people to follow my way because then that would push him as an outsider, and he may not like that because he won't have anybody to follow him, whatever the case may be, right?
I mean, I'm
That's what I'm saying. You're so when it comes like the monsters, the whole monster thing, they go, yeah, you're somebody's monster, you're somebody's villain.
Exactly.
Glenn, I believe that there's no stronger emotion than fear. Fear puts everything in place. Fear makes you forget your tribe, your color. If tomorrow the aliens showed up on Earth, it's the first time in the history of mankind that everybody is just human, fighting for the same goal. I believe that with love and empathy, you are going to get some things that you want. With respect and fear, you'll conquer the world. Because if people fear you, they're going to stay in line and they're not going to do some dumb shit.
As if people that are good can't be respected or feared. Who do you think fears good people? I mean, it wouldn't be good people fearing good people. It would be the people that were evil. And by the way, everyone feels fear. Everyone feels fear. The good feel fear and the evil feel fear. And who do you think the evil's afraid of?
The Bible says fear God.
You don't fear somebody that is nice. You don't fear somebody that is going to give you.
The Bible does say fear God, right?
Fear God. But no, and again, Fatty, I'm not talking about the sheep, bro. Leave the sheep out of the conversation.
But sheep are most of them.
You specifically stated that in order for you to be successful, you've got to be this like insurmountable evil fucking bastard. That's not the truth. Okay, it's not even close to the truth. Yes, as I agreed with you, it will give you advantages in certain circles. I even mentioned CEOs. They even did a study that showed that there were a massive number of CEOs that could be considered psychopaths and sociopaths. I'm not disagreeing with you.
No, they have the traits.
Yeah,
and it's just like saying every president is a narcissist.
Yeah.
No, they have the traits.
Yeah, they have the traits. But now, on the other side of that coin, if you
but you know what? You could also find as many janitors that have the traits as well.
Yeah, thank you. And that's all I'm saying. Exactly what Glenn just said. I'm just saying that just because you have those traits, you're not guaranteed victory, man. And now again, if you have certain assertive traits and you follow a good path, you're going to be just as likely to be in those positions that you're so-called evil people that only believe in fear. Okay, you're going to eventually get to that point as long as you follow your path. Is it guaranteeing success? No. Is it an absolute? No, it's not. But neither is being an evil fuck.
Yeah, but I just don't think where do you apply that in real life that actually shows your point, right? For example, if I have two countries with the same amount of population, same military, same everything, and I know one of them is very nice and respectful and empathetic people, and other country is full of narcissists, son of a bitch, will do everything to get what they want and all that. Imagine what country I'm going to fuck with. Same thing if we are homeless and we're on the streets. I'm not going to fuck with the aggressive homeless that is going to rah-rah fight me. I'm going to fuck with the goody-goody two-shoes that believes in altruism. Same thing with women. Same thing with a job. The person that you don't want to fuck with the job is the person that is going to take there and is going to make sure that you are fired. You are going to fuck with a person that is actually nice. In school, same shit. You don't fuck with a school bully. You fuck with the guy that is in your size or smaller. Like, this is a law of life. This is the strongest survive. And I don't see in any capacity where can you say that the person that is actually righteous and moral, and I get it, there's the ideal, gets better results overall than actually the guy that is the son of a bitch that everybody is afraid of. I don't get it. I don't see where.
I didn't say better. I said they get the same. That's what I said.
Do you think they get the same results?
Yes, because they are equal on opposite sides of the same coin. Okay, so you're saying that in bullies, you don't fuck with the bullies because you're afraid of them. But there are people that do fuck with bullies. There are people that knock bullies down.
They're bullies.
No, they're not.
For the most part, they're bullies. Yes, for the most part, they're the bullies.
Don't believe in good people. Let's make sure that I understand this correctly. You're saying that you just don't believe that good people.
No, it's not. No, it's not that. I'm talking. No. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so let's do this. Let's make it about relationships, right? What is the guy that's supposed to be going? No. I got you. No, because one second. One second. I know. Because it's.
Question. Do you believe that good people can beat bad people?
I believe that good people should get the results that you are talking about. I believe they don't.
That wasn't the question. I asked
repeat it again.
Specifically, can good people beat evil people? It's a yes or no question.
Yes, because he's a Ken. Everything is possible. Yes, Ken.
Okay, so if it is possible, then couldn't you possibly see that a good person is just as likely to succeed as a bad person if you
No,
exclude
because
the sheep?
because you are using the word possibilities. I'm talking probabilities. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? No. All the cutthroat people are the people for the most part that get at top. No, it's not. It's reality. Look at around you. So let me ask you. Okay, so let me ask you something. So let me ask you something real quick. Let's imagine that you are a very nice. No, when I say nice person, is not on the like you are a good person, right? And you have this shitty person. And either you have a group of friends or you are entertaining woman. Which one is more supposed to probably going to take probabilities, not possibilities. Both of them can be taken advantage of, get ripped off and all that shit. But if you're going for the realm of probabilities, which one probably going to get bamboozled? They're going to get who is the person that is going to get taken advantage of? Is the nasty person, the evil person, the person that everybody is afraid of disappoint, or is the righteous guy and the Bible guy and the who is going to be on probabilities going to be more exploited?
If the evil person is going up against a sheep, it's going to be the evil person. If it's an evil person going up a person that is virtuous, it's, you don't know. It's going to be 50-50 because they're both fighting each other. That's the point that you're not understanding. You're thinking that, okay, because there's a majority, because I do agree with you, a majority of people are sheep.
Vincent, you should speak closer to your microphone, please.
Sorry. I do agree with you that a majority of people are sheep. I'm not even remotely arguing that fact. And yes, like in the situation of a used car salesman, used car salesman is probably exactly what you're talking about. It's a person that's taking advantage of a situation and using his ability to walk on people, step on people's throats to make a good deal for himself, not for the person buying the car. But what happens when that used car salesman meets a person that actually knows what the fuck they're talking about, actually knows how much the car is worth, and knows how to haggle and knows how to actually do what he's doing in that situation? He's not going to win every time. There will be situations where the used car salesman will win that, but there's also going to be another large amount of the guys that know what they're fucking talking about that are going to win that argument and actually get a good deal from the used car salesman. That will happen. From your perspective, I'll finish.
No, that's fair. I agree.
Hey, hold up. Shout out to the used car salesmen that are not assholes that trying to get over on people. There's something. I think Vincent just just shamed a bunch of used car salesmen. If you're a used car salesman, you're a dirty bird, apparently.
I actually agree with you. I agree with your point. I agree with your point. What I'm saying is that a car salesman only going to be bamboozled with other salesmen. And you know what's fucked up? Salesmen are one of the ruthless people in this motherfucking planet. They will literally sell you a dream so you can buy some shit. So I think actually, people hearing this conversation, this is the true definition of red pill. You accept reality. You accept the world is not going to reward you for you being nice and polite and doing the right thing. Actually, you understand that for the most part, if you are a piece of shit, you are going to get rewarded for it because for whatever for whatever reason, human beings try to. They kind of are.
Well, because it is. It's true. Like our sinful state glorifies bad behavior.
I think that's what red pill is actually. Okay, I acknowledge that being nice guy is trying to compensate.
Think about this. We glorify bad behavior. You know, we promote it. I mean, think about this. When it comes to the woman, Cardi B literally talked about robbing dudes, drugging them up, and never did she get canceled. No. She's a pop sensation. You know, nobody shut her down. Nobody said, you know what, this is a bad thing. We don't want this person to succeed. No, other way around. They brought her up. They elevated her, and it's like, okay, we glorify bad behavior all the time. Unfortunately, the sad thing is that's the reality is our fallen state in this world. Our fallen state glorifies bad behavior. Period. All right, it's unfortunate that's the case. There's never been the last perfect and honest person that ever walked the face of the earth was here over 2,000 years ago, right? Everybody has some level of deceitfulness, or will step on somebody, or will do someone dirty for their sake, as long as it improves their current standing.
Facts.
I don't agree with
There's
that.
and
I don't agree with that.
I'm sorry, that's the reality.
I don't think
It's literally the reality. I have
fuck over everybody else. I don't think that's true.
I guarantee you. I guarantee you this: you have fucked somebody over in your life at least once in your life because it was beneficial to you. Maybe not a big fuck over, but you know what? You kind of.
No, I never have. I've never gone out of my way to fuck someone over in my life.
I didn't say you have. See, now you're putting words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth. I never said you're going out of your way.
I did say I never did it on purpose. I've never done it on purpose.
I never said you would do it on purpose.
Okay,
I just said we have done that. Everybody has fucked someone over at least once in their life.
I mean, not willing.
But Vincent, look at what Glenn said, right? Isn't the way that people vote literally the proof?
No,
that people
Terry,
are
I'm not saying that's how you should act either. I
Yes,
hear
it
that
is
Fatty saying
reality.
that might be. Fatty might be saying that's how you should act. I think he's saying that's how you should act if you want to be this up here.
No. What I'm saying is, one second. What I'm saying is, I'm acknowledging reality. The cutthroat people are the people that usually going to get their vote. I'm not promoting it. I'm not saying that you should be that way. I'm just telling, wake up. Because, for example, the way that we vote show that we are inherently selfish. Most people vote for themselves, for their own interest. If somebody is promising something for them and somebody is promising something for the betterment of society, they are going to vote for their best interest instead of the betterment of society. Most people are like that. So if voting, which is probably the most
no, Fatty, I think you're talking about women. Women that you're talking about women because that's
I'm
how
talking
women
about
vote.
men too. Most men vote for their own interest.
Women only vote for their best interest.
and men too. If like men vote on their tax bracket, the person that gives more benefits to the tax bracket, they're going to vote on them so they can get benefits. Women vote on their self-interest. Period. That does not have to do with economic. Has to do just with the overall proposes. So I think that actually shows, like, if people were actually altruistic, they would not vote for what they benefit from it. They will not join things like. Even relationships. Look at how relationships are. There's very rare now that people get in relationships and say, I'm here to do what's right for you. I'm here because I want to give. No, they are.
Now you're talking more my language because that's exactly what I've been saying. I said, what feminism, in my opinion, I'm using feminism as an example. What feminism has done has made men or made women go think about what
can
they
you do for
want.
me?
They want what I want. What about me? I want this. I want this. I'm not getting this. I'm not getting this. So now you got all these women are wanting, what about me? What about me? And the guy's like, well, what about me? What about me? So now you got people, instead of like the wife being concerned about making sure the husband's needs are satisfied and he's happy. And now the husband's not concerned about, he's concerned about himself. And he's not concerned about what his wife needs, and if she's happy and satisfied, it's like there's this whole selfish, chase here. Like, well, what about me? I'm not happy here. Instead of being, are we happy? Are you taking care of her? Is she taking care of you? Is that where your mind is? That's what we need to do. We need to stop being so selfish-minded in a lot of these cases, and make sure that we are concerned about the people that are in our, that we are in relationships with. Yes, you do got to worry about yourself and make sure that, you are okay and all that stuff. And that your relationship is headed in the direction, if you're the man, as the direction that you are leading it. Right. But you're leading it not for just your own best interest. You're leading it for the betterment of your family altogether. Right. But when you start making it about you, the individual, it's always about just you, the individual. Well, then that's when you realize that our society is collapsing because nobody is looking outside and saying, oh shit, that's not looking good. How do I fix this? How can we change this? Well, you haven't been able to change it because you're so focused on the man in the mirror. Worried about what the man in the mirror wants. What do you say, sweet auntie?
Yeah, what you said. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I mean, in all honesty, yeah, I mean, there's a point where you need to be able to prioritize yourself in order to be able to prioritize others. But society needs us. So for me, it's not about what I'm going to be gaining out of everything. Like I'm putting myself first and getting myself in line and my home healthy and happy. But my also goal is how to help the next generation after me.
Well, it's like you can't
and then
save
that after that.
you can't save anybody from drowning until you put the flotation device around your head first, right? It's like
Right, exactly. You got to put your mask on first. You can't fill a cup that has a hole in it, So, there's all sorts of things about how you have to make sure you're prioritizing the right kind of things and yourself first. But society needs us, and we have to prioritize society on a level higher than we do.
I want to say Auntie's onto something right here. It's that whole adage, especially in Western society where everyone's trying to be a victim. Hurt people hurt people. That's why you see a lot of people who are damaged, dysfunctional, everything, still getting in relationships, still producing families because they don't know any other paradigm and they've been in those generational curses for a while. And that's where people like Paul Bauer, I think, are instrumental in this space where they tried to get that paradigm shift to happen.
Apologies, guys. I had to let the pack out.
Yeah, I'd say I think what I say I'm not gonna be naive and think that there's more that people are all good. Like
I don't believe that either. I'm not saying that.
Don't interrupt me. I'm saying I don't believe that people are all good, and I don't think that people are all bad. I think that people will choose to be good if it ultimately if it benefits them, and if they think that being bad will benefit them more, they will do so. But we should encourage people to do better, to do good, not just for themselves, but for their legacy. Like, we have children here. You don't want to. We talk about we need more people to have kids because the population rate is low. Blah 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 blah. All right, Fatty, you have a good day, friend. The population is falling down. Sure, I get it. But that's not a reason to have kids. No, we should first work on the people first before having kids. No, I don't need you to just get the population rate back up or whatever. If they're going to be continuing more broken families and more bullshit and more, just broken homes, like we don't need any more of that. We need to stop that. We need to fix that problem first before we think about working on the kids. I've heard some people say like, no, we need people just to go have kids because we're low on the replacement rate. Well, okay, so you go have kids and you just keep on repeating the same shit over and over again. When does fixing the problem at home become a priority? That should be the priority. Fixing what's going on between the husband and wife at home, fixing the marriage issue, fixing that problem so that we have more nuclear families that are raising kids in mom and dad in the same home, right? That's what we ought to be focused on if we're going to be talking about fixing anything. Again, the family is like a microcosm of society or whatever, right?
We need to fix the culture before we breed more into it.
Well, what in the culture of the home? We got to fix what's going on in the house before you think you can fix the culture.
That's the priority. Right. That's the number one of the culture priority is the home.
And how you do that? You fix your home individually. You fix your home individually. You can't worry about what's going on outside until you fix about what's going on inside, because it doesn't do any good if you're trying to go out there and fight, and fix the culture when you got the same shit going on in your own home and you can't even get that shit squared away.
$100% agree. That's why I say too, like the whole you can't fill a broken cup is a thing that you can't You can't fill a cup unless your cup is filled first. But you can also, if we keep pouring into cups that aren't fixed, if we're not fixing these homes and giving these remedies and these patches out, these conversations like this, then we're just pouring into cups with holes.
Well, it's also a bunch of
And-
virtue signaling if we talk about the problem, but we're not addressing the problem within our own walls.
Exactly. That's a glass house scenario we don't want to be walking into.
I do want to change the topic because I do have a prompt here from Callum. He goes, porn is bad and damaging habit, but I would not advocate to criminalize it because I can't justify someone prisoner by my own hand because porn. Easy to ask others to enforce, but would you? So I'm assuming he's like basically saying, hey, porn is bad, it's damaging, but he doesn't want to criminalize it because he doesn't think it's a good idea to send people to jail because
Their own
porn.
hands sending them to jail. I think he was.
Their own hands. Like they wouldn't send them to jail.
I actually agree with him on this one. And that's because like anytime you say that there should be a law, you're advocating for the idea of the state to come and use force, i.e. deadly force, if necessary, to make you stop doing a habit that somebody may morally object to.
Oh, he's saying he would not. No, I'm saying I would not have the conviction to enforce the law myself. But unless you're a police officer, right? You're not enforcing the law.
Would it be fair to say that if we outlawed porn, if we made it illegal, we'd also have to make prostitution illegal?
What?
It already is illegal.
Not in Las Vegas, it's not.
Actually,
Well, you're talking
it's
about
illegal in Las Vegas.
It's illegal in Las Vegas. It's only legalized in Nevada, but it's like in a county. It's weird.
It's very regulated too. It's like higher regulation than even the porn industry.
Okay, but I mean, we'd have to make it illegal. Like no prostitution anywhere. It would have to be everything would have to be shut down. If we were to shut down porn, which is basically free prostitution from a certain aspect, we would have to make prostitution legal in every state, not just.
Well, I mean, basically, but no, we don't have to because right now prostitution is not legalized, but porn is. You're saying that we would have to
Also, could you
legalize.
take that away from the state?
Yes.
Are you trying to make it a federal?
Yeah, I would say, look, if we're gonna make porn illegal, like if we were to actually do this, we would have to make everything that is involved with porn, which that'd be strip clubs, that would be the states that have legal prostitution. It would have to be across the board because you wouldn't be able to say, okay, well, porn's illegal, but it's okay for you to go out and buy a hooker as long as you're in Las Vegas, and it's okay to go to a strip club and drop hundreds of bucks from your Friday paycheck on chicks that are stripping in front of you. We'd kind of have to make it across the board. Otherwise, we would just be giant hypocrites.
The problem is you cannot legislate morality.
I don't disagree.
You cannot legislate morality, and that's what you would be trying to do if one was going to say like, we're going to criminalize all of it, and that's going to stop them. No, people will still do it. They'll just do it, underground. They'll do it not so openly anymore. Does that make sense?
No, I agree with you. I think if we were to legalize porn, we would have we'd find a way. I mean,
I don't think you could I don't think you can at this point criminalize pornography. As honestly, I mean, we could do that, but I don't think that the country would for multiple reasons. And I think there will be a lot of conservatives or Republicans actually on that side in defense of it.
I'm about to say
Unfortunately.
Glenn, if I may, I'm going to say the thing that's going to piss a lot of the audience off about.
Oh
porn.
God, here you go.
Right now
brother.
in the West, porn is probably holding more marriages together than you want to admit to. I'm sure that's going to piss everybody off. And I think the highest porn users are Christian men.
Okay, could you say that for the people in the back that didn't hear you?
I think porn in the West is holding more marriages together than a lot of people want to admit to.
I would not disagree with that.
I've said this before, so that's why I was like, and the sad thing is, like, it's been used as a buffer, unfortunately, and it's because there's a breakdown in the relationship. You know, for whatever reason, the wife is not making herself available to the husband, so he just, instead of going out and cheating, you know, he watches, you know, that shit, right? Is it good for him? No. Should he? No. But it keeps him from cheating. And that's how he rationalizes it, as it's a lesser of the two evils. At the end of the day, he still gets off, right? He's not going over trying to knock on her door like, hey, come on, give it to me, and have to deal with being rejected. She doesn't have to deal with him begging for it. And that's what they're doing. It's unfortunate. It's not ideal. It doesn't work overall. All it does is it puts a Band-Aid over something that's going to be destroyed by it. You know, at the end of the day, it does end up being one of the things that lead to the destruction of the marriage, because it is just a Band-Aid. It's not a fix. So, and it's not even a Band-Aid. It just slows down the inevitable.
Yeah. And I was also gonna say with that, crap, I had my thought going. But yeah, go ahead, ask your question, Vincent.
What do you think about OnlyFans?
It's porn. It's the same thing.
Porn, yeah.
Yeah, but it didn't start till 20. It's a relatively new phenomenon, though. That's why I specifically ask about OnlyFans.
It's not relatively new.
Yeah, like cam girls have been around on the internet since almost the time that video could be on the internet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but right now I'm specifically speaking of OnlyFans.
Well, what's the difference?
You mean just how the quickest and easiest way, the access and easy access for millions of women to be able to go online? Or is the popularity aspect, or are you talking about the platform itself?
Yeah, because OnlyFans originally wasn't created for porn. I don't know how many people know about this, but it wasn't originally created for porn. It was like supposed to be.
It was created for celebrities and for you to get a hold of. I know. I was at the meeting when they were the investors meeting years ago.
I'm pretty sure COVID had a lot to do with this, or excuse me, Scrovid. Sorry, my bad. YouTube. Don't be mad at Glenn. Don't be mad at Glenn. That's my fault. I'm pretty sure that had something to do with it, but it grew so quickly, so fast, and it involved so many women, specifically women, because it's, you know, predominantly women. That's why I say OnlyFans. I know cam girls existed. I understand that. But, you know, OnlyFans is a relatively rare phenomenon, especially considering what it's done and how many, you know, multi-millionaires it has created. That's why I asked what you thought about it. Specifically.
You want my honest opinion on OnlyFans?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll go back. I'll go back to Amuse Mastery. Does it affect me? No. Then why the fuck should I care about it?
Okay. I mean, I've never even once looked at it, so it doesn't bother me either. But it bothers me that it's so easy to access. That is something that does bother me. It bothers me that it gave women, you know, of a specific. I'm not saying all women, obviously. It gave specific women a way to create this source of income that has been very successful, and they're basically just, you know, ruining their lives, so to speak, because of this access.
Does it affect you?
It wasn't even specific women. It even got unspecific women because of the ease of access of the funds.
Yeah. So, and does it affect me personally? No, but I think it does affect society, and that's why it bothers me, because it does affect the society to a certain standard. I mean, it's not beneficial for us to have degenerate women in our society, no more than it's benefit for us to have degenerate men.
The
So-
unfortunate secret to that is there's been degenerate women throughout all of human history. So
There has never been a
you're not
time
gonna
where there
see
hasn't been degenerate women and there hasn't been degenerate man. And degeneracy is not just has to do with sex only.
Are we saying that there was more or less degenerate women before OnlyFans?
I think there's been about the same.
I think there's more now.
I think there's been about the same, and it's just that women now are not being. There's no consequence for their
There's a
degeneracy.
shame. Yeah,
there's no
there's a shame
consequence that's acting as a buffer for their degeneracy. Period.
And then you got also the phenomena of the simp, the lost boys, whatever we want to fucking call it, that actually.
But I think that's also been. I think there's also been simps and lost boys, in every generation.
Forever.
Yeah.
And to think that Lost Boys used to actually be a good thing because it was from a movie, man, so sad. But no, I do believe the simp phenomenon has gotten worse, and I do believe the degeneracy of women has gotten worse. I don't think it's the same. I don't have the stats to back it up. That's just a personal opinion.
Like, here's the thing, like. You're missing it. It's not that it's gotten worse. It's that women are just gotten punished for it. They're not punished for it. It's not like the same type of women that were being degenerate way back when would be the same type of women that are being degenerate today.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, shame when you're in the town bicycle.
Yeah, like
although due to the social acceptance, more women who were riding the line of degeneracy and would have maybe put it back in their pockets brought it out.
Well,
sure, but I think it's the lack of accountability or lack of consequence that's no longer there as a buffer is the real reason, right? Why were women not having sex back in the day? Like they weren't being
agreed, but that lack of accountability has created the physical degeneracy, though. Of
yes, absolutely.
I was going to ask,
but I still think like for the majority of the case. The same amount of women that would not do that are still not doing that.
As a woman not doing that and wouldn't have done that. Agreed.
Yeah, exactly. I think that,
even
what we have lost,
I wouldn't do it.
What we have lost was what Are We Not Men is saying, virtue. We lost biblical virtues in this country. Nobody holds them of any value anymore.
What's actually bad to be a Christian now in certain circles. So it's like, oh my God, you're a Christian. Well,
it's only bad if you actually give a fuck what those people think about you.
Well, no, I'm talking more like, look at the Olympics, the joke the Olympics was. They were telling people you couldn't say the word Jesus or you couldn't thank God after an event or something. And one girl tried to.
Well, no, you could. You could, but they wouldn't render a consequence, right?
Well, they told one girl she couldn't do it. Period. They told her, so she did sign language instead. Yeah.
Well, if she did it, what would have happened?
I think they were going to be fined, right? Wasn't that
okay?
What it was?
So then she chose not to take a fine over than doing that.
But my point is that in certain circles, you're basically told to either not be a Christian or that it's bad or that there's a negative connotation for it.
And if you let those circles dictate what you do, then you're weak.
Okay.
And I don't feel bad for them if they're weak. If they choose to be weak sheep, then be weak sheep.
Okay, but there's still
if you're that easily swayed, if you have no conviction to be like, oh, you know what, this group of people doesn't want me to be a Christian, so I guess I won't be now.
No, I don't disagree with you. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, 100%.
Like to me, it's like I wouldn't want them around me anyways.
Okay, but the onus is still on. I mean, it's not like the average person that's a Christian has the ability to come out on a major platform and say, hey, don't do this, and have the power to back it up. The people that are telling Christians on average, you can't say this, are people that have the power to back it up. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not disagreeing with you at all on the fact that I wouldn't give a shit. If someone told me that I couldn't praise God on public, like do a Tim Tebow move, I would tell them to go fuck themselves. Okay. But I am saying that there are still people that have that power to be able to tell them to do it. And that's not a good thing.
Okay.
That's
besides the Olympics that you mentioned, like what other circles or places are doing this? Just out of,
Well, I mean,
out of
I
curiosity.
I just mentioned Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow did a kneeling in the end zone when he was playing football, and he got ostracized. Like,
Yeah,
oh
but
my
that's
God,
not
how could
that's
you
not why
possibly
he
do that?
that's not why he's not a quarterback anymore.
I never said anything about him being a quarterback. I
So,
just said
but-
that he was. I just said he was ostracized for doing it. They were like, "Oh my God, why would you bring that to football? Oh my God, why did you do this?"
Why does he? Do you think Tim Tebow cared?
No, he doesn't. I'm not talking.
So then,
about
why are people caring? Who cares if they're trying to ostracize you if you're doing it because that's what you believe and you want to do it? And it's this what. Who fucking cares?
That wasn't my original point. My point is simply that people are in certain circles. People are saying,
But-
"Don't do this." That's all I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is, why do you care what they're saying if you want to do it? Is what I'm getting at. Is like,
And I don't. I was just
no, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying the person that's doing it. If they are believing God and they're being told that you can't be a Christian in these circles, and you can't say this or say that in these circles, why do you care what they say? If you want to do it, aren't you doing it?
Yeah, you shouldn't do it. Yeah.
So
You
then,
shouldn't care.
okay, so then saying if you're saying that they shouldn't care, then bringing up what people are doing or trying to ostracize you, it shouldn't matter.
I mean, we need to call out people for doing things that are wrong, right? Yeah, I would say it's fundamentally wrong to tell someone not to do something based off of their religious beliefs. I would.
Okay, so then are you gonna allow the Satanist to kneel in the end zone and they could worship Satan?
They wouldn't kneel, but yeah.
I'm asking you if they could, if he wanted to do whatever he wanted to worship Satan in the end zone, are you going to allow him to do that? Or are you going to tell him that he shouldn't be doing that?
I would not tell him anything. Because I mean, again, you can't make exceptions to the rule if you want to follow the rule. It either has to be.
Well, then
blanket rule,
wouldn't that
yeah.
be allowing false gods or false others to worship false like if this is in your city, if you're in your community, like aren't you?
Well, if we're going biblical now,
Well, no, because that's what it all comes down to.
It would be my place to try to bring him to the light. It would be my place to try to bring him to the Lord. So no, I wouldn't try to stop him. But afterwards, I'd be like, look, man, let me tell you about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. He's probably going to give you a better deal than the guy you're worshiping right now. That would be what I would do personally. But I mean, no, you can't. It's like the people that want to stop freedom of speech. It's the same concept. You can't tell one person and not say one negative thing because you don't like it by suppressing their freedom of speech with your freedom of speech. It doesn't work that way. I can't tell one person, regardless of how stupid their decision is on what they want to worship, how stupid it is to worship the dark one. But I can tell them afterwards, hey, look, man, let me tell you about Jesus. He's a pretty cool guy. But I had a question for Auntie, if you don't mind, Glenn. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Hey, Auntie, I got a question for you, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got my two grandmothers are incredibly, very independent women. They're very successful in what they did in life. And my aunt or my mama Judy told me that in her time, she's 80 years old now, that women were actually much harder on women to stay chaste and to stay virtuous than any man ever was. Would you say that is an accurate statement? That I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about back
In the
day,
past,
basically.
that was an extremely accurate statement. When I was a youngling, that was when that transitioned. Because when I was very little, that was still a thing. But when I started getting into high school, it slowly transitioned the opposite direction.
What
And
do you
so
think was the
women were
catalyst?
actually the worst. Giving everyone birth control.
So birth control, contraceptives in general, that was one of them.
That was a huge catalyst for women to have the freedoms sexually that they have now.
Yeah, sexual
Social
liberation.
catalyst. Yeah, I mean, that was a huge, because then you didn't have to worry so much about, getting pregnant or things like that, so, but socially, I guess I'm not really sure where we went wrong there. But I do know, so I was chaste all throughout high school, and I was bullied by women for that.
For being
Um,
chaste or to stay chaste?
for being and staying chaste. So like I got called a lot of names, virgin girl. I got my phone number given to guys a lot. They would tell them that I was a virgin and give them my number. They would buy me like inappropriate underwear and put it in my locker, like thongs and stuff, because I didn't wear any of that. So no,
How old are you?
it's not like that anymore. I'm 37. I'll be 37 in October. So
Okay. All right. So you're closer to Glenn's high school experience than mine. I mean, we
Yeah.
had freshmen. We had freshmen that were pregos. So I saw
yeah,
it,
we
you
had
know, I
freshmen,
mean,
we had
we saw it.
sophomores. I mean, it was happening. It was
Yeah.
physically
It wasn't.
happening.
It wasn't the norm by any means. It was still considered to be an outlier, but it did happen. It happened to 14-year-old girls. So, I mean, but
Yeah.
I mean, back in the 50s, if you got pregnant in high school, man, it was
You were shunned and you
deal.
were sent away by your family even. And nowadays you would, or even back then you were still getting shunned. So my mother was a young mother. So she definitely was a black sheep of the family for having kids as young as she had kids. So I mean, we were right there on that line. So that was in the early 80s. There was still that shunning. But yeah, no, it definitely isn't that way anymore. And females are perpetuating other females to be a part of the hookup culture.
I mean, my grandmother told me once that she knew someone, a woman got pregnant, and they had the mom that they hid the girl from everyone, and then they had the mom pretend that kid was hers.
Was
basically.
their kid? Yeah, that happened a lot back
Yeah.
then.
Yeah, I mean that's how degrading it would be for the girl to be shown that she got pregnant out of wedlock. So at a certain point, it stopped being, I guess accepted.
It was also a way to hide the girls from being exposed as not being a virgin.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point. Because I don't know. Were men because men didn't know about the virginity aspect of women, like as far as like
They would just assume that she doesn't have kids since there's no contraception. If she has no kids, then she must be a virgin. So, but if you see that she has kids, they're like, oh, wait a minute, this bitch is not pure. She's been deflowered.
Yeah, but then again, back in that day, 2 was a high body count. So
No, back in that day, 1 was a high body count.
sure, if you were getting married in 1 and the husband
Non-zero.
wasn't 1, yeah, non-zero, yeah. So yeah, I mean it's a different world, a totally different world.
I think I think we have to live in a mindset of what is reality and what is not reality and what we want to be reality. If you want things to change, you have to do an action to make them change. If guys want women to be less promiscuous, then guys need to stop rewarding women that are being promiscuous. Right? Women tend to follow men's lead. I mean, reality wise, like women will tend to follow men's lead. Now, yes, you got these fucking, cuck looking, dudes that are rewarding bad behavior. And you got these like losers that are, I get it. And you got these ladies that are butch looking, lesbians that don't care about men or whatever. Got it. Cool. But the mass majority of women are literally following men's lead. I mean, so we do have feminism didn't get where feminism is just by a bunch of women wearing pink vagina hats.
Yeah, that's not what happened at all. Yeah.
No, men propped it up. Men supported it. Men allowed
and men
it.
can redirect it, and they can redirect
And
it.
men
That's why
can
I'm
shut it
here,
down.
not on some girl platform.
Yeah, men could shut it down. Men could, suppress it. Men can contain it if they saw fit. But the reality is, men don't want to.
Too lucrative.
It is too
Government's the
lucrative.
daddy. Daddy
Think about this.
government.
How many? Think about how much. So the porn industry. I wonder how much. I'm gonna do actually. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna do a Google search.
Don't
Well,
use
OnlyFans
Google.
was,
Duck,
what,
duck,
200
go.
billion?
What about the makeup industry? All them single ladies.
And also, Auntie AJ, what about this? What about
Okay, so here's this. The porn industry generates approximately $97 billion a year. Right? Now, think about the amount of taxes. Let's just say in America, right? I'll say porn industry make per year in America. How about that? Let me get those numbers. Because that's worldwide, I'm assuming. So in America, is saying it's between 15 billion to 97 billion per year. Every second, $3,075 is being spent on pornography. Okay, cool. Now we got those numbers. So let's just go on the low end. Let's say $15 billion per year. Let's say you shut down the porn industry completely. And this is why it would never happen, because the government needs to find another way to make up that taxes that they were earning off that $15 billion. There has to be another industry. There would have to be something else that would supplement that, or the average taxpayer is going to see their taxes go up.
Yeah, because you figure what 40% on average of that 15 billion is probably going to the IRS one way or another through payroll taxes or income tax.
And then you can look at that, then you go, okay, but there's also jobs. Now, I'm not talking about the porn stars themselves. I could care less about them, but I'm talking about the production team and everything. They're not going to do it because they're not going to do it because of the job market. They're more concerned about how that would negatively impact the economy and the job market. That's just reality. Anybody? Good morning, Jess.
Change only happens when it's lucrative.
Good morning, Glenn.
Are you a little upset, Jess,
Morning,
about
Jen.
noodles?
No.
Okay.
What's that?
Does
I was just
anyone here
wondering.
know what noodling is,
I was,
especially the Australian?
I was busy talking to Kieran's real wife.
Oh,
That's why it took me
you're
a
just
little
his
bit to
fake
come
wife.
up.
You're the fake wife that you play one on TV, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm just
Auntie,
the fake one. The internet wife.
Auntie, are you referring to the catfish method where you use your hand to catch the fish?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, again, the issue is whether you criminalize it or you decriminalize it, the real issue is the individual. Whether they're going to engage in it or they're not going to engage in it, or whether they're going to consume it or not consume it. You think that, well, if we just make it laws that where it's illegal and they can't do it, that will make sure that nobody's watching it. No, it doesn't. It just drives it underground. Right? So I think there are better ways to contain it. Obviously, there's better ways to contain it, but they're not going to. Again, at the end of the day, if it affects people's bottom line, they're just going to tell you, well, you should just, if you're worried about your kids looking at porn, you should just teach them not to look at porn better. Or if you're worried about your husband, at the end of the day, you're worried about your husband looking at porn, ladies, then you should be on your knees more. AJ's eyes said it all. Do it again, AJ.
It's a very good statement, Glenn.
But also, guys, that's not always the case too, though. So you know what? If you are, look at your wife more.
Oh, Glenn, that just reminded me of the thought I had earlier that I lost. Another problem. and a lot of people don't talk about it in this space, and I think you've hit on it very well. I'll just bring it back for the audiences. There's guys out there that let go of themselves. They're no longer fuckable by their wives, and they're not willing to go ahead and put the work in to get themselves back to that fuckable state, and then they use porn as a crutch.
I hate when people let themselves go.
It happens more for women let themselves go, I would say, in relationships more often and than men. But yeah,
I agree with you that
It
yeah,
does
it's gonna be a guy. But if
Yeah.
if a guy if
Hey,
a guy's
Prime,
doing all
check the
things-
back chat. Prime, check the back chat. I didn't voice text said Brian. You're not Brian, but check the back chat, please.
Yeah.
Continue.
But men do that too, and that's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Hold yourselves accountable, men.
Unacceptable on both fronts. You should stay hot for your why. If you are worried about ever losing any kind of affection from someone in your life, then you should never be willing to let yourself be less attractive to them.
Exactly. Whereas Ryan Stone says, less fuckable.
I'm sweet, auntie, you know, so we gotta keep a little kosher on my end.
Fair enough. Glenn, you're muted.
You got to look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, would you fuck you?
Oh, I'd fuck me.
I know you would, because you fuck anything. But, you know,
Oh.
for those. Oh, okay, Prime. I see you. Thank you, man. I'll say for those that have standards, AJ. I know you're on that Viking.
You wouldn't intercept me?
No, I'll curve you. Like, no, stop. Welcome, Prime.
Hello.
Let's go, Buffs.
Prime.
See on that Laurent internet?
He's probably having a problem with the mic.
It's gonna put up this for now until we hear from Prime.
Ooh, can y'all hear me now?
We can hear you now. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. My bad about that. Yo.
No worries. No worries. Would you want to come up and add to the conversation?
Oh, definitely. People let themselves go is a huge issue. Like, I cannot stand that thought. I don't understand it. I don't care if we got kids. We're getting older. That's even more of a reason that you should keep yourself up while you're married.
Yeah. It's
a lot of
almost
health
like
benefits.
An example. Lead by an example for your kids. Absolutely.
yeah, you can't be mad at your wife for getting fat and letting herself go because she had kids when you didn't have kids. Anything come out of your body and you gained as much weight as she did. What's your excuse?
Yo, exactly. Just been on a smoker all COVID.
Right. Can't say that word though.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
I did it earlier, man. It's all
I
right.
think like what it is. I think people get too comfortable. That's the end of the day. People are just too comfortable in relationships. Oh, you know, guys. I mean, why? And that's the thing that pisses me off. Why are people so fucking comfortable in relationships? What made you think that you are allowed to be comfortable now?
I don't get that either. Where does that come from? Then you get worried about someone cheating on you or they're not giving you any attention anymore, and you never look in the mirror and go, "Whoa, I don't look like what they fell in love with."
And it's like, yeah, like how can you? It's like, oh, my self-esteem's bad. Well, it's your problem. It's your self-esteem. Nobody can fuck it up or fix it. It's yourself. It's a self thing. It's an individual thing.
Yeah,
Freud-
self-esteem.
I mean, Freud even said that. I don't put a lot of stock in a lot of psychologists, but Freud even said that, you know, if you feel a certain way, that's you feeling a certain way. No one can make you feel a way. No one's holding a gun to your head telling you to feel a specific way. So if you feel like you're fat and you don't like the way you look in the mirror, you know.
I have a take here, and I'll hold the men accountable. You know, yeah, most men will, you know, maybe, and I'll let you guys who have kids say this one, right? They've had kids, so they've had their fulfillment. Okay, I can let myself go. And the other one that happens most of the time for men is they get that sexual security somewhere or somehow and just say, all right, I can let myself go. She ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, no, guys
11
do that.
years in, and that's not happening in my relationship. 11
Don't let
years,
yourself go.
and no. It's not an excuse.
Yeah,
Does
like,
know anybody that has kids who's
Yeah.
just like let themselves go right after that?
I know I can't say the
Yep.
kid thing.
Not
but-
only women. Not only women. I'm talking about
No,
men.
I talk about guys too. And they'll blame it on the
Have you
kids.
seen Jeff
Oh, well,
White?
now I have
Holy cow.
kids. Now I got, I gotta get home earlier. I gotta, I can't be going to the gym. I got kids. So, none of that stuff. They just eat like shit and then they don't work out. But before they were going to the gym and they blame it on the kids. No, it's not your kid's fault. It's really not your kid's fault. You could always get up an hour earlier to go to gym. You could get up earlier than you normally would for work. Get up 2 hours earlier. You could go to the gym. Your kids are not even awake yet.
Yeah, you should use the kids as a motivation, not as something.
It's not they don't make it a priority.
Can you start curling the children?
I have. I did that.
Yeah.
The little bastard son was heavy. But my thing
do
is
that
like,
with my dog.
it's sad. It's like you're blaming the kids for you not doing what you should be doing. It's your kids' fault. It's the little fuckers that you brought into this world's fault. Get out of here.
Yeah, that's just coping. That's the definition of coping.
It is coping. That's coping hardcore.
Like what's I've heard this before. A woman gets pregnant. No, we just discussed it, but it's like, oh well, I had a kid. Well, when did you have a kid? 7 years ago. What? Okay.
Oh, it's even worse is when a mother blames the kid for gaining weight.
Oh,
Like, you hear that shit as a kid?
Like- it's like, no, it's not the kid's fault. That's not the baby's fault. You're fat. You were eating for 2. I understand that, but when I saw you eating, you were eating for 200, and you were eating all the unhealthy shit.
Okay, and I've always thought about this exact thing. Like, is it when a woman that's had a kid has come out and said, okay, well, I've had a kid, that's why I'm fat. Is it because someone just flat out didn't say, hey, yo, don't make excuses, and then when her fourth friend finally was like, oh my God, I feel so bad for you. Yeah, I know it's hard to lose the weight. Should that first friend have said, nah, bitch, you need to get back to the gym, get that banging body back so you can have more kids, Is it that person's fault, or is it her fault for not having the self-discipline to get in the gym?
I mean, it's that person's fault for not getting. If you don't get your ass in the gym, it's your fault. Why would it be anybody else's fault?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm saying like
It's your fault for surrounding yourself with friends that flower you instead of power you.
yeah, like that you have a whole bunch of yes men surrounding you saying, oh, it's okay that you put on 60 pounds. Not a big deal. But it's also the person's fault for not saying, no, that's not right. I really do need to lose this weight.
Well, and it's their fault for surrounding themselves with yes men. I mean, you do that on purpose. I mean,
That's why I don't
have
like
friends
echo
that shoot
chambers.
sunshine up
Yeah,
my
echo
butt. They're not
chambers are
really
bad,
my
yeah.
friends anymore.
Well, that's
Yeah,
why when
I don't
people
surround myself with
ask
an echo
me,
chamber. I hate that.
when people ask me, well, why you let like people that like have like different opinion, or like they argumentative and they don't agree with me, blah blah blah, on here, because I don't want an echo chamber.
Exactly. Yeah. You
Don't
want
need
someone
that.
to tell you that you're wrong. I mean, if you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're
No, I like to
if you have
just listen to other
disagreement-
people's world of view and then decide for myself later. But but no, really, like guys do their wives a dishonest disservice. When she's fat and she's like, does this just make me look fat? Like, bitch, all of them do.
Yes,
you gained
every one
37
of them.
pounds like in the last 2 weeks. There's not one that doesn't.
You ain't helping your wife when you.
All right,
say
you can't. I mean, maybe you don't have to be that rude, but I mean, like honestly, like guys lie to their wives. And here's the thing: you guys would rather give somebody
You
a
are helping.
comforting lie. You rather give them a comforting lie than the honest truth.
Wise words.
Hard truth. Now, and it's nice to your woman to tell her that though. Could you imagine? So if I had started gaining weight and I get told that I've started gaining weight versus you lying to me and I gain a lot of weight. Now where am I?
Exactly.
I'm in
You're
a
as big
worse
as
off
Lizzo?
position.
You're
Yeah,
you're
now I'm
sick.
Lizzo, and I'm
Type 2
being
diabetes.
yeah with type 2 diabetes. Like that's not helping. That ain't helping me at all. It's more of a help to say, hey, you know, you gained in a couple pounds.
And then
And
you find
slow
your
your
husband
roll.
sleeping with someone smaller, thinner, tighter.
Yeah, more attractive. Yeah, you're like, oh my god, why? It's
I
like,
thought you
well,
told me I was beautiful. Yeah, but she's hotter.
Bacon, that's wrong. Bacon, that's wrong, bro. If
Gu-
Bacon is
Guys
wrong.
would rather lie to their wives than be honest with them, and then they mad at the end.
I mean, it's not a negative thing to tell your wife she needs to stay healthy. It's not a negative thing to tell your husband to stop eating fucking macaroni and cheese and cobbler every day. That's not a negative thing to do. You're not being a bad wife for telling your husband that you're getting fucking fat, and vice versa. That and this stereotype that's out there now about body shaming. It's like, dude, we need body shaming. America, what was the last stats? 53% of us are overweight or obese. Dude, that's very bad. I mean,
Thing is,
So every family
here's the
tree.
other thing. So it's like if you're gonna tell your wife that she's fat, right, and that she needs to lose the weight, then you better provide her the. Whoa, is that a video game? Because I don't need no
Nah.
titties coming up on my shit
Nah.
or no dick. I'm more concerned about
I ain't mean
dicks
it.
coming on my shit.
Nah, this
Yeah,
is Black
it's that
Wukong. You ain't got to worry about that.
What is it?
Black Myth Wukong.
He's like a black samurai.
Is that
It's like the
PC,
monkey.
bro?
Is it? You know that ancient? Yeah.
Yeah,
You know that.
yeah.
You know
But
where Dragon Ball Z come from and all that shit. That ancient Chinese story about the monkey.
Yeah. The
who
Monkey
down-
King, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that on PC or is that on console?
it's on PC.
PC.
But if you want me to, I could take it off though. No problem.
No, I just want to make sure there's not gonna be no dicks on here.
Oh
Yeah,
no, it's not one of those games.
Baldur's Gate surprised us all with certain body parts that we didn't realize.
But anyways, so what I was at was like, you know, if you're gonna tell your wife that she's fat and she needs to lose some weight, then you need to be facilitating that success. You need to create the environment where she could be successful in that. Did you
And
get
you
her
come
gym
at her
membership?
positively, not negatively.
Are you also getting rid of all the junk food in the house and making sure that you're all eating healthy? Are you leading by example? Or are you just telling her you're fat, bitch? Stop. You're just fat. I can't do it. My dick won't work because you're fat.
I mean,
I'm getting McDonald's. You eat this salad.
I mean, but Glenn makes a good point though. I mean, Auntie, am I wrong? I mean, if you can't get a hard on looking at your wife, that's a pretty big deal. I mean,
My
that's
husband
not
told me I was getting fat. I have no problem with that, and I'll tell you all how it happened, and I'll give you a good advice on how to do it. It wasn't like I had gained an enormous amount of weight till he got to that point. He told me before he ever got to that point, and that was good. You don't wait until you're there.
Hey, Auntie, something's going on with your mic.
Auntie,
Just
you
a
kind of
little-
went a little robot. You went
Yeah, you
robot
went
for a minute.
robot. Why does it do that, Glenn? What
Hold on.
makes some
Well,
do that?
It's she's driving right now.
Oh, okay.
Welcome,
Yeah,
Jess.
I am. I'm a jerk.
So, everybody wants to know, Jess, did you color your hair?
Yes, my man asked me to, so I did.
He's like, I want you to be a ginger for a while. So you know what? You better go get that red hair.
I used to actually the photo here. My hair is
Yep,
red
yep.
in this photo.
No, yeah, I could tell.
Yeah, I used to do it all the time before I had kids, because one of the times before we were dating, he said that I'd look really nice with red hair. So the next time I saw him, I came up and I had red hair, and it was just like a thing for a while until I had kids. But because I was pregnant and I had kids, I stopped doing that because I didn't want chemicals and stuff with all of that. So yeah.
Not to mention the upkeep is pretty expensive.
I do it myself too, mind you.
Oh, okay. So you do like the box, like the stuff you get at the box?
No.
Or do you get the developer and then the color, then you mix
Yeah.
it in the bowl and you do the whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. surprising. Like I know how to do that, right? Like I would know the.
I used to do it
processes.
for my mum when I was like.
I had
really,
the
really young,
license.
so.
I had to buy a barber's license and a cosmetology license.
I've had a few
I
people
need to
say I
do it
should
all.
be a hairdresser, but I'm not really interested in being a hairdresser.
I got tired of getting hair splinters, so I just rather own barbershops, and I owned a few. Then I sold them. Yep. All right.
Shave your head, bro. You don't have to worry about it. Just shave it.
Why would I shave my head? I have a beautiful head of hair. Why would I do that?
And even if mine start to like fade away a little bit, I'm getting implants. I can't go without hair. That's not happening.
You're gonna do the plugs? You're gonna get the booty hair on your head?
Man, I'll do whatever. I don't care. I just can't be bald.
Man, see, you know what? If I ever go bald, I'll just own it. You know, like
See, y'all can do that. I have what they call a moving scalp, which means it looks like I have a moving scalp.
A moving scalp.
Moving
Yeah.
scalp. I've not heard that.
Like, where does your scalp go?
It
Yeah, does it,
moves.
So
when they
leaves
try
at
to
night
do
while
my
you're
hair,
sleeping?
You saying you got like a
so
lot
tight.
of loose, like skin up there or something?
yeah, it look like hot dog packs.
Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Fair enough.
So I can't do that. You know.
That's all good.
Yeah, because then like if you try to shave your head, it's gonna be all fucked up anyways. It's gonna be like, oh, who did his hair? Patch Adams?
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I get that.
Yes, it is. Yep.
I wouldn't. I mean, I just wouldn't. I don't know.
Prime
Maybe
has
plugs.
me wanting to geek out, dude. I want to be asking him questions about games and shit. You're distracting, Prime.
Oh, my bad. I can turn it off.
No, man, it's good. It's gonna just.
So,
I want to have that conversation, you know.
Yeah.
So here's the question. Like, we've been talking about a lot of shit. All right. I get all the numbers and all the facts. I get all the stats, all that shit. At the end of the day, what matters is you. What the fuck you gonna do about it? That's it. So if you choose, like, here's the thing. I don't even want to convince men that are like, you know, oh, I don't want to get married because, you know, women are this way and the divorce rate is this. Don't get married. We don't need any coward motherfuckers reproducing anymore. Okay. We don't need any bitch ass Mitches reproducing. We're good. We have enough of them here. Then don't. Just don't. Like anybody that wants to start blaming everything, like the reason why they're not doing certain things are on the opposite gender. Don't reproduce. We good. We don't need you. We don't need you. We're good. We don't need your.
Right?
No, that's historically been the replication rate, reproductive rate. Yeah. But seriously, honestly, if you are gonna blame and say, "Oh, there's no women here. I gotta go fly," cool. Bye. Because if you get a passport, you're a passport, bro. Stay there. Don't bring her back. You bring that girl back, you know what? She gonna turn out just like the women that you try to run away from.
Yeah, more likely.
Well, yeah, you take them out of their environment that makes them that traditional, whatever, you know, submissive woman. You take them out of that environment that buffers that encourages that, and you bring them to a country that doesn't have that support anymore in that area. She's going to be influenced by her surroundings, and her surroundings are bad bitches and boss bitches. Then that's exactly what she's going to end up becoming.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. Mine's is Filipino. My girl's Filipino, but
Oh,
I met
thank
her
you,
in,
bro. Thank you.
I met her like here though, like in the States. So she was born here and shit, you know. But I still get all the same benefits though that everybody, you know, you talk about.
But she's like, her family is really tight, and you know.
Yeah, all that stuff.
So the family keeps those traditions in line.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Mine's the same way.
At the end of the day, that's exactly what it is. So, I mean, if you are not willing to level up yourself and get yourself in a position to where you could be successful in relationships, don't blame that on women. Women
at
will be
one
women.
point I was a part of that team though. The I'm not getting married.
Oh, I was too.
But yeah, until I did a little bit more research, I found out more about divorce rates are mainly based on IQ levels for the most part.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah,
Well, it has some factor. IQ
well,
levels do
after-
factor in some. Yeah.
the divorce rate is like only 15% for like certain levels of IQ, higher levels. So
Well, I one of my I can't speak for anyone else, so it's just me. But one of my criteria was I wanted a woman that was intelligent. I did not want a woman that was unintelligent. I wanted
I
someone.
don't need a woman reading shit. I'm kidding.
Like I mean, like a big thing for me is languages.
I
I've
just
always
need to
wanted
know how to
learn-
make food. No, I'm kidding.
She needed to have a PhD. Is that
No,
what you
not,
mean?
not,
I'm
not,
kidding.
not a PhD. I didn't necessarily want a woman from college, although that was how I started. When I first started looking, when I was very young, I wanted a woman that had at least a 4-year degree. But then I discovered, at a certain point that just because you have a 4-year degree doesn't mean you're intelligent.
yeah, exactly. Thank you.
So I was like, well, that's not working out very well. No, but I wanted a woman that understood what expanding her mind meant, not closed off, not closed minded. Just because you think one way doesn't mean that there's not another way to think, and I just, it was a very big deal for me. I said this the other day on the podcast here with Glenn. One of my first questions was, hey, how many books have you read? And what's your favorite book? And that was like one of the questions that I would ask someone that I was thinking about dating. So it just, that's just kind of one of my quips. But
well, openness
dumber
is
the
a
better.
great quality though. I
Very
was able
much
to doing research. I was able to find out the main 3 traits that constitute a good husband or wife. The personality traits.
I want to hear it. Let's hear hear these traits. Let's see the wife first.
Well, it's the same. It's the same. They go both ways, actually.
They're
There's humility.
bisexually traded.
Nah, I mean, I guess you could say that too. I'm distracted. All right. So, you got humility, conscientiousness, and agreeableness. Those are the main 3 traits that constitute personality traits that will constitute a good husband or wife.
Agreeableness. I think that's better off for women to be more agreeable.
Yeah, not for
For men it'll be the same because then you're just bumping heads. I mean, unless you want to be a dictator in your relationship, I guess.
Well, I mean, like who's following, who's leading, and who's following. Relationship is the question.
Well, of course. Well, I mean, I lead mine's, right?
So then
But
she has to
I'm
follow you. She has to be
agreeable
agreeable to you, then, right?
And you're
No,
less
but I'm also
agreeable to her.
agreeable. No, I'm agreeable to her when it comes to things going on around the house or like trips and shit like that. Or if even sometimes what we eat at the time, if she really wants something.
Wait a minute, your woman knows where she wants to eat?
Sometimes, bro. Sometimes.
Right?
Usually it's like Asian food.
You found one. That's an exception to the rule, dude.
Hang on. So
I didn't
you're
think
saying
those-
that?
I didn't think those existed anymore.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I know. Now that problem is there though. It is crazy. Women do not know what they want to eat.
You're agreeable to her as long as you don't give a shit about the situation.
Pretty much.
Just be clear.
Yeah, I'm more inclined to be agreeable. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Patriarchy himself.
One in the house.
I'm agreeable when she wants to blow me.
Good morning, Mr. Patriarchy himself.
What's up, dude?
Grid, I'm hearing myself
When she wants to blow
through
me.
your system. Good morning, Mr. Patriarchy himself.
What's up, dude?
Someone's echoing.
Grid, I'm
Is this
hearing
an echo?
myself.
What's happening here?
It's Grid. I'm gonna mute him until he gets it figured out.
But,
All right.
But Prime, specifically, what I'm saying is you're still less agreeable than she is, and they're like,
Yeah.
you might be agreeable to certain things, but in order to lead, you're gonna have to be less agreeable, which is common in men. Men are typically less agreeable. Women are more agreeable. It's just the way it works.
Yeah, I just don't want to. I don't want that. Men.
Grid, did
have
you
to be
figure out your
agreeable
audio?
too. Men have to be agreeable too.
Grid, no mic. I can't hear you, bud.
No mic?
I could barely hear you.
All right. Stand by. I turned everything.
Well, sir, I'm not sure if you actually have to be agreeable as a man to participate with a woman.
Like I said, unless you want to be an asshole, go ahead.
No, I think I don't think you have to be an asshole.
Yeah.
I don't think you could have to be an asshole. I don't think the opposite is if you're not agreeable with your wife, then you're an asshole. I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, that's
all right. So describe to me what that looks like.
All right. Well, I'll give you an example. Right. This is what red pilled me. I don't know if they talk about this in the community, but I don't think reproduction should be separated from sex in any way. Right. Like no birth control. I don't think you should separate that at all. I think it fucks up society.
I don't think you really can't separate them. I mean, you can't have reproduction unless you have sex.
You can try, but the amount of women that have got mad at me for suggesting that you shouldn't even do it, even outside of religion, like it's
Hold
just
on, real quick. Shout out to Seriously Shelby for the 10 gifted memberships. I hope those that receive those memberships enjoy all we got in our members area. Back to you, Callum.
Well, yes. So my point being that let's say you're in a relationship and you have that realization, right? Like this is no good. Like, we're going down whatever path, you're getting into a relationship, whatever. Right. And you're like, hey, that's not being an asshole for me to suggest sex is definably for reproduction. Doesn't always lead to it. Doesn't mean your pullout game ain't strong, but there's some adverse consequences to birth control and other things. That doesn't make
A
you
little
an
louder,
asshole
Grid.
to be right.
I don't know what's up, man.
Oh, now I can hear you. Callum, my pullout game is weak as fuck for a reason.
That's not
Grid, we can hear you loud and clear now.
I'm happy you told me about your pullout game, Glenn. Thank you.
Just thought you wanted to know.
Yeah, that's fine. It's an interesting factoid.
But yeah, it's more about like day-to-day type things, you know. Are you willing to bend? You know, are you willing to give yourself a little bit?
I don't think you bend your boundaries, but I think you could bend on like
be more open, as in like being more open. Because
what do you mean open? Like what do you mean be more open?
Those are other types of personality traits as well.
Are you are you talking about like are you talking like being more vulnerable?
Nah, open as far as like different experiencing different things. Like say she want to do this, you know, you're like, nah, I don't want to do that shit. That's stupid. You know what I mean?
So if your wife asks you, hey, how about we try pegging?
No.
Okay. Aside from the
that's too open. That is
okay. So there's a limit. There's a limit of openness you could be.
Why do you have to say it's stupid? Just I don't want to do it. See, I think like that's the asshole part of it. Comes I use it stupid. I just don't want to do it. That's justification.
Yeah, that is true. You know the way you say things are. You know, yeah. But
Grid, do you think that one has to be more open?
No, that's not a main trait that I said for like a husband or a wife. Agreeableness, yeah.
Are you agreeable with your wife, Grid?
To some degree, but probably not. What
like would you say like is it like I'm just wondering like Prime, are you talking about like a 70-30 split, 80-20? Like who has to be more agreeable to who?
I think for men, for us, it's probably more like a they're 70, us 30, you know, on a sense like that. If you give it like that, yeah. Well, because like you said, there are a few moments where we do have to actually be agreeable. You know, it's few.
Okay.
Is it really about agreeableness though, or is it about the fact that they need you for their survival and you need them?
Nah, it's not that. So we're talking about is the personality trait. You know, so this is from the hexacode. The hexacode is the 6 factors of personality that determines each human and make him who he is.
Yeah, that sounds like gibberish to me. But you don't think it's a personality trait
uneducation
to want to be needed? Yeah, I'm not uneducated. My point is, it's just a lot of nonsense. But you don't think it's a personality trait to want to be needed, or to be in a position where you want somebody that you're going to provide for. You're going to do what they want.
You just said everything you just said has nothing to do with what I was talking about.
Oh, it certainly. Yeah, you're going to make up weird personality traits. I'm saying that men.
I'm not
want
making up
women to
nothing.
need them.
Just look it up. It's called a hexacode.
Yeah, I don't care. Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine. Go ahead.
You're
Go
a
ahead.
dumbass.
Yeah, that's
why
fine.
you sounding like a dumbass right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're asking me questions that has
Yes,
nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what a
All right,
hexacode.
then. Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
what a
Of
hexacode
course
is.
you don't.
I know you
You
want
know
to be
that.
needed
You're a
by your.
Hold on, you guys.
I know you want
I
to
have
be.
a question. I have a question.
I know you want to be needed by your woman, and I know that that's a secure place for her. I'm not a dumbass. You're trying to over
I have
intellectualize.
gentlemen, I have a question. All right, here's my question. Should we be concerned with all these new sciences that are coming out? Like, I don't know what the Hexaco is. I'm not familiar with that term, but I am familiar with other personality trait tests. Other, like, there's a lot of different social, tests that you could take to where you could see what kind of personality trait you are, what kind of whatever.
The Hexaco is the updated standard. It used to be 5. They realized humility is the missing factor.
Well, see, this is what I'm wondering though. Should we actually be concerned about these tests, and all their alleged science behind it, when we know social science is, well, it's not even real science. Like a lot of the like sociology, psychology, like a lot of it's all based off of studies that really can't be replicated.
Yeah, so social science is just inventing new categories of
And
language.
so-
It's just an expansion of language, right?
Yeah, so that's my question is like, if
is a
it's
science, so
it is a
It's not,
science,
'cause
but-
you can't demonstrate it real time. Science can be demonstrated real time every time. You have
well,
to
I'm
be able
saying it
to
has to be able to be
Yeah,
replicated.
it have to be
Science has to
replicated,
be replicated, right? So since psychology is hard to replicate, like, the same thing over and over again, right? Because you have to have almost like the same exact factors that contributed in order to, so
what tripped me out is how they're able to figure out somebody's bipolar based off of like a 10-question test. That shit kind of trips me out. I'm not gonna lie.
It does it really trip you out because you could invent the 10-question test and then say that's what is bipolar. So this is what happens a lot in these industries. There's a term, and later they peg the study to the term with the questions, the surveys, these things. So there's a lot of, this is why we have this
I'm
replicability
curious. I'm curious. What is it called again? Like, I want to pull it up.
Actually say that that's what it is.
What, the Hexaco?
Hexaco?
Yeah.
What? I'm sorry. Say it again.
The Hexaco.
Yeah. If we jump back on top of
HEXICO?
Prime.
HEX
in a different way.
ACO?
Cerebral thing.
What were you saying, Lost in Asia?
I was going to say, maybe I can push back towards Prime a little bit different than Caleb did.
Okay.
When he was talking about agreeableness, like, who's the final word? If you're the final word in the relationship, when you're talking about agreeableness, like if you're the final word, you're not agreeable. You just told us.
I say that you still are in certain ways though, in like little subtle ways, like I described earlier. In little subtle ways. Yes, you're still the final word. But
okay, in that little subtle way, she wants to eat Burger King.
You're
you want to eat
flexible.
McDonald's.
It's flexible.
She wants
it's
to eat Burger
flexible,
King.
better-
You want to eat
better-
McDonald's. Who's the
Yeah.
final word?
Yeah, but you could agree to eat Burger King even if you don't like it because whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. It's food. Doesn't make you agreeable. It's just fucking stupid.
Who's paying?
I mean, being agreeable is more of a it's a function of how much you are willing to work with someone. It doesn't mean that you agree on where to eat. I mean, that's low.
That's the main thing about it, is being able to cooperate. Can you work with other people? How well you can work with other people?
I mean, if it's a special occasion, fine. But if I'm buying, we're going where I want to go. She could tell me like what kind of food she wants, maybe. But if I'm buying the meal and I'm going out, it's on my dime. We're going where I want to go eat. Now, if it's like her birthday, anniversary, a celebration of something, yeah, of course, I'll take her wherever she wants to go. But if I'm paying for the meal, we're going where I want to eat. It's that simple.
Well, yeah, that's fair if it matters to you, right? But even if it doesn't matter to me, for example, doesn't make me agreeable. I just don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say that yes, as men leading our relationship, we are less agreeable, way less agreeable than women.
Way
but
less.
It's still, I think that we, like, for a successful marriage, we still require a certain amount. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you think that in relationships, and maybe my experience is a little different here. I feel like men are less agreeable in general in society, but sometimes when these women get in relationships, I see them become very disagreeable. I think it's because they can get their way, and they're not used to being being dismissed. But
they make those videos where they do the blind dates or whatever. I'm sure you guys have seen them, and they, the women will come out and start ordering like drink after drink. There's even a pair of brothers that makes like, I don't know if they're real or if they're just made up, like skits or whatever, but the woman will come out and order like $200 worth of drinks, and the guy's like sitting there. He's just like ordering like a steak and like water. And obviously she didn't come there for the food. She came there to get drunk and get paid for whatnot. But I mean, in that situation, that guy should have said, hey, if I'm paying for this, you're not going to have those drinks. You can have one drink, but like you're not going to sit here and get sloss in the middle of the afternoon while we're on a date. That would be a less agreeable situation, but you're doing it on purpose. One, to keep her making a fool of herself, and two, so she doesn't drop $200 on mixed drinks at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Grid, you want to chime in here?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think you guys are going down rabbit holes that don't need to be gone down. I mean, to be honest with you,
agreed. If you have the power, she following your order.
So this is what I got about like the Texaco personality test, and I find it interesting because it goes like, so these are from other psychologists. Say this is like, they say any personality test is dependent upon how well the individual knows themselves and how they interpret the questions they are being asked to answer. So I mean, so it does kind of leave this like this margin of error there. You know what I'm saying? That might be a little
That's
wonky.
why.
So if you're not willing to admit
you're supposed to actually study not just the test. It's not just the test aspect. It's the actual science behind it. The different traits. That's what you're focused on, not solely just the test.
I
know, but what I'm saying is like, so if it's depending on how well the individual knows himself, like, well, how well do you know yourself? Now I'm confused. Do I even know myself? How well do I?
But that's the type of awareness you do need to have. Yeah.
So I mean, so it's really reliant upon certain things that people may not be aware of.
What's the measurement for self-awareness then?
I'm aware that I have a fart I got to do.
Well, yeah, I mean,
that's pretty self-aware, right?
The thing, right? Because that's somewhat self-aware. How do you know if you're not doing the test right? This is why the social sciences are so complex, because people will like you could not give a shit and just totally lie on any of these things. People do it on voting polls.
That's why I always say like this, like psychology and sociology, all these ologies and sciences, these newer what do they call it? Pseudosciences, are not very accurate. They're useful at times. They may help us understand a little bit, but I'm not putting all my eggs in those baskets, like.
Well, I just view them as an expansion of language of English. Actually, I'm an English supremacist. Like, these things are useful to know. Like, you want to, like, we have a good way, let's say, to, say somebody's bipolar. It's decent, but it's not science. It's based on surveys. That's a great thing to be able to discern.
But I do like the idea, like the science does help us, like, able to categorize. And all they really do is help us categorize container words. We have container words that we use to associate with specific type of behavior.
But that's not science, Glenn. It's just
we don't know what to call it if we don't have a term for it. So I mean.
Well, profiling is part of science.
Profiling is a part of the science. Yeah.
I mean, I would even say this is what's rough. Like, it's
like a human evolutionary trait.
It's a prediction, but prediction and science, there's a huge crossover between them, right? So I can take a medium-sized L on this, but the reality being that science is supposed to be falsifiable. Like, you can't falsify these surveys on these people after they die. How do you falsify that?
let's ask the guy that with the psychology degree in the room. Grid 1.
I mean, first of all, psychology is a really soft science. I love psychological experiments because they're just really interesting, but they honestly serve no real purpose because people just kind of do what they're going to do, you know? And we understand so little about how people make choices. I mean, and the thing is once you start kind of starting to believe that you can that you can use all of these predictors to define behavior, you start fucking yourself over quite a bit, honestly. So,
bro, it's still better than fucking the astrology.
Well, holy shit!
I mean, if astrology leads you to fucking yourself in the end,
better shit.
I think we can all agree on astrology there.
If astrology leads
like, no, I don't want to date you because you was born in fucking January. Like,
well, you know what? I don't like bitches in January. So right after Christmas, and they want a present right after Christmas. Get the fuck out of here! I just wasted all my money on Christmas.
I mean, you guys are. I mean, you're just replacing one shit with another shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if they're both gonna leave you in the end, fuck over.
No, I wouldn't say that, Grid.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Grid's trying to talk. Grid, I think every time you're trying to talk, it and everybody else is talking, it like mutes you out. So
yeah, I know. I don't know what that is.
Go ahead, Grid. The floor is yours, sir.
Oh, I'm just saying that all you're trying to do is replace green shit with brown shit with white shit, right? That's all shit. But you're just trying to say, well, this shit's better than that shit. Astrology is obviously shit out, although there has to be some merit to it. It was believed in for hundreds of years at least. And you know, psychology is such a new science that, and I don't even know that I don't like calling it science.
Grid, you know that astrology came from it was just a way to make money off of people. That's how I believe. I ain't gonna lie.
What do you think psychology is? What do you think psychiatry is?
Well, it's the study of the brain and how we act. Say the study of our behaviors and shit.
Definitely not the study of the brain. It's the study of behavior.
Yeah, study of behavior. Yeah,
definitely not the study of the brain.
Yeah. So that's even better. That's better than fucking going off of some shit that was wrong in the first place because they thought we had 12 constellations when we really have 13. So y'all, everything's wrong from the get-go.
Isn't modern horoscope?
You're just gonna find out we really have 15 constellations. Get it together.
But isn't the whole horoscope astrology today, the stuff that the women that you ask when they ask you your sign, isn't that based off of like a newspaper thing though from like the 20s? Not the 1,000-year-old astrology. It's like more based off of the horoscope Sunday edition. Or
oh my gosh, I'm a Cancer and I'm the moon child, and I'm a water creature.
Yeah,
and I don't like the way you're talking right now, Vincent. You're really fucking up my vibe. I cannot be associated with you.
It's all evolved headcanon. That's all it is.
It's like, it was like an article or something, and then it just kind of blew up in the newspapers.
Yeah.
That's what the women are basing the astrology off of today. They're not basing it off of the ships or the 1,000-year-old stuff that astrology is actually based off of.
But no,
it's not a single science. Whoa! We got a feedback loop.
Yeah, not a single science astrophysicist who have any type of belief in astrology at all. Now, there's plenty of scientists and psychologists who think the hexacode is real. So,
right, but an astrophysicist isn't going to believe in astrology. It doesn't benefit him, but an astrologist will, right? Even though I agree with you, it's total shit.
Well, what's up?
And do you know what? See, like girls have astrology, and we call that chick crack, right? Do you know what is dude crack?
The NFL?
No. Red pill, psychology. That's become dude crack.
I'm kinda, yeah.
I don't know. Do you think people are? I mean, you're probably more knowledgeable about this, but I feel like astrology has turned into this thing. Oh man, I hooked up with this guy last night. Turns out he's a Leo. We're totally incompatible. You know, that's totally fucked. This is nature's problem. It's not my accountability. I don't feel like red pill absolves men of their accountability, though. It puts
it's like this. It's like guys do the whole mental masturbation of I'm alpha. That's why I say like red pill, because nobody was talking about whether they were alpha or beta or not until red pill blew up. Let's be honest. Nobody was calling themselves Alpha Wolf Dog 69 in the chat. Okay, like nobody was talking about being a Sigma until you heard some red pill sound bites. Let's be honest.
It's true.
2014 to 16, bro. That's all you seen.
But that's a misunderstanding of alpha, though, right? Like, if you're the funniest guy at the right time, you can close over a buff guy or whatever. Like
alpha is just the leader of the pack.
It's in time and space though, so it's not
situational. I'll say that.
Yeah, like you can be the alpha if you're the fucking weird. What are they called? What is that the term? Sneaky fucker. These sneaky fuckers, they're the alpha in that situation if they get the opportunity. It's degenerate. Don't get me wrong.
No, what they do is what I'm
in that situation.
That's what I'm saying is like they'll heard the term like, oh, alpha and beta, right? And then they'll go to socio-sexual hierarchy from Vosh, or what's his name? Vosh? Vosh? No. I forgot his name. Vosh Day. And then he'll be like, oh yeah, this is what I am. And it's really because it came out because of the people were into or started looking into the whole red pill stuff, and they were using terms like alpha and beta as container words for male behavior. And they ran down that it's retarded.
Overall. Wait, were you saying Vox Day? Okay, that's the very first person I got exposed to in all this.
And see, like the thing is, people taking things like not realizing that these are just container words. All right, these are container words to describe behaviors. It's the same thing like with sociology or psychology or any type of ology, any type like even intersexual dynamics. Even they're using the terms; those are container words to attribute to certain behaviors.
And then they giving it like the wrong context. Like beta's turned into a negative context when it's not. It's just
beta was the right hand man. It was literally the next man up.
Yeah, it's the next
beta
man
was
up.
the one that's going to be the next leader.
Yeah, like.
But we have allowed society to like just fuck all these things up because we don't know people don't take the time to actually study what things really mean. They just, like Thor said, it's useful, but incomplete and contextual. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, even if you really think about it, it's really not betas.
That is nice.
Hold on, Greg, what'd you say? Grid? Grid, can you hear me?
Yeah, there's something going on with his speakers probably and his mic, dude.
I think he has an audio problem. Grid, can you help me?
Yeah, I got you, bro.
All right, so I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you for a second. There you are.
Cool.
Yeah, so my thing is like, dude crack is Vox Day, alpha, gamma. I'm a Sigma. I'm a fucking Sigma. That's right. Who the fuck?
Fucking loner. Okay.
I'm alpha as fuck. Okay, says who? You? You determine this? It's stupid. But that's guys' version of that's male version of numerology or astrology, whatever ology you want to throw on it.
Man, that's actually more embarrassing than actually being into astrology. Wait, but like you want, as a man, you want leaders that are going to help you get better. And if they suck, you're going to tear them apart with the other so-called betas. Like that's how it works with primates. Yeah. Like I don't understand how that's applicable at all, or porn to men to think that one guy is the guy, you can't take him down with other guys. Like you obviously can. That's how we've done all of history. That's fucking weird.
Hey Glenn, did you have a birthday, bro? Sorry to.
Like in July.
Oh, okay, somebody says happy 40th or the.
No, that's their name. That's just their name.
All right, yeah, I was like, okay.
Let's see. Not again. Mr. Okay. Just for you, Mr. I will play this again. This is funny as hell. Okay, here we go, guys. Oh, hold on.
I've had enough of this. This punishment stuff is going to stop.
You're not going to tell me what I'm going to do and not do?
I am now the
Well, not how this works. I am the teacher.
Take priority over the teacher. Do you want to know how that
The
works?
teacher is telling the alpha right now.
And the alpha doesn't have to listen to orders from its motive.
Well, you don't have to listen, but the consequences that follow are going to still apply to the alpha.
Those damn consequences.
Kept breaking up,
Yeah,
man. It would have been better.
I
if it
know.
wasn't breaking up.
The guy's so alpha, right? Like he has. If you have to announce your alphaness, you're not an alpha. Okay, guys, you're just not an alpha.
The way he was
It's okay.
standing, though. I mean, the way he's like this. You know, like his head's like bent down, his back's like arched up. It's like, bro, what are you
Yeah,
trying
like
to do
if
here?
you have to, you know what determines whether or not you are what you think you are. It's your presence and how people respond to your presence. Simple as that.
Do you think Vox Day? I mean, like obviously he didn't invent alpha and beta. He popularized possibly the term in the internet. But do you think it came from men or women? The term of alpha and beta.
That comes
I
from
don't know.
wolves.
No, I'm saying, well, no, because wolves didn't make.
I
up
don't
the
know if a
language.
man or a woman made the terms. I really don't know.
But does it like this is a weird thing? Does it sound like men would do that? like
Yes, because I've
astrology.
seen men do some pretty dumb shit, you know. So yeah.
Yeah, that's no lie.
I mean, yeah, we are dumb sometimes, but why would you like
sometimes?
I think we're dumber than women.
Like if you're leading a group,
You know why? You know why I think we're dumber than women? We do the same dumb shit and expect different results. Guys do the same dumb shit with women, and they get mad when she still walks right all over them. Well, you keep on doing the same dumb shit you did with the last one. You didn't change
You know,
anything.
men do
You just
dumb
changed the
shit
woman.
like walk the fuck out of the house they paid for.
Yeah.
And leave the woman there.
But
don't ever talk about how smart men are. If men
Yeah.
were smart, they would literally call two of their buddies over, put all their shit on the curb, change the fucking locks, and wait for her to get home.
We're smart enough about one thing, and that's that we are in a hierarchy. I'm not sure why I would ever need to say another man's an alpha over me or I'm an alpha over him, because it's going to be obvious. I just don't.
Yeah, you walk in the room, you're gonna figure again. That's why I say it goes back to presence. You will know if you are that guy based on how people respond to your presence.
I think it was the psychologists. They did it.
No, it was it came from a researcher, David Meck. It was a study on wolves, and then it was popularized in the 90s. I don't know who popularized it.
What I said.
Yeah, but like the study on wolves in the 1970s by David Meck talked about the alphas, the betas, and the omegas, and then some genius decided in the 90s to be like, oh, well, that can be applied to humans too. So that's basically its inception.
Well, I mean, oh, yeah, okay, and obviously I understand that that came from wolves. Wolves didn't make up the terms.
Yeah, it's
but-
like wolves were around going, I'm the alpha. It was just there was a badass wolf, and the guy was like, he's the alpha.
But the better
just studied
position
them for a while,
the,
yeah.
the better position in a wolf pack is the beta, not the alpha. The alpha is always under extreme risk.
Yeah, constantly
Like it's better
challenged.
it's better to be the
constantly
beta.
challenged, yeah.
The alpha's always getting challenged for his position.
Yeah, I mean the only benefit he gets in the wolf pack is that he gets first access to all the females. But
Oh God, here we go again.
no, I'm just saying as far as the wolf pack is concerned, I'm not talking about
Yeah,
men.
that's true.
I'm saying the wolves. The wolf will have his first. The alpha gets his first pick. He gets the first pick.
And
of
it's
the
kind of
food.
true in real life.
He gets
It's
the
true
first
in
pick
real
of
life.
the
When you-
woman.
It's Latin for
blah, blah, blah.
idiot.
They actually studied the wolf packs.
What's that?
Do you know what they found when they actually studied the wolf packs? Was
No,
it the
please
leader
teach me more.
was not the front the alpha the wolf the leader of the pack or whatever was not the wolf that went up front, went off by himself, all that kind of thing. It was actually the one that went from front to back to make sure that all the other wolves, the older wolves, the younger pups, that we're all taken care of. And in society, we would term that as a beta, right? Because that's not that front wolf that's out roaming ahead, ranging ahead, looking ahead for danger, looking ahead for food, and like
That's
a
a
scout.
scout.
That's a scout, right? The actual leader was going from front to back to front to back to front to back, making sure everybody was okay. And this is the fucked up thing about every time I hear the word alpha, every time I hear people talk about alpha, well, I'm an alpha wolf. No, you're not. Because you're off by yourself doing your own shit. And that's not an alpha wolf.
So it's
at
really
all.
about service, a service. To
Well, yeah,
others.
in a way, it is really about service. It's it's about usefulness.
It's about value. Yeah, it's
Well, it really comes down. And how do we determine value? By an individual's usefulness.
Hey, Grid, do you know?
You know what? Real quick, I want to point out, Mister, you say your spirit animal is a koala. You have fucking diseases, my friend, and you got syphilis or something.
No, look, we gotta do an intervention on this. You cannot be having a koala spirit animal. That's
drop bear.
You're giving everybody syphilis or gonorrhea. You're giving everybody gonorrhea from your tree, you little nasty fuck.
That is the worst mammal on the planet, dude. Let's not do that.
And they're mean as fuck.
They are.
They're the drop bear. Oh my god, dude.
Do we need Jess to come back here and show those videos of the koalas?
They're
I don't want to do that again. It's horrible.
Look, koalas are so stupid that Australia had to invent the drop bear
or chlamydia. My bad.
To pretend that koalas were useful for anything.
Yeah.
Just to scare people. They made a scary Bigfoot out of a retard bear. It's not even a bear.
And then they try to make fun of you when you go there by saying, "Hey, you better watch out for that drop bear. You never know when they're gonna attack." You know,
drop bears rule.
Yeah, they don't attack you though. They don't play the joke right. Like, they're not committed to it.
But back to the whole like alphabet. These are just container words, guys. If you just understand that they just mean to in the conversation that when we're talking about them, you're not the alpha, you're not the wolf pack alpha. Okay, you know you're not doing that. We know you're talking about you're using them as traits to for a container word for a list of traits that certain types of men, certain archetypes of men have.
well, not to quote you, brother, but like earlier, I'm just agreeing with you what you said earlier. Why should we give a fuck? I mean, seriously, like
Everybody wants a label. Everybody wants a title.
But why though? I don't understand this obsession with it. Like, okay, you want to be an alpha. All right. Congratulations. Do you want a fucking cookie? Go be an alpha. Just leave me the fuck alone. You go do your alpha shit way the fuck over there, and you leave me the fuck alone with your alpha shit. All right. You have a nice day. I don't give a fuck. I don't understand this shit, man. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me at all.
People need validation, man. They need security that they're special.
Well, because they're looking for an external source of validation instead of an internal source of validation.
Validation is a very good point.
Weak, though. It makes them look so fucking weak, man.
Yeah,
like,
it does.
Like you gotta literally stand over me. You're a 6'3", 6'5" guy. You gotta stand over me, look down on me, and tell me you're a fucking alpha, bro. All right, blow clap.
Yeah, it's
man.
like I like this. It's like either, hold on. It's either you are or you ain't. If you gotta ask, you ain't or you aren't. That's true. I mean,
baby, am I good in bed? Yeah, honey. Yeah.
Well, look, it's social pursuit, right, guys? Like, that's validation's one thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you could be validated by calling yourself an alpha, but
it's social proof. Really, what it comes down to is how do people interact with you?
Right. So if you say you're an alpha
this way,
and I say, yeah, Glenn, you're an alpha.
If you say you're an alpha and you walk in a room and nobody treats you like an alpha, you're not a fucking alpha.
I mean, I'm not. I mean,
and guess what? Here's the thing: it's fucking contextual. You may be the alpha of your alpha nerds in your fucking Pokemon club, but you're not the alpha outside of it.
Yeah, you might be the alpha of just using language the wrong way. Fucking who gives? Like it's who the guy that said who gives a shit. This is a very interesting. It's a validation thing. It's
really
weird
what
that-
it comes
it's
down
weird
to
that
it-
men need it though. This is what disturbs me about society, that men need this. We're just meant to die. Like,
really when it comes down to it, whether you think you're an alpha or you're not an alpha, or whatever the case may be, the real question is, how does your woman treat you in your relationship? Because who cares if everybody out there thinks you're an alpha or whatever the case is? If your woman is not treating you right, you still got problems.
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna
The
ask
claim
Glenn,
is that if you're an alpha, you don't have to go through that. That's what they say.
well, Glenn, you serve, right? I mean,
you don't have to go through with them telling you their feelings when you feel like you have to fix something, but they just really want you to be miserable. That's for alphas and everybody, dude.
That's everybody, but you know that's called it's not about the nail. There's a story about it. It's not about the nail.
Are you making this up, Glenn?
No, there's a story about it. It's not about
Okay,
the nail.
okay, fair enough.
So the story goes like this.
No, I don't look it up. Okay,
wife
no,
came,
no,
the
tell me,
wife
tell me.
came up to the woman, or well, the wife came up to the husband. She had a nail stuck in her forehead, right? And she's like, I have this massive headache. And he's like, it's probably has something to do with the nail that's in your forehead. We should go get that taken out, you know? And she's like, it's not about the nail. I have a headache. And, you know, she keeps on complaining about it over and over. Well, you know, the pain will probably go away if we just got rid of that nail. She's like, stop it. It's not about the nail. Exactly. So it's not about the nail.
Yeah.
That's a dumbass wife. Y'all need to pick better.
I mean, well, no.
Don't worry. She was a white woman, blonde. Her name was Susan. She came from the valley.
Well, look, you can't explain these things. If you're having trouble getting her off, you take her over to her friend's place, into a bedroom, and do it in a shady manner. It does the trick, because there's just a weird mental issue going on here between men and women.
You only fucking at your friend's house?
No.
What?
What I'm saying is like this.
Hey, we're here back. We're back again. We're gonna use your bedroom. Bye.
No, you don't use the bed. Like I'm trying to say, like, you have to create excitement, and it gets tired. It gets
say
very
that. Man. Don't just say.
it gets very tiring as a man, Glenn. It's very tiring to say excitement.
There's only one thing you can do. A lot of things to women, and women will stick with you. Okay, there's guys you could cheat on your woman. Not saying you should. She'll stick with you. You could lose your job, and she could stick with you. The one thing you cannot do is fucking bore her.
Yeah, that's 100% true.
Yeah,
Do not be boring.
Don't be boring.
But that also doesn't mean you have to like keep things super exciting all the time. Everything has to be on 10,000. No.
But we are content, and women are not. That's the real reality there, right?
Yeah,
We're fine. Like, you know,
I think that's part of men's problem is men are content to get content once they get to a certain level in life, and they're just like, oh, I'm not going to work harder anymore. I'm just going to just stay right here. And I'm just like, why don't you just keep on, you know, striving for greatness? Why don't you keep on leveling up?
It's not the contentment with your career. I mean, that's a different problem. We're content to just.
No, I'm just
be
saying
with
where
the
they are
woman.
in life, period. I said they're content with where they are in life, period. They're not trying to improve.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be old eventually, though. Like is contentment? Is there no value in being able to be content? Like, I think of it like this: like, as you know, working a job, not getting promoted, I'm content at that point. Eventually, I get irritated, take a job out of state, take a promotion out of state, and then and eventually end up, you know, moving back because they wouldn't promote me locally. I was content up to a certain point, but you have to be able to be content at some point. There's not always continued acceleration. Like are you going to be content? Like, you think 80-year-old guys, you know, they still find 20-year-old women, 30-year-old women attractive. They can still be content with their wife of whatever lifetime. Like, contentment is a very underappreciated ability to have.
Yeah, but you know, if that 80-year-old white guy is single, he could go still smash and get a girl pregnant. And he's like, why not? He's like, I have 6 kids. I want 7.
Well, that's what could be, Glenn.
Al Pacino.
Al
what's his,
Pacino's 80.
was it Kirk Douglas that married what's her name?
Al Pacino's like baby mama or his most recent girlfriend was like 29 or 28 or something like that when he knocked her up.
She's young, yeah.
Right. I think, and I'm not sure about this. I would contend, if there are studies about this, I'm sure there probably are. They're probably fake, but I would contend that men of all adult ages pretty much find low 20s women.
Yeah, there was a study on it. So what they did was they
definite study.
Yeah,
Guys,
there's
I'm gonna drop off. I got a lot of work to do in the studio today. That's what I'm actually out here doing. I wasn't gonna jump on, but Glenn, when I get a chance later, we should talk about all the cool stuff going on here and there. And,
yeah.
But I'm about to tear most of this stuff apart and put it all back together. So
No worry, I'll just give you a call on the phone. So
yeah,
you don't
cool.
have to do it. All right,
man. See you guys.
Peace. So I mean, like, yeah, there is a study, and the study goes like this, right? They showed a picture of one woman throughout her lifetime, right? Like it was on like 18, there was one at like 21, there was one at 23, there was one at 25, 27, all the way to 35, or no, I'm sorry, all the way to like 45, 50 or whatever, right? And they had guys from all various ages, right? Anywhere from 18 to say 65. They asked the guys, when is she the most attractive? What's the most attractive picture of her? And she's taking the same pose, same clothes, same outfit, everything, same everything. And they all picked the picture of when she was 23. So
we're not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're obviously we're men. Nobody's going to balk at that. But doesn't it to be in a, if you are seeking such a monogamous committed relationship, you have to be content with kind of an uncomfortable reality that she's going to get older, and that
but she doesn't have to get fatter.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
See, I mean, you guys are definitely, I think, sometimes over focused on fat, like obese, morbid, like that's something. But I think I think there's an over focus here.
There's not an over. It can't be an over focus.
It's a requirement.
So you're saying there's an over focus on attractiveness? Then why don't you just deal with an ugly person from the beginning?
No, let me. Okay, you're replacing fat with attractive.
Well, because I think fat is unattractive. So,
well, here's the thing. I think any man could get tired of fucking a 10, no matter how hot she is. You could get tired of it if it's not the right deal. And a fat chick possibly could be better.
No.
Term. Now that doesn't mean she shouldn't lose weight. So this
I wouldn't fuck her. Period.
I mean,
she may have the greatest personality. I would not be physically attracted. I could not be romantic. I wouldn't be into the deed. It would be like
that's a fair. I mean, I'm not criticizing that at all. I'm just saying that, like, at a certain point, like, you're getting like, I don't know, like, she's hot as fuck. You're gonna get like, it's just
look. It's not just that she's hot. She has to be hot, and she has to have the right type of personality that works with you. She has to fall. It has to work for you.
Right.
If she's hot and contentious and argumentative and a boss bitch, obviously you just want to fuck her a few times and done. You know, you don't get the headache. But
I'm not disagreeing. What I'm saying,
is like, if
give a fatty a chance and then tell her to lose weight. Yeah.
No, she should lose weight and then I'll consider it. And never tell me that she was fat before, because then I'm going to be wondering if she's just doing this just to catch me and trying to lock me down and think I'm going to stick around if she gets fat. I don't think so. It's going to work for me.
If she proves that she can lose weight, that's better than somebody who's already fit that gets fat and then can't lose it.
No, if she's already fit and she gets fat and she can't lose it, it's because she doesn't want to lose it.
Callum,
well, that's true. That's true, of course. But I'm saying that you have a proof of stake here.
All right, but Callum, I'll give you a scenario, an answer. Okay, so I'm gonna say something and I want you to respond. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, all right, you're said guy, you're A, and the B is an obese woman that is hitting on you. Okay, so that guy A physically gets sick whenever thinking about a female that is obese or fat. Like it physically makes him sick. Would you say the exact same statement to him? Hey, why don't you give her a chance to lose the weight? Have sex with her. Go ahead. you know.
Oh God, no, God, no. Like, first of all, you said obese. That's not.
Callum, at the end of the day, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like more like her personality, all this. That's great, but you cannot fuck someone's personality.
I think you can discern.
Personality doesn't give you an orgasm, dude.
Well, first of all, I think obese is.
Wait a minute, did you just say you can fuck? You could fuck somebody's personality, Vincent?
I said personality doesn't give you an orgasm.
Well, men can't fuck a personality, but women can.
They could fuck up a personality.
Well, I mean, look, this is the thing. Like, this is a bizarre. This is a bizarre thing about women.
I'm just saying, man.
No,
like,
you fuck. No. So the first orgasm a woman you could give a woman is in her mind before you get into her body.
That's almost every one you do. Like, now you can get her to a comfortable point, but that's how it works with them. It's different. But,
yeah. So I'm sorry. Like, I have a weight limit.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's fine. You're talking about physical revulsion. Of course. Like, I'm going to tell you, oh yeah, give her a chance because you're physically revulsion. That'd be like me telling you, oh, give a guy a chance. I mean, fuck that. Let's not. That's
no. Like I have a rule. Like, you know, I have a weight requirement. Like, my wife's not to exceed X amount of weight.
And I want to be clear. I'm not doing a judgment. I'm just saying there's some
I know.
There's some women out there. They are.
Well, your original statement was we're too focused on the aspect of being fat, and
I
don't think we are.
yes.
I mean, I think we have a preference, a specific preference, and it's just the way it is. It's not like we're focusing on that. I'm just saying this is a preference. You can go live your life, but this is just our preference.
Well, it comes up a lot more than, for example, the preference of don't get with women that support birth control.
Okay, well, hold on, wait.
A whole lot more.
To push back on that, though, that's just this one instance. Like, for instance, I would not date a female that was bomb-ass gorgeous if she had, let's say, a personality type that didn't like kids, or she was mean to children, or mean to old ladies, or mean to dogs. I wouldn't give a shit if she was hot or not. Her physical body would make no difference to me. If she was a fucking cunt, I definitely wouldn't be dropping the D, and I wouldn't even give her a consideration.
Well, I mean, I would, as long as she's good to my kids. Like, if she's mean to everybody else's kids, I'm cool with that. You can be mean to other people's kids.
This is exactly my point, Glenn. Like, if she was 100% cool to you, did whatever you said, she's bomb. That's like, yeah. So you don't care about how she treats a waiter.
I do. I personally do. I do. It's a factor for me. If you treat other people like shit, that's a representation of who you are as a person. So if you're going to treat that person like shit, you don't even know them, they're a perfect stranger, then at a certain point in our relationship, that's going to come back in our relationship. I don't give a fuck.
What if you tell her, don't fucking do that again, and she doesn't?
It wouldn't get that far. I would never even make that statement.
Why? Like, what if she's just stupid?
I wouldn't care. Wouldn't matter to me, because she can't do something if I'm telling her, look, don't do this. That's going against what her natural personality is telling her to do. And first impressions are.
What if you didn't know that waitress stole her ex-boyfriend, and so she was being a bitch to her, and you just seen it for the first time, and you're like, I'm done. You don't know any backstory.
She would probably say, like, right after it happened, she'd be like, oh my God, that woman stole my boyfriend. That's why I'm such a bitch. Don't judge me for that. I'd be like, okay, fair.
Well, dude, I mean, you could like date a woman that came from a really shitty social circle, and you tell
real
her,
quick, hold on.
You're
Shout out to Jess for gifting 10 memberships. Salute to you. If you guys don't know who Jess is, she is the now redhead that is bringing back the very long-awaited bowing to the patriarchy.
It's all about bowing to the patriarchy. Everyone must bow to the patriarchy. How every nation bow to the patriarchy. How every woman bow to the patriarchy.
To the patriarchy and men. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the bow.
Song about bowing to the patriarchy. Everyone must bow to the patriarchy. How every nation bow to the patriarchy. How every woman will bow to the patriarchy.
Here we go. The bow to the patriarchy. There's the one.
And now what's the two?
Song about bowing to the patriarchy. Everyone must bow to the patriarchy. How every nation bow to the patriarchy. How every woman will bow to the patriarchy. Song about bowing to the patriarchy. Everyone must bow to the patriarchy. How every nation bow to the patriarchy. How everyone will bow to the patriarchy.
That's royal.
That's right, folks. Ladies, bow to the patriarchy. Spread the love.
To answer your question, Kellen, that's not my problem. That's her problem. It's not my responsibility to come in and fix your past. That's not up to me. And if you're
it's not about fixing her past, but again, wives are built, not delivered. So it's called build a bitch. You got to build her. You have to assemble her correctly.
Okay, but if you're trying to correct something, let's go to an extreme example. Let's say that she's, let's say she kicks dogs. Okay, for whatever reason she kicks dogs. All right, she doesn't care about it.
That's a really dumb example because what if the dog bites people in the ankle? I'll kick them too.
An extreme example for a reason. I'm choosing extreme.
Oh no, let's pick a realistic example, like because.
Okay, she doesn't. I'm trying to think of something that I can actually relate to, so I can actually speak on it. Let's say that she doesn't like kids. She doesn't want kids at all. Period. Like it's not even in her repertoire to even want kids. She doesn't want to even focus on kids. She doesn't like kids. If she's around kids, it's possible she might even hit them. Okay, something like that. That's a pretty extreme example that I guess I can.
I said I don't want an extreme example. I want a realistic example.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that is the most extreme example. Like,
don't be adding like she wants to just hit kids randomly.
You said past family stuff. I mean, that's a family trauma.
Well, no, I said social. I said social circle in relation to being mean to a waiter. Well, here I'll give you the general context, which is we met, and women are right about this. They state this, and often men balk. But one of the reasons, not just attractiveness, that men like to be with younger women is so we can shape them. They don't have the baggage. They'll follow the lead more easily without nasty argumentation. We want women to pretty much do what we say, and we do it for ourselves, and we do it for them, because on their own, it seems like they do some weird
stuff. Yeah, but here's the problem with. I have a thought on this. I understand guys like, oh, I want to get with the woman because she will be younger woman because she has less baggage and shit. Cool, there's that. But it's also like, guys that can't also be able to hold their frame well, right? They want it because they're unable to actually lead properly.
Yeah, they'll lose.
So they have to use manipulation at times. There are guys that do that. So
I would contest.
I don't think that gets addressed enough in this.
I would contest that it's the idea of that's manipulation, though, because I don't understand what you mean quite by that.
I mean, there is manipulation, and we all use manipulation, is whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Manipulation is manipulation. It's only a bad thing if it's on. If you view it as a bad thing, really, or if it negatively affects the individual.
I made an argument with some friends the other day that, like, well, if I was being stupid to one of my friends, I'm like, if my dick was as small as yours, I would definitely go after a virgin because it's gonna be a problem for you to go after anybody else.
And I ain't trying to. I would never in my life. No more virgins.
Well, but the point that I was making to him now, I don't even know.
That's a whole other story. Let's stay away from that.
I was being a total dick, right? But the point being though that it does make sense that you wouldn't want to be compared in that scenario, right? Or in any, don't you want to be the top G to your woman? The younger she is, the better that's going to come out.
No, and that's so it's almost like here's the thing about that.
Well,
the younger she is, the more likely she's going to think that because she doesn't know whether or not you really are that guy or not.
Correct. Yes. It's irrelevant at that point.
And I'm saying definitely you want a woman that's young enough that if you want kids, because unless you want to see marriage. Okay. Now let me say this. I preface this. Unless you've already procreated, you have kids. Right, like for me, for example, I have kids from another relationship. I was married previously. Right, I got my kids out of the way. I'm fixed. I'm done. I'm not having any more. Me and my wife now, we can't have kids. Right, so, but I'm still married. I would say if you don't, so that's separate. I would say there's no point in getting married unless you're not going to have kids. Period.
Yeah, I would actually define marriage as having kids. I mean, the matrimony, if there is some language lineage behind that. So I'm not really a believer in secular marriage.
Neither am I. I'm just saying I wouldn't say get married unless, you know, if you're not a Christian, don't get married. What's the point?
All right, so
Yeah, if you're not going to have kids, don't get married. That's
yeah. If you don't want kids, don't get married.
I would say I would agree with you on that. But I mean, back to the original question, the original point. I mean, from what you asked me, Callum, like if she's, let's say she, like, what's his name said, smoker. If she's a smoker, I'm going to ask her, I don't want you to smoke.
That's
and if
a
she's
preference.
willing, and if she's willing to not smoke, yeah, that's perfectly cool. But there are, you know, things that I'm just not going to even try to change. I'm not looking for a perfect person, not at all. But at the same time, if there's just something that just fundamentally goes, like, you know, that goes against my fundamental beliefs, I'm not going to attempt. It's over.
Oh,
If she's a
yeah, I
drinker,
mean, of course.
If she's a drinker, I'm like, look, I don't drink. I'm going to expect you to follow my lead. There's not going to be any alcohol in the house. And if she doesn't agree to that, okay, fine. You can live your life. Have a nice day. It was pleasant meeting you. That's it.
But see, you're talking about
you-
preferences. Those are all preference stuff.
Well, no, I mean, it is
That's
preference
not.
stuff,
I
but,
mean, it's
That's
still-
all
it's still- it's
preference.
still learned
That's not about.
behavior.
But that's preference. Like you probably, would, if she's a drinker, you would know off of that first date that you know
Well,
she's
we're
a
talking
drinker.
about- we're talking about preferences, though, aren't
well,
we?
it's also boundaries and preferences.
No,
are
we're
pretty much
talking.
aligned.
We were talking about traits, characteristics, and traits.
Okay.
Yeah,
And-
but there are
Or
some things.
personality. I mean, I don't know. I'm not.
And
really
I
sure.
said you have to build the bitch. That means you have to teach her, you have to train her. You have to,
Okay,
That's what I
don't
said,
don't
Glenn.
disagree with build a bitch, but what I'm saying is that you can't. There's certain things you just can't change, man. You
Right.
just
Yeah.
can't.
So if
Nobody's
you,
saying you're changing them.
well, if you open her fridge and you find a bunch of human toes, probably not gonna.
Probably
work
not
out.
a good thing.
So
Yeah.
again, that's going to be a hard pass. But your
Yeah.
example of saying, "Hey, like, seem cool. I don't want you to smoke." If she goes, "Okay," that's a huge plus.
I'm gonna give you guys a realistic example and see what you guys.
We just
All right.
did. We did the smoking one. That's a very realistic.
No, that's a preference. No, that's a preference. It goes
Yeah,
back
but
to
if she
preferences.
likes to smoke,
I'm gonna
and she
give I'm gonna
stops
give
doing
you
it-
I'm gonna give you an example because it's also an addiction.
All right, let's
So
go.
okay, let's say you meet a woman, right? And you know what? She happens to dress a little revealing, like, you know, she may show a little bit more of her bosom, you know, more than you would like, right? But you didn't, when you went on the date, you had no problem looking at them titties because you're looking down that V cut. But now you guys are dating, and you know, you just started dating or whatever you want to call it, and you tell her like, look, you know, I love how sexy you are, I love how beautiful you look, but I do not date women that wear revealing clothing in public like that. You know, that this is for me. And if that's something that you're correcting. Now she may have a struggle with that, like, you know, but if you're able to correct that, that's what I'm saying is correcting. It's not her, that she didn't come that way. I'm correcting the behavior, and if she chooses to modify this, that's a more realistic thing. You're saying you don't want to have to deal with the woman that you have to, you know, whatever. That's
I
more of
didn't say
a
I didn't wanna
realistic.
build her. I
I didn't say you didn't. I didn't say build her.
Okay.
I'm just saying you're like, well, I'm not trying to change a woman and whatever. Like that's me changing her.
I go into I did before I found her, obviously, but I went into every one of them completely understanding that I was going to have to be the teacher. I was going to have to be the leader, and I was going to have to help build her in her life. I knew that, but there are certain things that I just don't give a fuck about. I don't care, and I'm not going to try to change. There are lines I just will not cross. You know, like to say your example specifically, if she would have dressed that way, I would not have been as polite as you were at all. Like, I mean, you were very polite. You were very generous in the way you were speaking to her. I would not have been that polite, and I would have expressly voiced my opinion about the way she was dressed because I don't approve of that at all. You will dress like a lady in public, period. There is no exception to the rule. So,
But see, that's part of that's, I mean, again, if they don't know ahead of time,
yeah,
a little bit of grace goes a long way, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're advertising to you in the first place. So
They're
Yeah, that's
advertising to everyone, not
yeah.
to
But
me.
when you met them, they probably were advertising that way, and that's what probably attracted you to them as well.
I mean,
All right, so you say stop
to be,
at.
to be fair, if I'm sorry, Callum, I'll
No,
shut
you're
up
good.
in
Yeah,
just-
go ahead, dude.
All right. To be fair, if she's dressed like that the first time I see her, I wouldn't approach her. To be fair.
Oh, so you go after nuns that you can't tell whether or not they're
No,
a woman or not?
I just look for, I guess, humbleness would be the right way to say it.
There we
You
go.
know?
Humility. That's a
Yeah,
trait.
like I mean, I want to like.
Yeah, but you
dress
could.
like a lady and still be
Humility is not a
sexy.
clothes. You could dress. You
like a
could
lady and
dress.
still be sexy, brother. You can't.
Yeah, I'm not
You don't-
saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying even dressing like a lady could also be revealing.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. The leggings they get me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna.
I
put
mean,
no
yeah, I
shade.
don't like. Okay, like you. Well, you.
Dude,
I'm
the
just using
fucking
your
leggings.
example.
What the fuck, dude?
I'm just looking at your example. You said like showing off the. Like I'm guessing you're saying cleavage, and if that's
Yeah.
if she's got like excessive boobage, like she's almost got a half boob, I wouldn't approach her, man. I just wouldn't. You know, like that's what I'm saying. Now, Callum, you were gonna say something, bro. I didn't mean to derail you. So
No, yeah. So I mean, you're not taking necessarily a wrong stance. You're saying, hey, that's a deal cut off for you,
Yeah.
right? In the first place, I think they're going to advertise. I don't think that's a huge red flag. Like, I'm not a big guy like face tattoos probably no go. But I'm not worried about it.
Like that's where I draw my line. Face tattoos. Like I don't need anything on the face. You know,
Too many tattoos. Period. Yo.
Like
face tattoos is my hard no. Everything I'm pretty. You know.
Well, I mean, like
tattoos.
my general line is if they're into me enough to adopt my adopt my frame. I hit that fucking reference because it's too red pill, but to adopt my life, to be into
Frame
me.
is not a red pill term. You know, it's a psychological term.
Yeah, well, I already told you I think that's bullshit. but
But you like the term
you see,
enough and the definition enough to usable.
because
It's useful.
it is, as I said, it's language. So it's
Yeah,
usable.
and it's useful.
It's just
And
not
it's useful.
science. But you know what I mean when I say frame, right? I want them to be into me. If they're into somebody else, I'm not really worried. Like, that's just, that's a non-useful situation. But then you're with them and you don't want them to go do that advertisement again. You should be able to say, hey, look, you're mine now. You're not advertising. If you need to dress sexy, you'll do it at a Halloween party and embarrass all your girlfriends or whatever.
Well, that right now, then now. But now you just made exceptions.
Yeah.
Well, no, you didn't, because you still engorged her ego, but you didn't do it without going to a club or something like that's totally different than going to like a house party and you.
But
have
if you're
the
saying you
ability-
have a problem with her showing like being promiscuous,
Well, you
period,
don't, but you actually
or
don't have-
dressing
But you don't-
dressing that way, right?
you don't actually have a problem with it because that attracted you. You have a problem with her advertising it. So you need the
Oh, you have a
ability-
problem with you turning a hoe into a housewife. That's what it is.
Well, I mean,
That's what
I'm
the
not.
problem is.
The thing is, a housewife could look like a hoe, but she'll let you make guard.
Mine's
This
only
is the
fucking
difference.
dressed like that around, like in the house. The craziest thing she'll do is probably wear like TikTok leggings. Only when I'm around.
No, I mean,
Certain
look,
things
I agree with you
can't
about
wear
the
when I'm
leggings.
not around.
I agree with you about the leggings. I prefer women in sweatpants. I've never been with like low cut
understand
club
that,
wearing women. I'm just saying.
I don't.
generally,
No sweatpants. No sweatpants.
Like okay, like
just
to
nude,
give you an
just
example.
sleeping nude. I mean, that's
to
fine
give you an
too.
example, like here's one that's not even sexy or revealing.
Sweatpants.
Okay,
Yeah.
here's something that I'll even go the opposite direction. Okay, like I would not approach a woman that came to the grocery store in her pajamas, wearing flip flops. Okay, she doesn't have to be revealing either. But she needs to dress like a lady. I want, and I'm not saying dress to the nines every time you go out. That's not what I'm saying either. I'm saying, like if I go out in public, I'm not going to dress like a scrub. I'm not. I'm gonna dress appropriately. I'm gonna wear, decent. My shirt's not gonna have holes in it. Okay, I'm not gonna be dirty. I'm gonna have showered. I'm gonna look like a well represented man. Okay, I'm just asking her to do the exact same thing. And again, she doesn't have to dress like she's going to a cocktail party or to a ball or something. But I also don't want her walking around in flip flops and pajamas with a teddy bear in her arm. Okay, it's just not what I consider to be acceptable outside. And on the flip side of that coin, I don't want her dressing in yoga pants that spreads her ass cheeks so I can see her pussy and her fucking asshole whenever she's walking around the goddamn store. I don't. That's just
That's
not
my
acceptable. Yeah, like you're not going to show the world what you look like whenever that's supposed to be specifically for your man. That's just the way I feel about it. You know, that's a preference for me.
It's fair. I just don't give a shit what some cashier thinks about a girl if she goes out in pajamas, like, you know, goes out in her pajamas. I don't give a shit.
I mean, dude, that says a lot, though. You're so lazy that you got up and you couldn't even get out of your fucking pajamas. You couldn't even put on shoes. Really? I mean,
The pajamas is not that big of a deal to me because that ass be moving in them.
dude, you literally went to sleep in it. You slept in it for 8-9 hours. Then you got up, decided to go to the store in it. Come on, dude.
Okay,
That
well,
means
you're
you didn't
thinking
even
of going to
shower.
you're thinking of
That means
going
you
to
didn't even
sleep
take
in
a
it.
shower. No.
Instead of thinking of like that, think of it like you work at home.
That you are not being intimate.
Of course you would. All right. Can I explain this?
Sure.
Okay. Look, there's a difference between loving your wife and wanting to fuck. Okay? Completely different.
Okay.
So, like, for instance, there's a lot of women out there, beautiful women, that I would love to fuck.
Right.
Does not mean I would want to love them, be in a
Right.
relationship with them.
I understand.
Okay. That's what I'm talking about. But when it comes down to this, I just kind of been feeling scammed. Like I got the limit of the lot.
What do you mean by that?
Let me explain. Look, when we first got together, she was amazing. She was fun, outgoing, sexy, just, oh my God, just always wanted to be around her. Like she was flawless.
Okay.
After we said I do, I guess that translated to I don't have to do anything that I was doing before. But I still do. God forbid I stopped doing anything that I was doing. But all of a sudden, you know what? Sexiness went out the window. Gone. Like, she used to wear these amazing 90s. Sexy. You know what she's wearing now to bed?
What?
Baggy pants and an old t-shirt.
Oh, that's no good.
Tell me what the fuck's sexy about that, Doc.
Nothing.
Nothing. Not even a little bit. Can't even get a little flinch. Nothing. All right? Flatline. Straight.
There goes your sweatpants. That's your sweatpants right there.
Glenn, are you criticizing sweatpants and you wear sleeveless shirts? I saw you outside my house, dude, after I kicked you off
You know
Mortal
what?
Kombat. You were out there,
You know
man.
what?
I know you're out there. You're stalking me.
You know what's funny? Oh, bro, you know what's funny is that people think that I was all butthurt after you kicked me off Verbal Combat.
No, I made it up to you.
I no, they're like, they thought I was all butthurt. I was like, I was not even mad. Like, I was fine. Like, I get.
I didn't think you'd be mad. Yeah,
I know, like, but it was funny. There was rumors that people were like, "Oh, he's so butthurt because he lost." Butthurt? What are you talking about? Stop! No. Verbal Combat is like a debate game on a Speakeasy channel.
Well, I had to beat the rest of the chat, and it required you to lose. But that's a whole different thing. I mean, I don't know. People have won that competition that didn't speak pretty much at all. So, as proven by me. But like, what's the sweat? Like, what's the problem with sweatpants? I'd rather have my woman go out in sweatpants than leggings.
Well, no, he was talking about sleeping in them. I don't want my woman sleeping in sweatpants either.
Oh hell no! I got to the point where you can't wear anything that's a closed bottom. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, so, no, like for me, like never mind. I should say. You know,
I have to have access.
We go to sleep in the birthday suits. That's it. That's it. You know, what you were born in. That's what you can wear to bed.
Well, pajamas are for sleeping on somebody's couch.
In the closet, like a certain section of the closet is literally what is supposed to be worn to bed. Like that is
no, actually, your birthday suit is what is to be worn to bed. If you're cold, you got blankets. Cuddle up. Get close.
You wear your sheets. You wear your sheets to bed.
I prefer lingerie. I mean, birthday suit's great, but I prefer to be in lingerie.
Lingerie just gets in the way. I just want things off and accessible. Just leave me alone. I'm just trying to get there. And if I have to move shit around, you know, I don't mind it if you're wearing it when I come home. But guess what? That's awful when we get to bed.
It's hard to move, bro. It's like one.
Why? What's the point of it? What is it protecting? What is it protecting?
Better than
What do you
pulling
mean?
the shorts to the side. God,
it
that's
looks
annoying.
great though. It looks great, man. I'm
Anyways,
sorry, I ain't gonna
moving
lie.
on.
That's great.
Moving on.
It's great. It's great for three. It's great for three occurrences. After that, nobody gives a shit.
Just moving on. Moving on. It's right. Butt booted naked.
Shit, that shit gets old.
It does,
Never mind.
man.
Moving on. Topic. All right. Damn, it's about to get real dirty real fast. About to get a
Just
whole
saying,
nother.
dude. I'm just saying.
We're gonna move on instead of talking about how these
Yeah.
leggings are fucking.
So
like,
I
look
have
at
a
these damn
question. I have a
things.
question for Vincent.
Ridiculous,
Vincent.
dude.
Now, I believe you said like your lady is in the Philippines or she's from the Philippines.
She will never be here.
Okay, so then how does this work?
I work for a certain specific period of time here during the year, and I go see her for extended periods of time there whenever the money is there or whenever I have the time. That's how we're doing it right now. My eventual goal is to retire there. That's what I want.
So like a long distance relationship.
Yeah.
And the kids are.
I get to see her. Right now, it's only like 3 months out of the year, unfortunately, but that's because a majority of my income comes from here. So, but that's just the way it is right now, though. You know, and 2024 has not been a good year. 2024 was supposed to be a much better year, and it has ended up being the worst year I've had in 7 years in my business. So it's been pretty rocky this year, but it's just it is what it is, man. When you love someone, you do what you got to do. You know. It is what it is.
Well, look, Vincent, I'm not going to slander long distance relationships for adults. I think college kids, all that shit's.
No, I was about to do exactly what you're saying you weren't doing for adults. I have a struggle with.
But I'm wondering about the kids. Where do the kids live?
He's not. Oh, his camera's fucked up.
That would be the struggle. Like for me, I could
No,
take
like for me, it's. Oh, here he is, but he's back. I think long distance relationships.
What happened, dude?
I don't know. You disappeared. You went away.
No, it
You're on
literally just disconnected. I don't know. It said something went wrong and it gave me an error.
Yeah, I have no idea. Like, I'm not gonna say all long distance relationships don't work. I'm not gonna go be that guy and say that.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say it that on a rule of thumb. There's no such thing as long distance relationships. There's just I think you're in a relationship, but you're really not.
You're entitled to your opinion, brother.
I mean,
I didn't say yours. I just said in general, long distance relationships don't work.
I would not disagree with you when you put it that way. Yes,
that's what I said in the beginning.
I didn't hear that part. My bad.
There has to be an element of control. This is people don't want to admit this, but for that to work, there has to be a control element. Otherwise, you know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't. I think when it comes to long distance, it's you need presence to make any relationship work. If you don't have presence in that relationship, then it doesn't work. That's the sad thing.
What's the level of presence? Because let's say I challenged you here, Glenn. They said, yeah, you could be gone 6 months out of a year. You're going to be fine in your marriage. If you were doing that, you're making money.
Not over. You can't say that. You know.
No, I'm saying if I said that, right? Would you disagree that you couldn't pull that off?
What's the duration?
That you're making more money.
No, the duration of like. So are you saying like let's say
like
okay for how long? Let's say so 6 months.
A month on, a month off.
Okay, 6 months out of the year.
Out of the year, a month on, a month off.
Okay, for how long of time?
Just for a year.
For 1 year.
Yeah, I think you would do that.
I think yes. Well, that could work. I'm talking about. Can you do 9 months? Because this is the thing. Militaries, they always think this works.
Where you're fucking going.
Military relationships, right? You got people going on deployment for 9 months out of the year, right? And how many of those relationship works? Not many. There's a lot of infidelity. There's a lot of people breaking up. There's a lot of Jody letters. I mean, so distance.
You're right. You are 100% right.
Does not work historically Especially over a long term. Like, so if you're saying like it's 1 year, yeah, you could do it one of every other month if you're doing it that way. Sure, you still have more presence, but I'm saying you're gone 9 months out of the year. Your presence is only there 3 months. And
yeah, but you know these military
this
guys.
is-
'Cause I
this
have,
is
I have
like
friends
a-
that have too. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Now I was gonna say distance is like one of the only reasons. It's like only 2 reasons in the Bible why you can divorce your wife when distance is.
well, it's if they leave you, if they abandon you,
Yeah.
and they're a non-believer. That's one reason. And the other one is if there's sexual immorality.
Yeah, still distance though.
Well, it's abandonment. It's like them saying, fuck you, I'm out.
And you're not wrong.
It's up
You're
to
not
her
wrong.
to take it that way.
Yeah, you're
That's
not. You're
true.
not wrong. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with anything that you said at all.
Oh, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with your relationship. Please don't take it as I'm saying that at all. I'm simply saying that
You just brought up the subject matter, even though
I
you
did.
just said.
no, I brought it up like because I asked you if your wife was there, or like like if she's in the Philippines or here,
Yeah,
because
that's-
I didn't know if she was like
And I mean, in the moment that I can, I'll be there permanently, obviously. But
Yeah.
I mean, and again, 2020 didn't help, but it's just been rough. You know, things don't work out the way you plan. When you make plans, God laughs. Whatever freaking connotation you want to come up with, yeah, but it is what it is, dude. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to stop. You know,
I'm not saying that you should. I'm just saying like that to me is always very weary. I would always, I would always tell guys like, hey, do you want that to work out? Then you better get over there.
Yeah. Is that like, are you going there because of United States laws, or like why not have her come here?
Because the bitches here in America are fucking crazy. They're gonna turn her into one of these modern bitches, and she's gonna be all
okay.
fucked up.
Okay, so it's laws, it's social. I'm asking Vincent, Glenn.
he answered for me.
Okay, fair enough. I can respect that. That's fine.
over.
And Glenn, I got to tell you, these military guys, they get married like after their basic training, and go out.
Yeah, that shit's goofy.
But
Are
like,
you
it's
going to talk about
basically
the military like you are military, or are you going to?
No, I'm not military.
Like you're not military.
I'm not military. I have friends.
So
I have
ask
friends
the
that-
question and don't make a statement.
Well, I mean, you don't have to be military to observe
I'm
it.
not- yeah,
you can
I
work a
just- I
GS
don't-
job and
I'm
observe
not
it.
asking a question. Of
What if you
Glenn.
was
I don't
one
know
who
if
wants to
the-
hit one of the military
I don't know
guys?
if Glenn
Why?
is even military. What I'm saying is these military guys. One of the reasons this happens to them is they get out of high school, they enroll, they then go to basic training, come
they
back
go.
and marry their high school sweetheart. Then they go and she cheats on him. It's just like,
Well, a lot of the time they do it for the BAH. They do it for the money.
Yeah,
I can get more money.
they
Yo,
also
high
marry
school
other-
sweetheart's a lot better than the chick that I just met 2 weeks ago. I see that happen. I seen that happen.
Well, yeah, they often marry even other soldiers. They not even attracted to them. They just do it for the money.
Now,
right?
to piggyback off of that, okay, there is something that Glenn said earlier, and he said it several times, not just on this stream. You got to be careful who you pick. You have to be careful who you pick. You got to put them through a screening process. You can't just say,
Which
"Oh,
is the
nice
Hexaco.
ass." Yeah, your boobs are great. Oh my god, you look so great in those pair of pants. That can't be a good reason. You got to have a whole laundry list of shit. You got to.
Well, I mean, it still needs to be a reason. If she ain't attractive, then it doesn't matter all the
Yeah.
other lists.
Yeah.
Isn't the screening process you want to have a baby with her and she'll do what you say? Like,
No, I think there's a little bit more to that, but if you want to break it down, if you want to boil it down to like brass tacks, sure, bare bones.
There's like 1,000 items under she does what you say. And
But see, the problem is most guys do not have.
They don't.
No, most guys just like, oh, she touched my pee-pee. That's
Thank
about
you.
all
Thank you.
that's
But you can
required.
do that yourself.
She
Like,
has a
this is-
pulse, and she touched my pee-pee.
But you can do that yourself.
Yeah, but she doesn't have calluses on her hands. I do.
Purely anecdotal. This is purely anecdotal, but I actually know several guys that did exactly what he just said. It's anecdotal, so it can't really be used as evidence scientifically or whatever. But yes, I even know one guy who said that I asked him, like, dude, you just met this chick like 2 months ago. He's like, yeah, man, but she's the first chick that sucked my dick, bro. I gotta marry this woman. It's like, what?
Pathetic.
Like-
was that your friend or like a coworker or something?
No, that was one of a guy that I'd known for years. I was
Like
like,
a friend?
yes. I was like, are you kidding? Because it came out of nowhere. He just sends me a text, hey man, I'm getting married. You know, then you pull him aside and you're like, hey bro, what the fuck is going on? Why are you, dude? She's the first chick that sucked my cock, bro. I gotta lock this bitch down. You just in your brain, all the fireworks are going off, and you're like, oh my god. Yeah.
I guess I'm maybe I'm really shallow with even my friends, but I don't think I've ever had a friend that told me this was the first girl that's ever sucked this dick. Like I don't know. I don't think guys like, I don't really, he said that? Like,
that was the literal answer to the question.
I'm like stunned here right now. I mean, literally fucking.
But your brain stops. You're not wrong, Glenn. Your brain just stops. And
I'm dumbfounded because, like, one, I would never, even if it was the first bitch that ever sucked my dick, I would never say, well, she's the first bitch that ever sucked my dick.
Well,
like,
the weird part about that is because the guy's gonna beat you up. Like, maybe not beat you up, but like as a friend, it's kind of an L as a friend if you don't, help your friend out in.
Well, no.
Unless your friend is just as lame.
I mean,
that's true. That's true, right? Like there are groups of people that get like married in couples. It's totally fucked all
we're not
across.
talking about like weeks before the wedding or something. We're talking like the day of the wedding. That was his reason.
Wait, what? Why would you be in?
Why are you asking him the day of his wedding? Why is he getting married to her? Because I think it's a little late.
That was the first day that I saw him. I was like,
Well, that's why I question if that guy's your friend. Like, like a day before, like you ask your friend, "Hey, is this bitch like banged?"
Well, that's not a question that I'm asking you over the phone. Though. That's a question I want to ask in person, but I didn't have a chance to get to him until that time. He doesn't live close to him. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter. It's like what I'm not gonna stop something from happening. That's not gonna be.
Oh, I'm asking him whether it's on the phone, smoke signals, in person, email. I'm asking, like, bro, you just met this bitch 2 months ago. Like, what the fuck?
Right. Like I don't care if you had got with some chick and then your friend was gonna get with her eventually. You gotta clear the fucking air about that chick.
How old was I?
You have to do it.
I was younger. I was 28. I'm 44 now, so I was 28. So, I mean, still though, it's just. Yeah, it still blew my mind away. I couldn't believe it. But what are you gonna do?
The question is, are they still married?
Good point, Glenn.
As far as I know, yes, but within 4 years, the relationship was just.
So you're not really friends. You're not in like.
Not anymore. No, we're not friends anymore. But after like 4 years, it was like bloody concrete. Seriously, it was horrible, like an absolute horrible relationship. Yeah, it was because it obviously should never have happened.
Knives has a suspicion here, and I'm not saying I agree. I don't think so. I'm just saying I can understand where he might get that. People do talk in third person sometimes. No. I'm not saying that I think Vincent's doing it. I don't think Vincent's doing that. Knives.
Yeah, but no.
But I can see how you could feel that way.
And we're not friends anymore because of something he did to me personally. But I mean,
he didn't try to marry you after 2 months, did he?
I can't force someone to think something, man. But no, you see this a lot though. You see a lot of guys make bad decisions off of why they're going to get married, and that's just one. That's just one example. So,
well, one of the main reasons is because, like, for guys, they don't know what they want in a wife because they don't know how a wife is supposed to be, what to look for in a wife.
Mm-hmm. Wife material.
I mean, let's just be honest. Like, some of us didn't have mothers that were good mothers, so you're kind of like shooting in the dark here, unless he had a good understanding of what a good relationship is. And this right here is why.
I mean, the guy had 9.
This is why. Don't interrupt, please. This is why. Fixing the nuclear family is so important because, mom behaving like mom, dad behaving like dad gives your kids a template, a standard for when they are picking their mate. Now they have something to measure their future wife or future husband based off of. You know, okay, they got to meet at least this threshold because my mom was like this, and my mom's a good wife and she was a good mother, and she has to meet at least this threshold in to be considered wifey material. You know what I'm saying?
I might have some pushback on you on the nuclear family section. Thing. I've
Oh,
heard you bring it up
really?
a few
Are you
times.
going to extend it, or what are you doing?
From my last research, I'm against it because I found out that it's something new that we recently started doing, and what's been
Like, when you say
successful for us,
recently started doing, what do you mean like recently?
like we started promoting it like in the 1920s or some shit.
Do you not realize the nuclear family where it was a husband and mother living in the husband and wife in the same house and kids? That's been a thing for forever.
What's been forever? No, what's been forever was the husband, wife, the auntie, grandma, the tribe, the tribe.
Yeah,
structure.
that's still part of the nuclear family.
Is it though?
I have pushback, but not yet. Let me get it together.
See, like I agree with I agree with like the family, like the whole family together, like not under one roof necessarily, but like all a tight knit family, like within close proximity. I hate when I hear, like my family is spread all over the place. I have a huge Italian family. Most of us are in LA, but we have family in all over the country, even in other countries. Actually, my brother is in the military and he's stationed overseas right now. And that sucks because you don't have that family unit, like, because it takes a family. That tight knit family seems to be what keeps relationships together, even in the dark times, right? It's when the family, when a couple is separated from that family and they don't have that positive reinforcement there to help keep them together and help them work through things, constructively. It's when you see things go astray. But still, the family is still a husband, wife, kids together intact. I'm talking about, I don't like these broken families, what we have now. That's what I don't like. So whether the family, if you want to go family all under the roof with your in-laws and, cousin, fine. As long as it keeps the family together, the husband and wife and kids together, that's great. But the broken family, I don't like that. I'll take the nuclear family over a broken family any day of the week.
Now, would you say, Glenn, though, this is kind of my contention with this, is the nuclear family, they go live in their own house, mother, father, kids, right? They go live in their own house. They isolate their own problems at that point. Now, if it's an apartment, that's particularly irritating because they're just paying some Chinese guy. But in the case of living with family, like, you have extra eyeballs on what you're doing.
Well, I mean, you could do that still. Like, you could all live on the same fucking block. You guys could all own the houses right there and live right there as neighbors. Like, you could still live alone and
There's
still
there's a lot of nuance to this, right? Like, if you have the ability, like, I bought my first condo at like 23. I probably didn't need to do that. I did it to get married, right? And it was just fucking useless in India. Ended up having to sell it. Not a big deal. But like, living with people is not a bad thing, especially if they're family. They're going to tell you, "Hey, that bitch,
look at the chat.
She's no good," right?
I don't think they're gonna tell if they.
Here's the thing.
Any good.
Here's the thing. I don't need my in-laws hearing all this shit. My wife.
You don't want them to.
Oh, I definitely don't.
Yeah,
I definitely don't, because I'm gonna be asked. There's gonna be a lot of questions asked later, and I'm not trying to answer no questions. Yeah. Mind your business, okay? Mind your business. Grown folk over here.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Like, they depend on certain cultures. Like I said, my girl's Filipino, so they immediately wanted all of us to be under the same roof.
Yep.
I mean,
that's how they live. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Glenn, did you see what, I don't know if it's a man or a woman, but JR Boston said? I think it's a dude. Scroll up a little bit at 11:08.
What does it say?
says a much better show than that irrelevant fuck Ben at Thorpe TV. That dude is a boring, uneducated, incest molesting scumbag.
Yeah, well, if that dude was boring, nobody would be talking about him. So
I'm just saying, that's a pretty decent comment off of the old issue that's going on.
Yeah. Well, people find them very entertaining, or they wouldn't have a following, or they wouldn't be relevant. So
drama farming. Yeah.
I wish them the best, and I wish them success. And that's it. Moving on.
More power to you.
You
Hey,
know,
Prime, has she made you chicken adobo yet?
Oh yeah, I've had all the
Yeah,
different. Yeah, it's just good.
dude, so
Instant
good, bro, so good.
egg
Oh my God.
rolls. Fucking.
What about birthday noodle? Has she made that for you yet?
I don't think so.
Ask her on the next like holiday or celebration. Ask her to make you birthday noodle.
Okay. How you
Yeah,
say
it's
it?
really
How do,
good.
how do you say it?
Birthday noodle. Birthday noodle.
Birthday noodle? Okay.
Wait, so you're talking about women from the Philippines. Let me ask you this question. I was not ostracized, but criticized at one point for asking for spicy carrot salad from a Filipino family. Carrots, they don't do carrot salad. Is that just Thailand? Did I fuck that up?
I mean, you're talking about like pad.
Well, that's
Thai
what I was like. I want some
Yeah.
spicy carrot salad.
I've never,
They're like,
never
that's
heard of
fucking
it.
Thailand. That's Thailand.
Well, yeah, the food's gonna be different every country you go to. So I've never heard of it, not even from a Thai perspective. And I like Thai food. Is that like a part of the Pad Win Sen or the Pad Thai?
I don't know. I don't care if somebody asks me to make them something I don't know how to make, but it's just a weird cultural reference around food there. But I don't know.
Oh, dude, my boy Quentin's in the chat. What's up, Quentin? No, I don't know. They do have like they do like a pickled radish with their foods. It's like a spicy radish that they shave and they serve with their foods.
No, yeah. So like the
Yeah.
the Thai girl I dated, she did like Asian fusion. So like a lot of combinations.
That's probably why you probably ate something that she was combining different cultures. You will see that, but traditionally, Filipino.
real quick, hold on. Let me address this. JR, unless you have witnessed this, you have evidence to prove this claim that you're making, you're just spreading false information that no one nobody can prove it. So unless you can prove it and you have irrefutable proof to state that that's what he's doing, then you're slandering.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Gotta be
pretty
careful.
shitty, bro.
I think that's TOS, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, and I'm just again, there's a lot of claims being made about people, and unless you have irrefutable evidence to prove it, you're just slandering.
It's a pretty big difference between people content farming lewdly and that type of shit. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's why I'm not saying anything. I don't know what's going on in their own home or their mobile home or their RV. I don't know what they do. None of my business.
I mean, I hope it's not happening. I hope, like God forbid.
I mean, they don't seem that stupid to be doing that shit and then coming on the internet. I'm just saying, they're fucking retards.
A
but-
lot of it seems like clickbait. I mean, we said this the other day. It
Yeah.
just seems like clickbait. A lot of it.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like.
It's I view it like I watch a lot of body cam videos. They always like, oh, this is some Karen getting arrested. They put her with big old tits, and it's some fucking it's nothing like that. There's always an advertisement to get people to come in. It's clickbait in the kind of disgusting sense. That's what's going on. This is the internet. It's fucking goofy.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, a lot of the times the videos will have like the opening of the video is a chick in yoga pants and she's doing some like mundane task, but the video is supposed to be about the
Hold
task
on.
that she's doing.
Why should it be my business? It's not my wife, nor my relative, nor anybody.
Oh, you saw that too?
It's not my business. My business is my wife, my family. That's it. You're right.
Somebody
I
said
get
this.
it. Are we not men? You're right. My bad.
Yep.
Well, I don't think anybody believes that their life is secluded in a vacuum, but Are We Not Men is a funny guy though.
You don't want to piss Are We Not Men off. Are We Not Men will. Are We Not Men will fucking shut shit down.
Yeah, look, people have already tried to shut me down. Who cares? I like that guy though, but I had to deal with that whole shit with people thinking that I got Josie kicked off of Grid's thing. I didn't even know fucking Grid. People don't like it when you donate to people. It's fucking weird.
All right, new subject, Glenn.
Yes.
No, you're right. You're right. Callum, people do not like it if you donate to other people. It's fucking
Dude, it's
weird.
Okay, well, I'll get into this for a sec. Like, it's bizarre. I don't have a channel. I post a couple songs, AI songs, like nothing crazy. I'm not trying to do anything, but dude, people just made like it's 4 or 5 times now. This weird shit I gotta go defend, like just total bizarre shit. Why? I don't fucking know.
What do you mean, like total, like?
Okay, well, like one example, like it was Josie used to do like host or something with Grid, right?
She was a co-host or
something
yeah.
like that, right? And somehow there's somebody out there saying weird shit, like, okay, Callum told Grid that you were in league with Destiny.
Oh yeah, I heard that rumor
Yeah,
too.
it's like it's never fucking happened. I went on her show. I'm like, this is stupid. This never happened. I went on his show. He goes, yeah, we haven't never even talked. And there's been several occurrences like that. Now I'm just ignoring them at this point. But why would you fucking care about me?
Yeah, like I don't know.
I'm not trying to do anything. I've never even
Grid
showed my
says,
face.
Grid says I kicked Josie from what? And why would you have been involved? See, yeah, I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. She said it was some person in the chat. Like, I'm not saying she made it up. Like, she's not the bad guy here. But why would some fucking weird
What up,
random
Nick?
chatter?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Good. Just waking up.
Good screenshot, man. I like that. Fuck yeah.
Oh, it's like one of the best picks.
Dude.
I do sell a T-shirt that says "You missed, bitch." No, I think it says "You missed."
Oh, do you?
Dude,
Yeah,
good
I
song, dude.
scored.
That up.
Let me see
Dude,
if I
good
pull it up
song.
here real quick. Let me see if I can find it for you.
Love that song. It came out with like the same day. Bitch, you missed. That was fucking badass, bro.
Yeah, you're talking about you're talking about Tom.
Yes. Yes. Oh my god, that song was awesome. I think I listened to it like 5 times in a row. I was like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, Tom McDonald. He's cool.
Wait, I'm not seeing the screen. Nick, like TVT Nick?
What?
Vengeful Truther Nick? Which
Yeah,
Nick?
yeah. It's his
Okay.
his picture is of Trump after he's getting shot.
Sound of smoke, so all good.
Here we go. I'll show it together now.
Well, I'm having smoke. I can't see it. I was just asking.
Oh, shit.
What up, Nick?
What up?
Man, you got a deep ass voice. Damn.
You see it?
Let me see. Let me blow it up. Whatever's in the letters.
No, I'm smoking. I'm not by my computer.
I like that's sweet. That's dope. I like it.
Hey yo, check out if you can check out the link that I put in the back check. I actually made a joint you might like. Ain't gotta.
Are you talking about the your link for your business?
Yeah, I made a Trump joint when it happened.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw. I already clicked on the link to your YouTube, your Instagram.
Yeah. A good day to die hard. Hell yeah.
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 I was thinking about trying to sell that shit. Put on the shirt.
Dude, you like Beast? Really? Cool.
You said what?
You like Beast?
Oh no, I did that for like another content creator.
Okay.
Be on YouTube creators and shit. That's what I started off doing.
Hey, Soups or Goku, bro?
Goku except for Superman.
No, I mean Soup versus Goku. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, who I know will win?
Yeah.
Superman. Who I hope one day Goku one day will be able to beat him.
I don't think it's one day. I think it's now. I don't think Superman even stands a chance.
Now, was there
Yeah.
something after the last instinct, Ultra Instinct or something?
Well, you mean Ultra Instinct? Yeah, no, I don't even think he would have to go to Ultra Instinct.
No, then he can't beat Superman then
Why not?
because his powers come from the sun and it's kind of unlimited.
Yeah, but the whole concept of Superman is that he's an alien from another planet, right?
Just like Goku, yeah.
Yeah, Goku's an alien from another planet, right? They're
What
both
kind
aliens.
of nerd shit are you two talking about? I have
We're
no
geeking out,
idea.
bro. We're geeking out, bro. Okay.
What
Right?
the fuck is this going? I'm not. What are you guys talking about? I have no
Have you
idea.
guys have you never heard of Batman? He's fucking all these motherfuckers up.
Sorry, guys.
No,
It doesn't
no.
matter.
The only one you got, the
Ain't
one you
gonna
got to
die.
really worry about, Deathstroke. Deathstroke takes them all out.
Dude,
Done.
You are right actually there, Glenn. I will not.
I know I'm
disagree.
right. I know I'm right because I played Deathstroke. So there.
What do you mean you played Death? I made like a.
I was Deathstroke in a Teen Titans film, in a fan film.
I got paid to make a costume for some dude that did a role for Deathstroke. That's definitely not you because you're definitely a lot bigger. But
Yeah, but no, Superman's never fought anyone like Goku ever in his life. Not in any comic book, not in any platform, not in any show, not in any movie.
You're kind of wrong.
You guys never seen that YouTube video of way back of Superman taking on Goku?
Yeah, I've watched several of them, but most of them get both
Like
Superman
Death
and
Battles.
Goku wrong. Yeah, Death Battle didn't get it right. I mean, but to be fair, they don't ever get either one of them right. They don't really get the
I
powers.
think they get them right. I think they
No,
get them
no.
right.
You think they get them right
pick the
because they
old-
make Superman win. That's why you think they get them right.
No, I didn't want him to
Yeah,
win. But if
yeah.
you take the 1960 Superman, yes, Superman wins. If you take that shit before they put like a cap on his powers, before they humble him down,
Dude, he
that
couldn't
Superman
even fly in
wins.
the 60s. What are you talking about? He couldn't even fly. He didn't have half the powers that he's
did.
got now. Yeah, when he first came out, he couldn't even fly. He had to jump, and then they eventually gave him the ability to fly. I'm an old school comic guy, old school pop culture. That's me, bro. I know it basically up to the mid 90s, and Superman just doesn't have the power. He just doesn't have the abilities that Goku has. And Goku is so versatile. And not to mention, he's a much better fighter, hands down, than Superman. Superman usually depends on his powers to win. Goku depends on his ability to fight, not his powers. He usually beats his opponents from the abilities that he has of fighting. He doesn't depend on his powers.
That would be a power.
Superman's
No,
The ability to fight is a power.
Like martial arts is what I'm talking about.
Superman's
doesn't have it.
Superman's I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I said,
Yeah.
his powers unlimited. He's fast. He's fast as shit. He might not be able to do instant transmission, but he can fucking fly or run just as fast, just about.
Not as fast, but he is. I mean, I'm now okay. Whenever this argument happens, people get all upset about it. But Superman is incredibly hard to defeat. I don't think there's anyone else but Goku that could take him down. I don't really.
Deathstroke defeated Superman. What the fuck you talking about?
Dude,
That's
we're not
why I
talking about a video
said-
game. We're not talking about a video game.
I'm
We're
not talking about a
Kryptonite.
video game.
We're not talking about Kryptonite. Okay.
I'm talking about it. You obviously didn't read the comics, so
Which comics? We're talking about after they changed everything and they rewrote everything? Because I can see that. Yeah, but before.
no, I'm talking
comics
about
were-
whenever Deathstroke came out. Deathstroke, whatever Superman that was, Deathstroke defeated Superman. He defeated the entire Justice League.
Huh? Are you talking? Wait. Which are we talking about? Like an alternate universe here? Was it like a what if comic or something?
Then you do not know what
Yeah,
Deathstroke is.
I have no idea because I know who Deathstroke is. I know what his abilities and his powers are, but I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know the story.
He defeated the Justice League. He defeated.
when and what? What comic series?
In a
What was the comic
comic.
book called? What was the comic called?
I don't remember. I have to find it. I have it somewhere here.
Okay, pull it out.
I said I would have to find it.
Okay, fair enough. I'll wait.
But I mean, just saying, Deathstroke is the number one
You're
super
saying-
villain.
You're
He's
saying
the one.
that Deathstroke can take out the entire Justice League, which I'm not saying that didn't happen. I just don't know what comic book you're referring to. But if it did happen, it would have to be the most extreme circumstances. Like he would have to, like Batman, you have to pull a Batman. You'd have to use all of their weaknesses against them, which I mean, I guess technically could happen.
Then you
But
must
if it
not
was-
know
but-
Deathstroke very well.
but-
Deathstroke
but-
is so fucking calculated.
Hold
He's-
on.
He has like the number. He has like the most like defeat kills than any villain.
In a straight up fight. If it's a
Deathstroke has beaten Superman and he's beaten Wonder Woman.
Okay.
But I don't know about the rest of his Justice League, but I did read that comic where Deathstroke, this was a long time ago, Deathstroke beat Superman and Wonder Woman with the God Sword.
Oh, he had you. Okay, again, he had the God Sword. I mean, all right.
Well, he still beat him.
I understand, but
Superman shoots lasers out of his eyes. All right.
okay, but again, we're talking
field.
about powers versus powers here. We're not talking about some extreme example.
Well, you got to
talking
understand that DC
abilities
is
versus
full of a
abilities,
lot of
yes.
superheroes that don't have powers.
Yeah, I mean, well, again, I did say Batman has a scenario to beat every single superhero. So yes, but in a straight up fight, if they're just fighting, no, it's not going to happen. Deathstroke will get squashed like a bug that he is. Okay, if it's a straight up fight, he dies.
So you're saying they're not using any superpowers? No superpowers?
I said
What do you mean, like
used
they show up in an arena?
Hey, they're boxing this out or what?
We're talking about if they just go off of their abilities and their powers. Yes, that's it.
Okay, so no, they're powers.
But you're negating the ability to
I was gonna say
be
Goku
be
would win if it
entertaining
was hand and fist.
and not be boring and eliminate somebody that's
Okay,
way more
but you
powerful.
literally just said he had the God Sword. Superman's not a god, man. I mean, if he has the God Sword, it's specifically made to destroy those types of beings. So yeah, that if he was able to get a hit on him, I don't know if he would be able to move as fast as him, but in the scenario you're talking about. But Superman's also kind of a dumbass when it comes to certain things like that. He would just let himself get hit with the sword because he would think he couldn't die from the sword. You know, he'd be like, oh, it's a sword. And he doesn't know that it's the God Sword. And he's always been weak to magic. So if the God Sword is a magical sword, then yeah, he's going to die because he gets cut in half by a magical sword. Same thing would happen to Wonder Woman because she's vulnerable to that shit too.
Evil Superman fucking destroy anybody.
Yeah, evil Superman, he's calculative as fuck, dude. He's going to just wipe the whole
I think God Spawn is the strongest out of all fucking made up characters anyway. So
God Spawn?
nothing's fucking with God Spawn.
Who gives a shit about who's stronger? It's about who's more entertaining.
Yeah, true.
Like Superman, who gives a shit? He's fucking powerful. Like, okay, he's gonna wipe people out. Who cares? Don't you want to see your guy struggle a little?
Yeah. So Goku will win on that because he gets his ass whooped plenty of times.
Yeah, I got no idea about Dragon Ball Z. So
I mean, how many times has Mongrel come in and just drop Superman?
Superman is a simp.
Yeah, dude, totally. No, agreed. Yeah, I'm not arguing that either. Superman is.
How is Superman a simp? Hold on. How is Superman a simp?
Dude, because he lets Lois Lane tell him what the fuck to do all the fucking time until.
First of all, he's always scared.
Hold on.
First of all, let's face it. Lois doesn't even like Clark Kent.
Yeah, she treats him like
Ooh,
shit.
burn.
This is interesting.
Like Lois don't even like him without him in his spandex.
Yeah,
she likes Superman.
Yeah,
Well,
she
that's hearsay.
She tells Superman to go. She tells Clark Kent to go get her coffee.
Yeah. No, okay. In the later issues, they do switch it, and she does tend to go more towards Clark, but he's not wrong. In the earlier issues, she basically treated Clark like a piece of shit, even after she found out. Like she treated him like he was a simp. I mean, he called it right. Now, on the flip side, I mean, if you watch Dragon Ball Z, Chi-Chi is a total cunt. So you'd have to say the same thing about Goku, but Goku is so innocent and so ignorant to everything that goes on around him.
You know who's not a simp?
Superman and Lois are married, bro. Like they're mostly married in most.
They didn't get married to win because they weren't married in the first two movies. Like I'm talking about Christopher Reeves.
Don't include the movies. The movies don't correlate to the comic books.
I'm talking like comics and animation.
Okay, comics. They still didn't get married for a hot minute either.
Yeah, it was a long time. Yeah, they didn't get married for a very long time. So.
And that's when that's when Lois was like, I can't lock down Superman. I'll just deal with Clark. Fuck Clark.
You can argue that Clark has to put on a show so that nobody recognizes that he is Superman, right? You guys know that, right?
Well, I mean, it's kind of a weird.
That could be part of his act, is that he's weak and simple and blah blah blah, right?
All right, guys. I came up here to tell y'all that Superman is a bitch and he can't fight.
Thank you.
I agree with this fucking
That's
man.
what
Fuck that Superman. He's boring.
Fuck Superman. He
Superman
can't
is
fight.
so white bread.
He has
So
no.
white
He
bread.
has no
Call me a
defense. Listen. He has no fucking defense. He cannot fight. His whole strategy is fly fast, laser beam. That's his whole fucking defense.
Well, and
That's
like
all
I
he
said,
does.
Yeah, and it depends on his invulnerability, and he depends on his superpowers to carry him through every fight. Fuck,
Yeah.
he didn't even
Every
want to
time-
get trained until like the 90s is when they finally started actually
Well, no,
making him
You
train
say
to
that
fight.
he counts
And
on
you're correct.
his-
And you're correct
to get
because
him to a
every time
fight.
he's hit with the
Of course
kryptonite,
he
he's like,
does.
what should I do? Like, bro, if you put Superman and Batman at the same base power, Batman will wipe the goddamn
Wipe the
floor with
floor
this
with him,
dude.
dude. Yeah,
Like
over, yeah.
straight up, bro. Have you ever seen Superman actually fight? Fight. Well,
yeah.
flight and fight is the same thing to Superman because he literally just pushes people into buildings. That's all he does.
I mean, a perfect example was Doomsday. When the Doomsday 9-issue comic came out, you saw
He beat the
exactly
shit out of him.
Yeah, like it was like 9 issues of just watching Superman get the living shit beat out of him. That's what it
Watching that
was.
man grab that dude's cape was
Yeah.
crazy.
It was, and it was the first time we ever saw Superman really get manhandled. And it was brutal.
Yeah.
It was not nice. I mean,
Yeah, so anybody up here fucking caping for Superman is retarded. I just want y'all to know that.
Well, Superman is powerful, but he's not funny. He's not violent. He doesn't do anything interesting. Why
He's
is
white
there?
bread. He's white bread.
Nobody likes a perfect fucking person.
Superman is a fairy, I do suppose. He flies in the air wearing pantyhose.
He doesn't do
I'm just trying to
anything. He doesn't do
understand that.
anything. He just shows up and then
Like in the
flies into somebody really fast. That's all he
How,
does.
how does
Yeah.
it work? Instead of telling your woman not to wear leggings out, how does it work when your man is doing it? If you're a woman,
There was a really.
but
good
he's super
comic at the end.
powerful. What are you gonna tell him? Don't wear leggings. He can just fucking annihilate you.
All right, guys.
Boring
Well, check
as
this out. This Nerd Fest is about to end because
killing it,
I've already
killing
been
it.
going on for like fucking 10 hours, 10 and a half
10
hours.
hours. 10 hours.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he finally got something important. You want to kill it, Glenn. That's how it goes.
You know, who do I want to send you guys to? Who are we gonna go to? Oh, you know what? Chuck Logic's on. Cool. We'll go see what's going on with Chuck Logic over there. And he got
cool.
going on. Chuck is good. But
Where do you send that at?
I will say this was a good chill stream. We're just chilling, chatting. You know,
Being chilling.
actually, we're gonna go Chronic Truth. That dude's live. That's fun. He's funny.
Do you drop the link or something? Is that what you do? 'Cause
Nope.
don't see the
I
link.
set it up to where when I say have a good day and I play my music and I tell everybody, you know what, enjoy your Sunday like this.
Lies. Oh, those lips, they promise heaven, but it's hell behind.